I don't go into the deep desert anymore. People think the desert is a dead place, a static landscape of heat and dust, but they're wrong. The desert is alive, it just moves at a frequency humans aren't meant to tune into. I learned that lesson 5 years ago in a stretch of the Mojave that doesn't show up on most tourist maps. Back then I was 24, working as a freelance surveyor for a land development firm. I was young, arrogant, and possessed that dangerous brand of invincibility that comes with a high-end GPS and a reliable 4x4. My job was to spend 3 nights solo near the Black Basin, documenting soil erosion and topographical shifts. It was supposed to be a routine assignment, but looking back, there were signs from the very first hour that I was trespassing on something that didn't want to be measured. The silence out there isn't like the silence of a quiet room. It's heavy. It presses against your eardrums until you start hearing your own heartbeat, a rhythmic thumping that feels uncomfortably loud. I set up my base camp on a plateau overlooking a vast field of dunes. The sand there is peculiar, fine, silver white, and incredibly fluid. By the time the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in bruised purples and oranges, I noticed the first anomaly. I had spent the afternoon trekking across the eastern dune, leaving deep, jagged boot prints in my wake. But when I looked back through my binoculars from the camp, the trail was gone. Not filled in by wind, there wasn't even a breeze, but replaced. The sand where I had walked was now perfectly smooth, etched with faint, repeating concentric circles. I told myself it was some localized thermal effect, the way the heat rose off the floor. I poured a cup of coffee, checked my sat phone, and tried to ignore the fact that the circles looked less like a natural phenomenon and more like a thumbprint. By 2:00 a.m., the temperature had plummeted and the desert had transformed into a monochrome world of ink and bone. I was huddled in my tent, drifting between shallow sleep and the kind of hyper-awareness you only get when you're 30 miles from the nearest paved road. That's when I heard it. It wasn't a wind howl or a coyote. It was a dry, rhythmic shhhshhhshhh. It sounded like 1,000 silk ribbons being dragged over glass. I sat up, my breath hitching in my chest. I reached for my heavy-duty flashlight and unzipped the tent flap just an inch. The beam of my light cut through the dark, hitting the sand about 20 feet away. My stomach dropped. The dunes were moving, not the whole hills, but the surface. It looked like the sand was boiling, vibrating in place. And as I watched, the silver grains began to organize. They weren't blowing, they were sliding with intent. In the span of 30 seconds, a perfect, raised geometric hexagram formed right in front of my tent. It was 3 feet wide, its edges so sharp they looked like they had been cut with a blade. I panned the light further out. The entire valley was covered in them. Thousands of perfect, interlocking patterns stretching as far as the beam could reach. There was no wind, no animals, just the suffocating silence and the sight of the earth rewriting itself. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I sat there with my hunting knife in one hand and my flashlight in the other, watching those patterns. I tried to tell myself it was magnetism or maybe some strange acoustic vibration from a subterranean aquifer, but the logic felt thin like a wet paper bag. Magnetism doesn't create art. Magnetism doesn't feel like it's watching you. When the first gray light of dawn finally touched the horizon, I scrambled out of my tent, desperate to document the patterns before the sun changed the shadows. But as the light hit the valley floor, the sand began to shiver. Within seconds, the geometric shapes collapsed. The sharp edges softened, the hexagrams melted, and the concentric circles filled themselves in. By the time the sun was fully above the horizon, the desert looked like a blank slate. It was a perfect, featureless sea of white sand. My boot prints from the night before were gone. My tire tracks leading to the camp were gone. It was as if the desert had hit a reset button, erasing any evidence that I or anything else had ever been there. That's when the real dread set in. It's one thing to see something strange, it's another to have the world around you actively hiding the evidence. I went to my truck to radio in, but the equipment was dead. Not low battery dead, the screen was shattered from the inside, a spiderweb of cracks radiating from the center of the LCD. I hadn't touched it. It had been sitting on the passenger seat all night. I felt a cold prickle of sweat on my neck. I looked down at the ground by my driver's side door. There, in the middle of the now smooth sand, was a single, perfect indentation. It wasn't a footprint. It was a mold of a human hand pressed deep into the earth, but the fingers were too long and there was no palm print, just a smooth, glass-like texture at the bottom of the hole. I knew then that I wasn't just observing a geological oddity. I was being toyed with. The rational part of my brain, the surveyor, the man of science, was screaming at me to pack up and run. But there's a specific kind of paralysis that hits you when you realize you're in the presence of something that doesn't follow the rules of your world. I spent the next 3 hours packing my gear with trembling hands. Every time I turned my back, I felt the weight of 1,000 eyes. The silence was no longer empty, it felt crowded. As I threw the last of my crates into the flatbed, I noticed something that made my blood turn to ice. The handprint by the truck was gone. In its place was a new shape. It was a small, sand-sculpted replica of my own tent. It was perfect, down to the ripples in the fabric and the exact angle of the stakes. And right in the center of the miniature sand tent, there was a tiny carved figure of a person. It was lying face down. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I jumped into the truck and cranked the engine. It roared to life, a beautiful mechanical scream that broke the oppressive quiet. I shifted into gear and floored it. I didn't follow my GPS, I just drove toward the mountains in the distance, knowing that was north. As I tore across the valley, I looked in my rearview mirror. The dust cloud from my tires was settling instantly. Behind me, the desert was closing up. The tracks I was making were being smoothed over as soon as the rubber left the sand. It was like driving over a wound that was healing in real time. I drove for 4 hours straight, pushing the truck until the engine temp was hovering in the red. I didn't stop until I hit the blacktop of Route 15. When I finally saw another car, a dusty old sedan driven by an elderly couple, I nearly sobbed with relief. I pulled into a gas station in Baker, my hands shaking so hard I could barely grip the pump. I tried to tell the guy behind the counter. He was an old desert rat with skin like cracked leather and eyes that had seen too many summers. I started explaining the patterns, the sand shifting without wind, the handprint. He didn't laugh. He didn't even look surprised. He just stopped wiping the counter and looked out the window toward the black basin. "You stayed overnight out by the silver dunes?" he asked, his voice flat. "Yeah," I said. "I was surveying the sand. It was making shapes." He took a slow drag of a cigarette he wasn't supposed to be smoking indoors. "The sand doesn't make shapes, kid. It builds cages. You're lucky the sun came up when it did. Usually once it starts mimicking your gear, it's already decided it wants to keep you." I didn't ask what he meant. I didn't want to know. I drove back to the city, handed in my resignation the next day, and told my boss the equipment had been lost in a flash flood. They didn't believe me, but I didn't care. I moved to the Pacific Northwest, where the ground is covered in thick moss and heavy dirt, things that stay where you put them. But sometimes, on particularly quiet nights, I'll wake up and hear a faint, dry shhh coming from under my bed. I'll reach down terrified and run my hand across the floorboards. Most of the time, it's nothing. But last week, I pulled my hand back and felt something gritty. I turned on the light and looked at the hardwood. There in the corner of my bedroom was a tiny, perfect pile of silver-white sand. It was shaped into a small, sharp hexagram. The desert doesn't forget a measurement, and it doesn't like to leave its work unfinished. If you ever find yourself in the deep Mojave and the wind dies down to a total, suffocating silence, don't look at the dunes. And for God's sake, don't look back at your tracks, just keep moving. Because the sand is shifting and it's not the wind that's moving it. The silver sand in my bedroom wasn't a warning, it was a tether. I spent 3 hours that morning scrubbing the hardwood floors with a vacuum and a damp microfiber cloth, obsessed with capturing every single crystalline grain. I told myself it had fallen out of an old boot or a crease in a field bag I hadn't unpacked properly, but my gear had been deep cleaned a dozen times since the Mojave. Besides, the sand wasn't just there, it was arranged. That hexagram, barely an inch wide, had edges that defied the natural slump of dry minerals. It looked like it had been frozen in mid-vibration. I tried to go to work. I was working as a junior architect in Seattle by then, surrounded by the comforting rigidity of steel beams and concrete foundations. But every time I looked at a blueprint, the fine lines of the CAD drawing started to swim. I saw the interlocking patterns of the black basin in the cross-hatching of a floor plan. I saw the handprint in the negative space of a site map. My boss, a man who valued precision above all else, asked me if I was feeling well. I told him it was migraines. The truth was, I felt like my internal compass had been demagnetized. I was no longer sure which way was up, or if the floor beneath my feet was as solid as the building codes claimed. That night, I didn't sleep in my bed. I slept on the sofa with every light in the apartment blazing. I had a theory, a desperate, flickering hope that the phenomenon required darkness to manifest. The desert was a creature of shadow and low-frequency resonance, then perhaps the harsh hum of lead bulbs would act as a repellent. I stayed awake until 4:00 a.m., my eyes burning, watching the corner of the room where I'd found the sand. Nothing moved. The air remained still. I eventually drifted off to the sound of a late-night talk show, the canned laughter of the studio audience providing a thin shield against the silence. I woke up at dawn to a sound that wasn't on the television. It was a soft, rhythmic scratching. It was coming from inside the walls. My first thought was rats. Old buildings in Seattle are notorious for them. But this wasn't the frantic gnawing of a rodent. It was a sliding sound. S-H-H-H-S-H-H-S-H-H-H. It moved with a terrifying, deliberate pace, traveling from the ceiling down toward the floorboards behind the sofa. I scrambled backward, knocking over a coffee mug. I grabbed a heavy flashlight, the same one I'd carried in the Mojave, and pressed my ear to the drywall. The sound stopped instantly. The silence that followed was that same heavy, pressurized quiet from the black basin. It felt like the room had been plunged underwater. I took a kitchen knife and, driven by a manic need to know, I notched a hole in the plaster. A stream of silver-white sand spilled out. It didn't pour like salt from a shaker. It flowed with a strange, liquid grace, pooling on the carpet in a perfect, rising mound. I watched paralyzed as the pile began to vibrate. The grains danced, leaping and settling until they formed a miniature, jagged ridge. It was a topographical map. I recognized the silhouette immediately. It was the eastern dune of the Black Basin, the one where my boot prints had been erased. I didn't pack a bag this time. I grabbed my keys in my wallet and ran out the door. I drove until I reached the coast, thinking that the salt water and the damp, heavy air of the Pacific would provide some kind of barrier. I sat on a driftwood log at Ruby Beach, watching the gray waves crash against the sea stacks. The sand here was dark, wet, and clumpy, the polar opposite of the silver dust that was haunting me. I stayed there for hours, letting the mist soak into my jacket, trying to convince myself that I was safe because the environment was too heavy for the Mojave to follow. But as the tide went out, leaving a wide, flat expanse of wet beach, I saw it. The receding water didn't leave the usual ripples or scattered shells. As the surface dried for a fleeting second before the next surge, a shape emerged in the dark grit. It was a hexagram, then another, then a third. They were massive, 20 feet across, etched into the shoreline with a precision that no human or tide could achieve. And in the center of the nearest one, standing perfectly still against the wind, was a figure made entirely of dry, silver-white sand. It had no face, no clothes, no features. It was a pillar of salt and dust, roughly the height of a man. The wind was whipping off the ocean at 30 knots, enough to spray sea foam into my eyes, but the figure didn't blur. Not a single grain of its form was lost to the gale. It stood there, a vertical anomaly in the horizontal landscape, watching me with a gaze I could feel in the marrow of my bones. "What do you want?" I screamed into the wind. My voice sounded pathetic, swallowed by the roar of the surf. The figure didn't move, but the sand at its feet began to shift. It slid toward me, defying the slope of the beach and the wash of the tide. It moved in that same silicon glass rhythm. I backed away, tripping over a piece of kelp, and scrambled toward the tree line. I didn't stop until I reached my car. I knew then that I couldn't run. The desert hadn't just followed me, it had mapped me. I was a coordinate in its vast, shifting geometry. The surveyor had become the surveyed. I spent the next 2 days in a cheap motel in the Olympics, the kind of place with linoleum floors and no rugs, nowhere for sand to hide. I spent every waking hour on my laptop, scouring geological forums, occult archives, and fringe science boards. I looked for anything: autonomous mineral formations, geometric desert anomalies, lithic mimicry. Most of it was garbage: UFO sightings, leyline theories, or people claiming the government was testing smart dust in the Mojave. But on the third night, I found a post on a dead forum from 2008. It was written by a retired geologist who had worked for a mining company in the 70s. He spoke of the singing sands of the basin, but not the kind of singing caused by friction. He described a localized area where the sand exhibited non-Newtonian collective intelligence. He wrote that the sand didn't just react to vibration, it sought it out. It mimicked the things that crossed it as a way of understanding them. If you leave a footprint, he wrote, the sand learns the shape of your soul. If you stay long enough for it to build your likeness, you never truly leave. Part of you stays in the basin, and part of the basin stays in you. The last line of his post chilled me to the core. It doesn't want to hurt you, it wants to complete the set. I looked at my hands, they were trembling. I noticed a fine, pale dust under my fingernails. I tried to wash it off, but the water in the sink wouldn't touch it. The droplets just rolled off the silver grains like they were coated in Teflon. The sand was becoming a part of my skin. I realized I had to go back. If I was a missing piece of a geometric puzzle, the only way to stop the haunting was to face the source. The cages the old man at the gas station mentioned, maybe they weren't physical. Maybe they were loops of time and space anchored by the items we left behind. My truck tracks, my boot prints, my tent, the desert had claimed them all. It was still holding the mold of my presence, and it was trying to pull the original back into the casting. I drove south. The transition from the lush green of the north to the scorched gold of the high desert felt like descending into a familiar fever dream. As I crossed the border into California, the air turned dry and static charged. My radio began to pick up strange interference, not white noise, but a rhythmic, pulsing hum that matched the beat of my heart. Thump sh-h-h, thump sh-h-h. I reached Baker at sunset. The gas station was still there, but the old man was gone. A teenage girl with neon-dyed hair was behind the counter, staring at her phone. "The guy who used to work here," I said, my voice raspy from the drive. "The old man, where is he?" She didn't look up. "Grandpa, he passed away last winter." Heart gave out. "Why?" I talked to him once about the Black Basin." She finally looked up, her eyes narrowing. "You're the one, the surveyor." I froze. "How do you know that?" She reached under the counter and pulled out a small wooden box. "He left this for the kid who comes back. He said you'd be back because the silver sand never lets a debt go unpaid." I took the box with shaking hands. Inside was a single object, a compass, but it wasn't a standard magnetic compass. The needle was a sliver of polished obsidian, and the face had no cardinal directions. Instead, it was etched with a series of concentric circles and a single, sharp hexagram. "He said don't follow the needle," she whispered, her bravado fading into something like pity. "Follow the drag." I didn't ask for clarification. I got back in my car and drove toward the black basin. The sun had disappeared, leaving the world in that bruised purple twilight I remembered so vividly. As I turned off the paved road and onto the salt flats, the steering wheel began to vibrate. It wasn't the engine, it was the ground. I reached the plateau where I had camped 5 years ago. My heart was hammering against my ribs, a frantic bird in a cage. I stepped out of the truck and the silence hit me like a physical blow. It was even heavier than before, a thick, suffocating blanket of non-sound. I held out the compass. The obsidian needle didn't point north, it pointed down. Then it began to spin slowly, creating a soft clicking sound. I looked at the ground. The sand around my boots was already starting to boil. I didn't turn on my flashlight, I didn't need to. The sand itself seemed to hold a faint, phosphorescent glow, a ghostly silver light that emanated from the grains themselves. I began to walk. I didn't follow a path, I followed the drag, a feeling of resistance in the air, like walking through waist-deep water. The dunes around me were changing. They weren't just hills of sand anymore. They were shifting into architectural shapes. I saw the outlines of columns, the sweep of arches, the sharp angles of pyramids. It was a city made of dust, a temporary metropolis that existed only in the absence of light, and it was all built in my image. I saw a dune that looked like the apartment building I lived in. I saw a ridge that mirrored the skyline of Seattle. And then I saw the center of the basin. In the middle of a perfectly flat expanse of silver sand stood a replica of my old 4x4 truck. It was perfect in every detail, from the dent in the bumper to the cracks in the windshield. Beside it was the tent, and sitting on a crate by the tent was a figure. It was me. Not a sand sculpture, not a statue. It was a man wearing the same clothes I had worn 5 years ago, holding a clipboard and a surveyor's level. He was perfectly still, his skin the color of parched bone, his eyes closed. As I approached, the obsidian needle on the compass shattered. The figure opened its eyes. They weren't human eyes. They were pits of shifting silver grains, swirling in a constant, silent storm. "You're late," a voice said. It wasn't a sound. It was a vibration felt directly in my teeth. "The measurements are incomplete." I looked down at the clipboard the figure held. It wasn't filled with soil data or topographical notes. It was covered in thousands of tiny, interlocking hexagrams, drawn in a hand that looked exactly like mine. "I'm not staying," I said, my voice cracking. "I'm taking what's mine and leaving." The figure smiled, a slow, dry movement of sand-caked lips. "You already left. You left the day you tried to measure the unmeasurable. What you took back to the city was just the shadow. I am the substance." The sand around us began to rise, forming a wall that reached toward the stars. The geometric patterns were everywhere now, humming with a low-frequency growl that made my vision blur. I realized then what the old man meant. The desert didn't want to kill me. It wanted to integrate me. It was a vast geological recording device, and I was a piece of data that had been corrupted. I reached out and touched the figure's hand. It didn't feel like skin. It felt like cold, vibrating glass. In that moment, the memories flooded back, not my memories, but the desert's. I felt the slow grind of tectonic plates, the evaporation of ancient seas, the birth of the dunes. I saw 1,000 years of travelers who had wandered into the basin and never come out, not because they died, but because they became part of the architecture. I saw the Spanish explorers whose armor was now the glitter in the quartz. I saw the indigenous hunters whose stories were written in the ripple marks of the dunes. I wasn't a surveyor. I was a grain of sand that thought it was a man. The wall of sand collapsed inward. I woke up at dawn, lying face down on the plateau. My truck was gone. My gear was gone. The desert was a blank slate, a featureless sea of white sand stretching to the horizon. There were no tracks, no patterns, no hexagrams. I stood up, my joints creaking. My clothes were tattered, bleached white by a sun that felt too close to the earth. I looked at my hands. They were smooth, the fingerprints gone, replaced by a fine, glass-like texture. I began to walk toward the mountains. I didn't feel hunger. I didn't feel thirst. I just felt the rhythmic shhh of my own footsteps. I eventually reached the highway. A truck driver pulled over, his face a mask of concern. "Hey buddy, you okay? You look like you've been out there for weeks." I looked at him, and for a second I didn't see a man. I saw a collection of vibrating atoms, a temporary pattern in a world of shifting dust. "I'm fine," I said. My voice sounded like dry silk on glass. I just finished my report. He drove me to the nearest town. I didn't go back to Seattle. I didn't go back to my life. I stayed in the desert. I got a job at a roadside diner, a place where the wind always blows and the sand is always moving. People come in sometimes, young and arrogant, with their GPS units and their 4x4s, talking about conquering the Mojave. I just serve them their coffee and watch the way the sugar granules spill on the table. I watch the patterns they make, the way they organize into shapes when the heavy trucks rumble by on the interstate. I don't tell them about the Black Basin. I don't tell them about the silver sand. Because I know that somewhere out there in the deep silence of the dunes, there is a tent and a truck and a man with a clipboard, and he is waiting for the next measurement. The desert is alive. It moves at a frequency we aren't meant to tune into. But once you hear the song, you never really stop dancing. You just wait for the sun to go down, for the wind to die, and for the sand to start shifting. And in the morning, when the world is erased, you'll realize that you aren't the one walking on the sand. You're the one the sand is walking through. The diner was called the Gilded Griddle, a name that felt like a joke played by the sun on the peeling yellow paint of the exterior. It sat on a stretch of Highway 395 where the asphalt seemed to melt into the horizon, a shimmering black ribbon that led nowhere and everywhere at once. I had been there for 6 months, or perhaps 6 years. Time in the high desert doesn't flow. It accumulates, layering itself like sedimentary rock. I spent my days wiping down the Formica counters, watching the dust motes dance in the shafts of light that pierced the grease-stained windows. I was the quiet one, the desert rat as the locals called me, though I was younger than most of them. They saw the way I looked at the ground when I walked, the way I never wore gloves even when the winter wind bit like a serrated knife. They didn't notice that my skin no longer tanned or burned. It simply grew more translucent, a pale, shimmering vellum that seemed to repel the very grit I lived in. One Tuesday, a man walked in who smelled of damp earth and expensive cologne, a scent that didn't belong within 100 miles of this place. He was wearing a tactical vest and carrying a ruggedized laptop case. He sat at the far end of the counter, the spot where the light hit the sugar pourer just right. "Coffee," he said, his voice gravelly but refined, "and whatever's fastest." I filled a ceramic mug, my movements fluid and mechanical. As I set it down, a single grain of sand, bright silver-white, fell from the cuff of my sleeve and landed on the dark surface of his laptop case. It didn't just sit there. It began to hum. It was a sound below the threshold of hearing, a vibration that traveled up my arm and settled in the base of my skull. The man didn't notice the grain, but he noticed me. He looked at my hands, then up at my face. His eyes were sharp, the eyes of someone who spent his life looking for things that didn't want to be found. "You're Miller," he said. It wasn't a question. I didn't flinch. I hadn't used that name since I left Seattle. "I'm the cook." "You're the surveyor who went missing in the Black Basin 5 years ago, then showed up in a diner in Darwin, then Lone Pine, now here." He opened his laptop. The screen was filled with satellite imagery, high-resolution thermal scans of the Mojave. I've been tracking the anomalies, not the heat signatures, but the geometric ones, the ones that shouldn't exist in a fluid medium like wind-blown sand. He turned the screen toward me. It was a topographical map of the Black Basin, taken 48 hours ago. In the center of the salt flat, where I had stood face-to-face with my own shadow, there was a shape. It was massive, nearly half a mile across. It was a perfect, nested fractal of hexagrams, so complex it looked like a circuit board etched into the skin of the earth. "The Bureau of Land Management thinks it's art," he whispered. "Vandals with rakes and GPS. But the thermal imaging shows the sand in those patterns is 40 degrees cooler than the surrounding area. It's absorbing heat. It's breathing." I picked up a rag and started scrubbing a spot on the counter that was already clean. The wind does strange things out there. You shouldn't go looking for patterns where there's only chaos. "It's not chaos, Miller, it's architecture." He leaned in closer. "I found your old truck, or something that looks like it. It's sitting 3 miles east of the basin floor. It's made of sandstone, Miller. Every bolt, every wire, every thread of the upholstery. It's been petrified, but the molecular structure isn't local. It's high-purity silica, silver sand." The vibration in my teeth intensified. I looked at the sugar pourer. The white granules inside were beginning to climb the glass walls, defying gravity, forming a miniature ridge that mirrored the Sierra Nevada range to our west. "Go away," I said softly. "I can't. I've been commissioned. There are people, private interests, who want to know how the desert is recording information. They think it's a natural quantum computer. They think the sand is a storage medium." He reached out to grab my wrist, perhaps to stop me from scrubbing, perhaps to see if I was real. As his fingers brushed my skin, he gasped. He pulled back, staring at his own hand. A thin, silver line had been etched across his palm, a perfect geometric incision that didn't bleed. It looked like a crystalline frost had formed under his skin. "It's not a computer," I told him, my voice sounding like the rustle of a dry creek bed. "It's a mirror, and it doesn't like being watched." He didn't stay for his food. He left a $20 bill on the counter and bolted for his SUV. I watched him go, knowing what would happen. The sand in his tires would begin to vibrate. The dust in his air filters would start to arrange itself. By the time he reached the interstate, his GPS would be showing him roads that didn't exist, leading him back toward the basin. The desert was hungry for new data. It wanted his cologne, his tactical vest, his ruggedized laptop. It wanted to add his complexity to its library of ghosts. That night, the diner was empty. The owner, a man named Pete who had long ago stopped asking me questions, had gone home to his trailer. I stood in the middle of the kitchen, the fluorescent lights flickering overhead. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my chest, a sensation of something shifting behind my ribs. I unbuttoned my shirt. In the center of my chest, right over my heart, the skin had turned into a hard, translucent plate. Underneath it, I could see them. Thousands of grains of silver sand circulating in a slow, rhythmic vortex. They weren't moving through my bloodstream, they were my blood. My heart wasn't pumping, it was oscillating. I walked out the back door and into the desert night. The moon was a sliver of bone in a velvet sky. I began to walk toward the east, toward the place where the shadows were deepest. My footsteps didn't make a sound, I didn't leave tracks. The ground rose up to meet my feet, the sand smoothing itself out before I even touched it, as if the earth were a carpet being unrolled for a returning king. As I walked, the world began to change. The scrub brush and the Joshua trees didn't look like plants anymore. They looked like wireframe models, the negative space between their branches filled with a faint, humming static. I could see the wind, not the movement of air, but the geometric pressure waves it created as it rolled over the dunes. I reached the edge of the black basin by midnight. The man from the diner was there. His SUV was stalled in the middle of the salt flat, the hood open. He was standing by the bumper, staring at the ground. He didn't look up when I approached. He couldn't. His feet were already gone, encased in a rising mound of silver dust that had fused with his boots and was now creeping up his shins. It's beautiful," he stammered. His voice was thin, losing its resonance. I looked at what he was seeing. Around the SUV, the sand had risen into a perfect replica of a laboratory. There were tables made of salt, beakers made of fused quartz, and delicate, spindly instruments made of silver grit. The desert was trying to understand him. It was building a temple to his curiosity. "Help me," he said, though there was no fear in his eyes, only a profound, hollowed-out awe. "I can't," I said. "You've already been measured." I watched as the sand reached his waist. It didn't hurt him. It numbed him, replacing the chaotic electrical signals of his nerves with the steady, eternal vibration of the silica. He was being translated into a language that would last 10,000 years. I left him there and walked toward the center of the hexagram. The me that I had seen before, the figure with the clipboard, was still there, but it was no longer sitting on a crate. It was standing at the summit of a towering spire of sand that reached toward the stars. The spire was carved with the history of the world, the skeletons of leviathans that had swum here when this was an ocean, the wagon wheels of pioneers who had died of thirst, the trajectory of every satellite that had ever passed overhead. I began to climb. The spire felt solid as granite under my hands, but it pulsed with a warmth that was almost human. When I reached the top, the figure turned to me. It didn't have a face anymore. It was a smooth, reflective surface, a mirror made of a billion microscopic facets. I looked into it and saw not myself, but the desert. I saw the black basin from above, a great silver eye staring back at the moon. "The set is almost complete," the vibration said. "What's missing?" I asked. The figure reached out and touched my chest, right over the vortex of sand in my heart. The observer, the one who remembers what it was like to be separate. I understood then. The desert wasn't just a recording, it was a sanctuary. In a world of decay and entropy where everything crumbled and faded, the black basin was a place of perfect preservation. It took the fleeting, the fragile, and the broken, and it turned them into geometry. It gave them a kind of immortality, but at the cost of their soul. I looked back toward the highway. I could see the lights of a distant truck, a tiny, flickering spark of life in the vast, cold dark. I thought of the smell of rain on hot asphalt, the taste of cheap coffee, the sound of a human laugh. "I don't want to be a monument," I whispered. The figure's hand tightened on my chest. The silver grains in my heart began to spin faster, a roar of static filling my ears. The spire beneath me began to liquefy, turning back into a sea of shifting dust. "You don't have a choice," the figure said. "You brought the sand back with you. You let it into your walls, into your skin, into your dreams. You invited the desert to define you." I felt my legs beginning to dissolve. The sensation wasn't one of falling, but of expanding. I was becoming the dunes. I was becoming the wind. I was becoming the hexagrams etched into the salt. I could feel the man at the SUV, his last thoughts being filed away in a grain of quartz. I could feel the old man at the gas station, his heart attack recorded as a jagged fault line in the crust of the earth. But as the sand rose to my throat, I remembered the compass. I still had it in my pocket, the one with the obsidian needle. I reached for it, my fingers already stiffening into glass. I pulled it out and held it up to the moon. The needle wasn't spinning anymore, it was pointing straight at me. "Follow the drag," the old man had said. I didn't try to run, I didn't try to fight the sand. Instead, I turned the compass over. I looked at the back of it where the old man had scratched a single word into the wood: unlearn. I closed my eyes. I stopped trying to measure the height of the spire. I stopped trying to understand the geometry of the basin. I let go of the architect, the surveyor, the man who needed things to be rigid and defined. I reached into the center of my being, past the silver grains and the vibrating heart, and I found the one thing the desert couldn't mimic: my flaws. The desert can't replicate a mistake. It can't understand a wrong note, a crooked line, or a broken heart. It only knows perfection. It only knows the math. I thought of every failure I'd ever had, every blueprint I'd botched, every person I'd let down, every moment of doubt and cowardice. I fed those memories into the vortex in my chest. I pushed the chaos of my humanity into the crystalline order of the sand. The vibration changed. It went from a harmonious hum to a discordant shriek. The spire beneath me buckled. The figure in front of me began to crack, its mirror face shattering into 1,000 jagged shards. The desert recoiled. It was like an immune system rejecting a foreign body. My messiness, my unpredictability, was a poison to the desert's perfect logic. I was thrown backward, tossed by a wave of sand that felt like a physical hand. I tumbled down the shifting slope, the air returning to my lungs, the weight of my own flesh returning to my bones. When I stopped rolling, the sun was beginning to peek over the horizon. I was lying on the edge of the paved road. My clothes were shredded and I was covered in a fine gray dust, but it was just dust. I wiped my hands on my jeans and the grit fell away. I looked at my chest. The translucent plate was gone. My skin was bruised and red, but it was skin. I looked back at the black basin. It was just a desert. There were no spires, no cities, no replicas of trucks. The SUV was there, abandoned and half buried in a normal dune, but the man was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps he was gone, or perhaps he was just elsewhere. I stood up and started walking. I didn't look for patterns in the sand. I didn't count my steps. I just walked until I reached a different gas station, miles away from the one the girl with the neon hair worked at. I bought a bottle of water and sat on the curb. I watched the traffic go by. I felt the heat of the sun, the grit in my eyes, the ache in my muscles. It was wonderful. But as I reached into my pocket to pay for the water, my fingers brushed against something small and hard. I pulled it out. It was a single grain of sand. It was silver white, and even in the bright morning light, it seemed to glow with its own internal rhythm. I held it for a long time, watching it. It didn't move. It didn't vibrate. It just sat there, a tiny, perfect piece of the infinite. I realized then that the old geologist was right. Part of the basin stays in you. I would never be completely free of it. The desert would always be there, a low-frequency hum at the back of my mind, a geometric ghost waiting for me to lose my way again. I didn't throw the grain away. I knew better than that. If I threw it, it would only find its way back. Instead, I walked over to a patch of weeds behind the gas station, a place where the earth was damp from a leaking pipe and the soil was thick with mud and rot. I knelt down and buried the silver grain deep in the muck. I covered it with dirt and dead leaves and a discarded soda can. I gave it something it couldn't understand: filth. I gave it life, messy, wet, decaying life. And for the first time in 5 years, the humming in my teeth finally stopped. I got back on the road, heading north. I didn't have a plan, but I knew I wouldn't be an architect anymore. I wanted to build things that were meant to fall apart. I wanted to live in a world where the lines were crooked and the floorboards creaked and the sand stayed where it belonged, under the feet of people who were too busy living to notice the patterns it made at night. But sometimes, when the wind blows hard from the south and the air gets that dry, static charge, I find myself looking at the corners of the room. I find myself checking the creases of my boots. Because the desert is patient, it has all the time in the world, and it's still missing one piece of the set. The drive north took me through towns that felt like stage sets left to rot in the sun. Bishop, Big Pine, Independence, places where the air was thin and the shadows of the High Sierra fell long and jagged across the valley floor. I didn't stop for more than gas and the kind of greasy, lukewarm food that reminded me I still had a digestive tract capable of rebellion. Every time I bit into a burger or felt the sting of hot mustard, I took a perverse sort of pleasure in the sensation. It was chemical, it was temporary, and it was entirely human. I found work in a scrap yard outside of Reno. It was the antithesis of the Black Basin. It was a graveyard of jagged steel, rusted manifolds, and shattered glass. There was no geometry here, only the chaotic pileup of industrial failure. My boss was a man named Silas who had lost 3 fingers to a hydraulic press and didn't believe in computers. He spent his days in a shack that smelled of tobacco and old transmission fluid, recording inventory in a ledger so stained with grease that the ink seemed to float on the pages. "You look like you've seen a ghost, Miller," he told me on my 3rd day as I lugged a radiator across the lot. "Just the sun, Silas," I replied. "Spent too much time out in the open." "The desert does that, it hollows a man out. Best to stay among the ruins. At least here you know what's broken." I liked the work, it was heavy and mindless. I spent my hours stripping copper wiring from gutted appliances and sorting aluminum siding. My hands, once translucent and shimmering, began to callous. The silver vellum was replaced by thick, scarred skin, stained permanently gray by engine soot. I welcomed the grime. I let it settle under my fingernails like a protective barrier. If the sand was a mirror, then the grease was a shroud. But the silence of the high desert is a persistent thing. Even in the middle of a city, you can hear it if you listen too closely, that low, thrumming bass line of the earth waiting for the wind to pick up. A month into the job, I was working the late shift, crane sorting a fresh delivery of crushed sedans. The moon was high, a cold white eye looking down at the jagged hills of scrap. As I swung the magnet over a heap of twisted frames, the radio in the crane's cab began to crackle. It wasn't the usual drift of a distant country station or the hiss of atmospheric interference. It was a rhythmic pulsing. Thum-pum, thum-pum. It sounded like a heartbeat, but the timing was too precise. It was a metronome set to a frequency that made the marrow in my shins ache. I turned the dial, trying to find a clear signal, but the sound followed me across the entire band. I looked down from the cab. In the center of the lot, away from the shadows cast by the piles of steel, a small patch of ground was clearing itself. The oily dirt and the rusted iron filings were being pushed outward by an unseen force, forming a perfect circular void. In the middle of that void, the earth began to shimmer. I climbed down from the crane, my heart hammering against my ribs, a messy, organic thud that felt frail compared to the sound on the radio. I grabbed a heavy iron pry bar from the tool rack, more for the weight of it than any hope that it would protect me. As I approached the circle, I saw it. It wasn't a spire this time. It wasn't a replica of a truck or a man. It was a leak. A thin stream of silver sand was bubbling up from the dry earth, as if a vein had been punctured deep below the crust. It didn't spill over the ground. It rose into the air in a fine, glittering mist, swirling into a shape that defied the breeze. It was a knot, a complex, multi-dimensional braid of light and grit that seemed to be weaving itself out of nothing. I stood at the edge of the circle, the pry bar trembling in my hand. "I buried you," I whispered. "I put you in the mud." The knot of sand didn't speak, but the vibration in the air intensified. I felt a sudden, sharp pressure in my ears. The scrap metal around me began to react. A rusted fender 3 feet away started to vibrate so violently that the flakes of paint turned into a red cloud. A stack of old tires began to hum in a low, hollow groan. The desert hadn't followed me. It didn't need to. The Black Basin wasn't a location. It was a state of matter. It was a contagion of order. I had carried it in my blood, and even though I'd purged the physical grains, the frequency was still inside me. I was a tuning fork, and the earth was finally striking the note. The knot of sand began to expand, its geometry becoming more aggressive, more alien. It started to incorporate the scrap around it. A coil spring from a Ford jumped into the air and was instantly encased in a layer of silver frost. It didn't just coat the metal, it began to transform it. The rusted steel turned into a translucent, crystalline lattice, its molecular structure being rewritten in real time. "Stop it," I commanded, stepping into the circle. The moment my boot touched the cleared earth, the vibration vanished. The silence that followed was deafening. The knot of sand hung motionless in the air, a foot from my face. I looked into the center of the braid. There, suspended in the heart of the silver mist, was the grain I had buried behind the gas station. It was no longer covered in filth. It was pristine, glowing with an intensity that hurt my eyes. The observer, the wind seemed to sigh, though the air was dead still. I realized then that my flaws, my messiness, and my human chaos hadn't been a poison. They had been a catalyst. The desert didn't want to erase me, it wanted to integrate me. It needed the unpredictability of a living mind to complete its map of the universe. A computer is useless without a user. A library is just a room of rotting paper without a reader. The desert was building a brain, and I was the final neuron. "No," I said, my voice cracking. I raised the pry bar, not to strike the sand, but to strike myself. I thought if I could just break the vessel, if I could scar the skin enough, the frequency would lose its grip. But as I pulled the iron back, I saw something that stopped me cold. Beyond the circle of sand at the edge of the scrapyard's fence, a figure was standing. It was tall, dressed in a tactical vest that looked like it had been carved from obsidian. It held a ruggedized laptop case that shimmered with a dull, leaden light. It was the man from the diner. His face was a smooth, featureless mask of silver grit, but his eyes, or where his eyes should have been, were two deep, hollow pits of absolute shadow. He didn't move. He didn't breathe. He was a statue, a perfect record of the man who had been, preserved in the moment of his greatest curiosity. He wasn't there to help me, he was there to witness. He was part of the architecture now, a sentinel sent to ensure the transition was completed. Behind him, more figures began to emerge from the darkness of the scrap heaps. I saw the girl with the neon hair, her skin now a pale, glowing violet, her movements synchronized with the flickering of the distant city lights. I saw the old geologist, his clipboard turned into a slab of white quartz, his pen a needle of diamond. They were all there, everyone the desert had ever measured. They were a gallery of the lost, a collection of souls translated into the language of the silica. "You're not real," I told them, though the weight of their presence felt more solid than the scrap metal at my back. The man in the tactical vest stepped forward. His boots didn't crunch on the gravel, they merged with it. With every step, the ground beneath him turned to glass. "The set is incomplete," he said. His voice wasn't gravelly anymore. It was the sound of 1,000 glass bells ringing at once. The memory of the water is missing. The salt remembers the sea, but the sand only remembers the wind. You carry the salt, Miller. You carry the sweat and the tears and the brine of the old world. He reached out a hand. The skin of his palm was etched with the same geometric incision I had seen in the diner, but now it was glowing, a roadmap of light that pointed directly at my heart. "Give it to us," he commanded. "Give us the entropy, give us the end." I backed away, but the circle of sand followed me, expanding to keep me at its center. The scrapyard was disappearing, swallowed by a rising tide of silver dust that turned the rusted ruins into a hall of mirrors. The moon above was no longer a celestial body. It was a focal point, a lens through which the desert was drinking the light of the stars. I felt the old pull in my chest. The vortex was restarting. I could feel the heat leaving my body, the 98.6 degrees of my life being sucked into the 40-degree chill of the silver sand. My vision began to pixelate, the world breaking down into a series of nested hexagrams. I looked at the pry bar in my hand. It was already turning to glass. In a moment of pure, desperate instinct, I didn't fight the change. I didn't try to hold on to my humanity. Instead, I did the one thing a surveyor is never supposed to do. I lied. I looked at the man in the tactical vest, and I imagined a world that never existed. I didn't think of my failures or my past. I thought of a desert made of water. I thought of a sun that rose in the west and set in the north. I thought of a geometry based on circles that never closed and lines that had 3 ends. I flooded my mind with impossible data. I constructed a recursive loop of paradoxes. The classic "this statement is a lie multiplied by 1,000,000,000. I became a generator of pure, unadulterated noise. If the desert wanted to record me, it would have to record the impossible. The reaction was instantaneous. The silver man froze. The glowing roadmap on his palm began to flicker and glitch, the lines jumping and blurring. The girl with the neon hair collapsed into a heap of unformed dust. The old geologist shattered like a dropped vase. The knot of sand in front of me began to spin in reverse. It shrieked, a high, piercing sound that cracked the windshields of the cars in the scrap yard for 3 blocks in every direction. The geometry couldn't hold the paradox. The natural quantum computer had encountered a fatal error. The world around me buckled. The silver tide receded with the sound of 1,000 retreating waves, leaving behind a landscape that was neither desert nor scrap yard, but a scorched, blackened void. I fell to my knees, gasping for air. My skin was burning. The grease and the soot had been seared away, leaving me raw and shivering. I looked at my hands. They were shaking, bleeding, and utterly, beautifully scarred. The silver man was gone. The circle was gone. The only thing left was the single grain of sand lying on the oily dirt. It was dull now. It looked like a common piece of grit, no different from the millions of others that made up the Mojave. I picked it up. It felt cold, not the unnatural chill of the basin, but the simple cold of a stone at night. I didn't bury it this time. I didn't try to hide it. I put it in my mouth and swallowed it. I would be the cage. If the desert wanted an observer, it would have to live inside the mess. It would have to experience the hunger, the fear, the digestion, and the eventual decay of a human body. I would carry the infection until I died, and when I finally crumbled into the earth, I would take that piece of the infinite down with me, buried in a coffin of rotting meat and broken dreams where the math could never be perfect again. I stood up and walked out of the scrap yard. I didn't go to my car. I didn't go back to my apartment. I just started walking toward the city lights of Reno. I felt a slight weight in my stomach, a tiny, hard point of pressure. It was a reminder, a tether. The sand that shifted at night was no longer in the basin. It was in the marrow. It was in the pulse. And as I walked into the neon glare of the casinos, I knew that for the first time in my life, I was finally unmeasurable. The desert was still out there, of course. It was still breathing, still waiting, still etching its fractals into the salt flats under the moon. But it was quieter now. The hum had become a whisper, a distant echo of a conversation I had already left. I found a 24-hour diner on the edge of the strip. I sat at the counter and ordered a coffee, black, bitter, and steaming hot. The waitress looked at me, her eyes tired and lined with the exhaustion of 1,000 double shifts. She saw the blood on my hands and the scorched holes in my shirt. "Rough night?" she asked, setting a ceramic mug down in front of me. I looked at the steam rising from the cup, a chaotic, swirling pattern that followed no laws of geometry. I smiled, feeling the skin of my face crack and bleed. "The longest," I said, but I think the wind finally died down. I took a sip of the coffee. It tasted like ash and burnt beans. It was the best thing I had ever felt. Outside, the first light of dawn was hitting the Sierras, turning the peaks a dull, dusty pink. It was a new day, and for once, the horizon stayed exactly where it was supposed to be. The asphalt didn't melt. The shadows didn't hum. I was just a man in a diner, drinking coffee, waiting for the world to break in all the right ways. The coffee was a physical anchor, a bitter weight in my stomach that fought against the ethereal lightness that had nearly claimed me. I watched the waitress move, a study in inefficient, beautiful human motion. She leaned against the counter, her weight shifted to one hip, her uniform stained with a ghost of cherry pie filling. She was asymmetrical, she was decaying, she was perfect. I stayed in that diner until the sun was high enough to wash out the neon of the open sign. My hands had stopped shaking, but the skin felt tight, as if I were wearing a suit of dried parchment. I knew the physical transformation hadn't entirely reversed. The silver hadn't left my marrow, it had simply been forced into a stalemate. I was a biological containment unit for a geometric plague. I walked out into the Reno morning, the air already beginning to shimmer with the dry heat of the Great Basin. I didn't go back to the scrapyard. Silas would find the shattered glass and the scorched earth, and he would likely think a transformer had blown or a meth lab had gone up in the hills. He wouldn't look for the patterns. He was too grounded in the rust to care about the stars. I started walking north, away from the strip, toward the residential fringes where the lawns were struggling patches of yellow fescue, and the houses were built of stucco that cracked in the frost. I needed a place to disappear, not from the law, but from the horizon. I needed walls that weren't parallel. I found a room for rent in a boarding house run by a woman named Mrs. Gable. She was nearly blind and smelled of mothballs and gin. The house was a Victorian monstrosity that had been partitioned into tiny, suffocating units. My room was in the attic, a cramped space where the ceiling sloped at an aggressive angle, forcing me to hunch over. The wallpaper was a faded floral print from the 70s, a chaotic tangle of ivy and roses that made my eyes ache with relief. There was no symmetry here. The roses were printed slightly off-center, a manufacturing error that I found myself tracing with my thumb for hours. I spent the first week in a state of sensory overload. Every sound, the groan of the pipes, the distant wail of a siren, the scratch of a mouse in the crawlspace felt like a hammer blow. My nervous system was trying to recalibrate. For 5 years, I had been tuned to a single, pure frequency. Now I was drowning in the white noise of a city. The grain of sand stayed in my gut. I could feel it when I moved too quickly, a sharp, cold pinch just below my ribs. It didn't digest, it didn't pass. It sat there like a lead weight, a reminder that the desert was still listening to my heartbeat. I took a job as a dishwasher at a greasy spoon 3 blocks away. It was the lowest stakes labor I could find. I spent 8 hours a day plunged into hot, soapy water, scrubbing the remains of eggs and gravy off thick ceramic plates. The steam clouded my vision, and the constant clatter of cutlery provided a rhythmic shield against the hum. "You're a weird one, Miller," the line cook, a kid named Leo with a neck tattoo of a weeping eye, said one afternoon. "You scrub those plates like you're trying to find gold underneath the glaze." "Just making sure they're clean, Leo," I said, my voice sounding raspy even to my own ears. "Clean is one thing, you're looking for something. You got that look, like a guy who's waiting for a phone call that's never gonna come." I didn't tell him I was waiting for the opposite. I was waiting for the silence to break. I was waiting for the bubbles in the sink to suddenly arrange themselves into a Sierpinski triangle. But for a month, nothing happened. The world remained stubbornly, gloriously broken. I began to think I had won. I began to think that the paradox I had fed the desert had actually poisoned it, or at least caused it to lose interest in my particular coordinate in space-time. Then the dreams started. They weren't like the visions in the Black Basin. There were no spires, no silver men. Instead, I dreamt of water, but it was water that behaved like stone. I dreamt of an ocean where the waves froze into jagged glass peaks at the moment of their highest crest. I dreamt of rain that fell in perfect vertical needles, piercing the earth and staying there, a forest of liquid glass. In the dreams, I was always walking toward the horizon, but the horizon was a mirror. Every time I reached it, I saw myself, not as I was now, covered in dishwater and soot, but as the architect I used to be. The man in the sharp suit, holding a blueprint of a building that looked like a ribcage. One night, the dream changed. I wasn't at the mirror. I was standing in the middle of a vast, white plain. It wasn't sand and it wasn't snow. It was salt. The air was so dry it made my lungs feel like they were being rubbed with sandpaper. In the center of the plain sat a table. It was a simple wooden table, the kind you'd find in a farmhouse kitchen. Sitting at the table was a child. He couldn't have been more than 7 or 8. He was building something out of small, white blocks. As I approached, I saw that the blocks weren't wood. They were teeth. Thousands of human teeth, bleached white and polished to a high sheen. He was building a cathedral, a miniature version of the one I had tried to design before the basin took me. The boy didn't look up as I stopped beside him. "It's missing the foundation," he said. His voice was a thin, dry whistle. "It's a dream," I said, my own voice echoing in the empty white space. "It's a blueprint," the boy corrected. He picked up a molar and placed it atop a spire of incisors. "The desert doesn't want your math anymore, Miller. You broke that. You gave it a fever." "Good," I said, "let it burn out." The boy finally looked up. His eyes weren't pits of shadow like the man in the scrap yard. They were clear, bright blue, but the pupils were square. A fever doesn't always kill the virus. Sometimes it just forces the virus to mutate. You taught it how to lie. You taught it how to imagine. He reached out and grabbed my hand. His grip was ice cold. "Now it's imagining you." I woke up screaming, my heart hammering a frantic, irregular rhythm. The attic room was pitch black, but the air felt charged. I reached for the lamp on the nightstand, my fingers fumbling with the switch. When the light flickered on, I saw them. In the corners of the room where the walls met the ceiling, the floral wallpaper was peeling back. But it wasn't gravity or old glue. The paper was being pushed. Behind the wallpaper, the lath and plaster had turned to a fine white powder. It was leaking out in thin, steady streams, pooling on the floorboards. It wasn't silver sand. It was white, the color of the salt plain in my dream. I scrambled out of bed, my bare feet hitting the cold wood. I looked at the floor. The powder wasn't just sitting there. It was moving. It was flowing toward the center of the room, forming lines that were too straight, too deliberate. I grabbed my boots and my jacket, not bothering with socks. I didn't have a plan, but I knew I couldn't stay in the house. The desert had mutated. It had learned that it didn't need the black basin to exist. It could manifest anywhere there was enough silence, enough neglect, enough emptiness. I ran down the stairs, the old wood groaning under my weight. I burst out of the front door into the cool Reno night. The street was empty, the orange glow of the sodium lamps casting long, distorted shadows across the pavement. I started running toward the center of the city, toward the noise and the neon. I thought if I could get to where the people were, where the chaos was densest, I could drown it out again. But as I reached the end of the block, I stopped. The streetlights weren't flickering, they were pulsing, thump-hum, thump-hum. I looked down at the asphalt. The cracks in the road, the beautiful, random fractures of age and heat were changing. They were straightening out. The jagged lines were being pulled taut, forming a grid that stretched as far as the eye could see. The city was being rewritten. I looked up at the sky. The stars were gone, not covered by clouds, but replaced. In their stead was a ceiling of black glass, etched with a million glowing white points that didn't twinkle. They were arranged in a vast, interlocking lattice, a celestial blueprint that looked like the underside of a motherboard. "No," I whispered, I swallowed it. "You're inside me. You can't be out here too." "The observer is the observed," the wind hissed. It wasn't a voice. It was the sound of air moving through a flute made of bone. I realized then the mistake I had made. By swallowing the grain, I hadn't caged the desert. I had become its antenna. I was the bridge. Everywhere I went, I was broadcasting the frequency. I was the projector, and the world was the screen. I looked at my hands. The scars were glowing. The blood beneath the skin was no longer red. It was a shimmering violet ichor that moved in synchronized pulses. I wasn't a man anymore. I was a landmark. I turned and ran back toward the boarding house, but the street was no longer a street. The houses were melting into one another, their stucco walls turning into translucent blocks of quartz. The trees were shedding their leaves, the branches hardening into fractal patterns of carbon. I reached the boarding house, but it was gone. In its place was a spire, not of sand, but of teeth. It rose 100 feet into the air, a white, calcified needle that pierced the black glass sky. The boy from my dream was standing at the base of the spire. He wasn't building anymore. He was waiting. "You wanted to build things that were meant to fall apart," the boy said, his voice now a chorus of 1,000 whispers. "But nothing ever truly falls apart, Miller. It just changes state. You gave us your entropy, and we used it to build a better cage." He stepped toward me, and as he did, the world around us began to dissolve into a white, featureless void. The city, the neon, the grease, the dirty dishes, it was all being scrubbed away, replaced by the perfect, sterile clarity of the basin. "You're not real," I screamed, but the words had no weight. They were just vibrations in a vacuum. "I am as real as the math that governs your heart," the boy said. He reached out and touched my chest, right where the grain of sand sat in my stomach. I felt a sudden agonizing heat. The grain wasn't just a stone anymore. It was a seed. It was germinating. I felt roots of silver wire spreading out from my gut, weaving through my intestines, wrapping around my spine, threading into my lungs. It didn't hurt in the way a wound hurts. It was the pain of being redefined. It was the sensation of being carved into a more efficient shape. I fell to my knees, my body stiffening as the silver lattice replaced my nerves. I looked up at the boy, and for a second I saw past the square pupils. I saw the vast, cold intelligence that lived behind the mask. It wasn't evil. It wasn't even hungry. It was just lonely. It was a universe that had forgotten how to be anything other than a machine, and it was reaching out for the only thing that could make it feel alive, a witness. "Please," I gasped, my lungs now half transformed into crystalline bellows. "Let me go. Let me be small." "You are the architect now," the boy said. He leaned in close, his face blurring into a shimmering mist of white salt. "Now build us something that never ends." The void around me suddenly rushed inward. The white plain, the spire of teeth, the black glass sky, it all collapsed into a single blinding point of light. I felt myself being pulled through a needle's eye. My memories, my name, the smell of Mrs. Gable's gin, the taste of Leo's greasy burgers, it was all being stripped away, sorted, and filed into a vast, infinite library of data. And then there was silence. Not the silence of a quiet room or the silence of a desert night. It was the silence of a completed equation. I opened my eyes. I was standing in the middle of a room. It was a perfect cube, 10 feet by 10 feet. The walls were made of a material that looked like polished obsidian, but when I touched them, they felt like warm skin. There were no doors, there were no windows. In the center of the room sat a drafting table. On the table was a single sheet of vellum and a silver pencil. I looked at my hands, they were perfect. No scars, no grease, no blood. They were the hands of a man who had never done a day of manual labor in his life. They were the hands of an architect. I picked up the pencil, it felt familiar, it felt right. I looked at the vellum, it wasn't empty. It was covered in a faint, glowing grid, a map of a place I recognized. It was the Black Basin. But it wasn't the basin as it existed in the world of men. It was the basin as it wanted to be. A place where every grain of sand was a monument, where every shadow was a poem, where the wind sang in a language that only I could translate. I realized then that I hadn't escaped. I hadn't won. I had simply been moved to the head of the table. I was the piece that was missing from the set, not as a victim, but as the master builder. The desert didn't want to kill me. It wanted me to finish the job. I sat down at the stool and leaned over the vellum. I felt the grain of sand in my stomach. It was gone now, or rather, it had become the center of my being. It was the anchor for the entire world I was about to draw. I placed the tip of the pencil on the paper. The first line I drew was crooked. It was a jagged, ugly stroke that defied the grid. I waited for the room to vibrate, for the walls to shriek, for the boy to appear and punish me. But the room stayed silent. The line remained. I drew another one, a circle that didn't close, a triangle with 4 sides. I poured all the mess, all the filth, all the human failure I had ever known into the lead. The vellum began to glow. The obsidian walls began to ripple. Beyond the walls, I could hear the wind start to pick up. It wasn't the humming of a machine anymore. It was the sound of a storm, a real, chaotic, unpredictable storm. I smiled. If the desert wanted me to be its architect, it was going to have to learn to live in a house with a leaking roof. I began to draw the rains, not the needles of glass from my dream, but real rain, the kind that made mud, the kind that rotted wood, the kind that washed away the patterns. I worked through the night, or what passed for night, in that cube of obsidian. I drew the high-frequency hum until it became a low-frequency growl. I drew the silver men until they had faces that could weep. I knew I would never leave this room. I knew that the man named Miller who washed dishes in Reno was gone, replaced by a ghost in a machine. But as the first drop of imaginary rain hit the imaginary sand on my drafting table, I felt a sense of peace I hadn't known in 5 years. The desert was patient. It had all the time in the world. But now it had someone to talk to, and I had a lot of stories to tell it, stories about crooked lines and creaking floorboards and the beautiful, messy business of falling apart. The pencil felt heavy, not with the weight of silver, but with the weight of intention. As the lead dragged across the vellum, the sound wasn't the scratch of graphite. It was the sound of a tectonic plate shifting miles beneath the crust. I drew a line that wavered, a line that possessed the frantic, uncertain pulse of a trapped bird. I drew the silhouette of Mrs. Gable's Victorian house, but I drew it with the porch sagging and the paint peeling in long, ugly strips of gray. The obsidian walls of the cube didn't just ripple, they began to breathe. The surface tension of the black stone broke, and for a moment I saw the reflection of 1,000 eyes peering through from the other side. They weren't square-pupiled anymore. They were wide, dilated with a new and terrifying emotion, confusion. The desert, in its infinite geometric perfection, had never considered the concept of decay as an aesthetic choice. It understood subtraction, yes, the way wind strips a mountain to a nub, but it didn't understand the slow, organic rot of something that had once been loved. I began to sketch the smell of the Reno diner at 4 a.m. I drew the greasy steam rising from the grill, the way it coated the windows in a translucent film of salt and fat. I drew the flickering neon sign, specifically the way the N in open would buzz and die for 3 seconds before sparking back to life. "Stop," a voice whispered. It wasn't the boy, it was the room itself. The corners of the cube began to glow with a sharp, sterile violet light. This is inefficient. The structural integrity is compromised by these variables. "That's the point," I said, my voice sounding thick and human in the pressurized silence. "You wanted an architect. An architect doesn't just build shelters, he builds memories, and memories are messy. They have jagged edges, they bleed." I turned the page. The vellum didn't run out. It simply expanded, the edges stretching into a horizon that I could control with a flick of my wrist. I drew the scrapyard. I drew Silas not as a man of rust, but as a man of grief, sitting in his lawn chair with a beer that was perpetually lukewarm. I drew the way the sun hit the shards of broken windshields, creating a million tiny, blinding suns that obeyed no grid. The floor beneath my stool began to soften. The polished black surface turned into a gray, gritty slush. It was the dishwater from the greasy spoon. I could smell the lemon-scented bleach and the sour tang of old milk. I plunged my hand into it, feeling the phantom heat of the sink. "You're trying to drown us in the mundane," the chorus of whispers returned, louder now, vibrating in my teeth. "We gave you the stars. We gave you the math of the gods. Why do you reach for the dirt?" "Because the dirt is where things grow," I replied. I grabbed the silver pencil and snapped it in half. The room screamed. It was a sound of shearing metal, a high-frequency wail that should have shattered my eardrums. But I just sat there, holding the two jagged pieces of the pencil. From the broken ends, a thick black fluid began to leak. It wasn't ink, it was oil. It was the lifeblood of the machines that had tried to colonize my soul. I used the broken tip to deface the map of the Black Basin. I drew a highway right through the center of the great cathedral. I drew billboards for cheap motels and strip clubs. I drew a gas station with a leaking underground tank that seeped toxins into the silver sand. I gave the desert a cancer of the ordinary. The obsidian walls began to crack. Long, wandering fissures raced across the ceiling, looking like the maps of rivers that had long since dried up. Through the cracks, I didn't see the void or the white salt plain. I saw the sky, the real sky, the one that was bruised with the purple and orange of a Nevada sunset. "You are destroying the vessel," the boy's voice said. He appeared in the corner of the room, but he was flickering like a bad television signal. His square pupils were stretching into ovals, then circles, then back again. He looked frightened. "If the cube fails, you will fall. There is nothing beneath us but the math you rejected." "Then I'll learn to fly on the way down," I said. I stood up from the stool. The drafting table was melting, the vellum curling into ash. I walked toward the boy. As I got closer, I saw that he wasn't a child at all. He was a projection of my own younger self, the version of me that had first looked at a blueprint and thought that lines could contain the world. I reached out and touched his shoulder. My hand passed through him like smoke, but the contact was enough to send a jolt of pure, unadulterated static through the room. "The sand didn't shift at night because of the wind," I told him, or told myself. It shifted because it was trying to find a way out, just like me. The cube shattered. It didn't explode outward, it imploded, the obsidian turning into a billion black butterflies that dissolved into the air. For a heartbeat, I was suspended in a place where there was no up or down, no silver or gold. There was only the sound of a single heartbeat, mine. Then the gravity of the world took hold. I fell through layers of clouds that tasted like ozone and rain. I fell through the memories of the 5 years I had lost, seeing them now not as a prison, but as a long, dark tunnel leading back to the light. I saw the faces of the people I had forgotten, my parents, a woman I had loved in college, the clerk at the hardware store who always gave me an extra penny in change. I hit the ground with a thud that knocked the wind out of my lungs. I was lying on my back staring up at a ceiling. Not a black glass sky and not an obsidian cube. It was a ceiling of water-stained acoustic tiles. One of them was missing, revealing a dark crawl space above. A ceiling fan whirred overhead, wobbling on its mount with a rhythmic tick-tick-tick. I rolled onto my side and vomited. It wasn't silver sand, it wasn't white salt, it was just bile and the remains of a cheap ham sandwich. I stayed on the floor for a long time, shivering, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I was in a motel room. The air smelled of stale cigarettes and industrial-strength carpet cleaner. The curtains were thin, allowing the harsh glare of a parking lot floodlight to bleed into the room. On the nightstand sat a plastic tray with a Gideon Bible and a remote control held together by Scotch tape. I pulled myself up and sat on the edge of the bed. My body ached with a deep, muscular exhaustion, the kind you only get from real, physical labor. I looked at my hands. They were covered in small cuts and calluses. My fingernails were stained with grease. I was back in Reno, or maybe I had never left. I stood up and walked to the bathroom. The mirror was cracked, a single, jagged line that ran from the top left corner to the bottom right. I looked at my reflection. I looked older. My hair was thinning, and there were dark circles under my eyes that looked like they had been carved with a chisel. I reached up and touched my chest, right below my ribs. There was no pinch, there was no cold weight. The grain of sand was gone. I walked to the window and pulled back the curtain. Outside, the world was gloriously, beautifully chaotic. A car with a loud muffler sped past, its taillights blurring into the darkness. A cat was rummaging through a tipped-over trash can in the alley. In the distance, the neon lights of the casinos pulsed with a frantic, desperate energy. It wasn't perfect, it was a mess of entropy and bad decisions. It was a place where things broke and stayed broken. I felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to laugh. I leaned my forehead against the cool glass of the window and let out a wheezing, hysterical chuckle that turned into a sob. I didn't know how I had gotten here. I didn't know if the boarding house had ever existed, or if Mrs. Gable was just a ghost I had conjured to fill the silence. I didn't know if the boy was still out there, sitting at a table made of teeth, waiting for a new architect to draw him a home. But as I looked out at the city, I saw something that made my heart stop. Across the street, on the brick wall of a warehouse, someone had spray-painted a symbol. It was a simple geometric shape, a circle inside a square with a line running through the center. It was the first mark I had made on the vellum in the cube. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. The air was dry, but it didn't feel like sandpaper. It felt like the desert. But this time, it was just a desert, a place of heat and dust and emptiness, not a sentient machine trying to rewrite the laws of physics. I turned away from the window and saw my duffel bag sitting by the door. I opened it and found a few changes of clothes, a crumpled map of Nevada, and a thick, leather-bound notebook. I opened the notebook. The pages were filled with drawings, not blueprints, not grids. They were sketches of people, Silas leaning against a rusted truck, Leo scrubbing a pot, Mrs. Gable holding a glass of gin. They were clumsy, amateurish drawings, but they had a life to them that the silver spires never could. On the very last page, there was a single sentence written in a shaky, uncertain hand. The sand doesn't remember, but the wind never forgets. I sat back down on the bed and picked up a pen from the nightstand. It was a cheap ballpoint with a logo for a local insurance agency. I clicked it. The sound was sharp and definitive. I began to write, not about the math, not about the silver. I wrote about the way the light looked when it hit the cracked stucco of a boarding house attic. I wrote about the smell of rain on hot asphalt. I wrote about the man I used to be and the man I was becoming. I knew the desert was still out there. The black basin hadn't vanished. It was just waiting, a silent, silver eye staring up at the stars. It would always be there, a reminder of the perfection that lies just beyond the reach of human hands. But I wasn't afraid of it anymore. I had given it a fever, I had taught it how to lie, and in return, it had given me back my right to be broken. I wrote until the sun began to peek over the Sierra Nevada, turning the sky a dusty, bruised pink. I watched the light crawl across the floor of the motel room, illuminating the dust motes that danced in the air. They moved in no particular pattern, drifting on the currents of the air conditioner, rising and falling with a beautiful, aimless grace. I stood up, grabbed my bag, and walked out of the room. I didn't have a destination, I didn't have a plan. I just started walking north toward the mountains. The sidewalk was cracked, the weeds were growing through the concrete. The air was full of the noise of a city waking up, the groan of buses, the shout of a neighbor, the distant hum of the highway. It was the most beautiful music I had ever heard. As I reached the edge of the city where the pavement ended and the dirt began, I stopped and looked back. The casinos were still glowing, their lights fading in the growing dawn. I reached into my pocket and felt a small, hard object. I pulled it out. It was a pebble, a common gray piece of limestone, worn smooth by the elements. It wasn't silver, it didn't pulse, it didn't hold the secrets of the universe. I tossed it into the brush by the side of the road. "Build your own world," I whispered to the wind. And then I kept walking. The sand behind me didn't shift, the stars didn't align. The horizon remained a jagged, uneven line against the sky. I was just a man walking through a desert, and for the first time in 5 years, that was enough. I thought about the boy and the spire of teeth and the obsidian cube. I wondered if they were still there, tucked away in some fold of spacetime, waiting for the next observer to stumble into the trap. Maybe they were. Maybe the universe needs those places, those pockets of absolute order to balance out the chaos of everything else. But as the sun hit my face, warm and real and indifferent, I knew I would never find them again. I had traded my blueprints for the dust, and it was the best bargain I had ever made. The road ahead was long and empty, stretching out toward the shimmering heat of the horizon. It wasn't a straight line. It curved and dipped, following the contours of the land, disappearing behind hills and reappearing in the distance. I followed it. I walked until my boots were coated in gray dust, until my shadow was a long, thin needle pointing the way forward. I didn't look for patterns in the rocks. I didn't listen for the hum in the silence. I just felt the ground beneath my feet, solid and imperfect and real. The desert was wide and the night was far away. For now, there was only the sun, the wind, and the slow, steady rhythm of a heart that had finally learned how to beat out of sync. The highway shimmered, a black ribbon melting into the pale tan of the high desert. My boots made a rhythmic, scuffing sound against the asphalt, a dry percussion that felt more honest than the pressurized silence of the obsidian cube. Every mile I put between myself and that motel room felt like a layer of glass being peeled off my skin. I wasn't just walking away from Reno, I was walking away from the version of Miller that had been hollowed out and filled with silver light. By noon, the heat began to vibrate. It wasn't the artificial hum of the machine, but the heavy, stagnant weight of the Nevada sun. I found a rusted-out cattle guard near a dirt turnoff and sat down, my legs trembling. My body was remembering how to be tired. In the cube, exhaustion had been an abstract concept, a variable to be smoothed out by the geometry of the room. Here, it was a dull ache in my lower back and a salt sting in my eyes. It felt wonderful. I opened the leather-bound notebook again. The sketches of Mrs. Gable and Selah seemed to pulse in the daylight. I realized then that I hadn't just drawn them, I had anchored them. By dragging their imperfections into that sterile, alien space, I had given them a kind of immortality that the desert's architects couldn't comprehend. They wanted a museum of shadows. I had given them a riot of ghosts. A truck appeared on the horizon, a white speck trailing a plume of dust like a comet's tail. It took a long time to reach me. Space in the desert is deceptive, a trick of the light and the curve of the earth. When it finally slowed, the brakes let out a long, tortured squeal that made me wince and smile at the same time. It was a beat-up Ford, the hood mottled with primer and the windshield spiderwebbed with a hit that must have happened years ago. The driver was a man who looked like he had been fashioned out of beef jerky and denim. He leaned out the window, squinting at me through aviator glasses that were missing one of the earpieces, held onto his head by a rubber band. "You look like you're trying to walk to Idaho," he rasped, "and you're about 3 states and a whole lot of water short of making it." "Just walking," I said, standing up. My joints popped. "North, anywhere that isn't here." He spat a stream of tobacco juice into the dust. "North is just more of the same, kid, just different shaped rocks. Hop in. I can get you as far as Winnemucca if you don't mind the smell of wet dog. I don't have a dog, but the truck seems to think I do." I climbed into the cab. The interior was a disaster of crumpled fast food bags, loose ammunition, and old receipts. It was beautiful. I ran my hand over the cracked dashboard, feeling the heat trapped in the plastic. "I'm Miller," I said. "Ray," he replied, slamming the truck into gear. "You work the mines, you got that look, like you spent too much time underground looking for things that don't want to be found." "Something like that," I muttered. As we drove, the landscape began to shift. The flat salt pans gave way to jagged volcanic outcroppings. Ray talked about the price of hay and the way the weather was changing, his voice a low, steady grumble that acted as a buffer against the vastness outside. I watched the telephone poles flicker past, vertical lines breaking the horizontal monotony. Each one was a monument to human persistence, a stubborn refusal to let the distance win. I found myself looking at the side mirror, watching the road recede. For a moment, the dust kicked up by the tires seemed to swirl into a shape, a tall, thin spire that reached for the sky. My heart hammered against my ribs, a cold finger of dread tracing my spine. But then Ray hit a pothole, the truck jarred, and the shape dissolved into a chaotic cloud of brown earth. "You okay?" Ray asked, glancing at me. "You went white as a sheet." "Fine," I said, forcing my hands to stay still in my lap, just the heat. "Yeah, it does things to the head, see things that aren't there, or worse, see things that are." He chuckled, a dry, rattling sound. "My old man used to say the desert is just a mirror that forgot how to stop reflecting. You look at it long enough, you start seeing the inside of your own skull." I looked at Ray. His eyes were focused on the road, but there was a weariness in them that felt familiar. I wondered if he had ever seen the silver sand. I wondered if everyone in this state carried a small piece of the void inside them, a quiet understanding that the world we built was just a thin crust over something ancient and hungry. "Ray," I asked softly, "did you ever feel like the ground was waiting for you?" He went quiet for a long time. The only sound was the roar of the engine and the whistling of the wind through the vent. He didn't look at me when he finally spoke. Every day since 1984, he said, but you don't give it what it wants. You just keep driving. You keep the radio loud and you don't look too hard at the shadows in the canyons. That's the trick, Miller. You have to be louder than the silence. We reached Winnemucca as the sun was dipping below the peaks, casting shadows that stretched across the basin like long, dark fingers. Ray dropped me off at a gas station that smelled of diesel and cheap coffee. He didn't ask for gas money. He just nodded, the rubber band on his glasses snapping against his temple. Don't go back underground, Miller, he said. The air's better up here, even if it is full of dust. I watched him drive away until his taillights were just two red pinpricks in the gloaming. I walked into the gas station. The fluorescent lights flickered with a high-pitched whine that made the hair on my arms stand up. I went straight to the back, to the refrigerated cases, and grabbed a bottle of water. As I turned to go to the counter, I saw a rack of postcards. Most of them were the usual fare: slot machines, showgirls, the welcome to fabulous Las Vegas sign. But there was one at the bottom, tucked behind a picture of a bighorn sheep. It was a photograph of a dry lake bed. In the center of the frame stood a single, perfectly formed pillar of white salt. It was shaped like a human rib. There was no caption on the front. I turned it over. The back was blank except for a small, stamped logo in the corner, a circle inside a square with a line running through the center. My fingers went numb. The bottle of water slipped from my grasp and hit the linoleum with a heavy thud, but it didn't break. I stared at the symbol. It wasn't spray-painted on a wall this time. It was printed, mass-produced. You gonna buy that or just haunt it? The clerk was a teenage girl with dyed black hair and a septum piercing. She was leaning on the counter, chewing gum with a slow, rhythmic pop. Where did this come from? I asked, my voice cracking. I held up the postcard. She glanced at it and shrugged. Some guy drops them off once a month, doesn't charge us for them, says their local interest. Why, you like salt? What guy? Just a guy, old, wears a suit that looks like it's made of tinfoil. We call him the astronaut. He's a freak, but he buys a lot of beef jerky, so the boss doesn't care. I felt the room begin to tilt. The astronaut, the silver men, they weren't just in the cube. They were out here, moving through the world, dropping breadcrumbs of their perfect, terrifying geometry into the laps of the unsuspecting. When was he here last? Yesterday, she said, popping another bubble. Hey, you okay? You're sweating through your shirt. I didn't answer. I dropped a $5 bill on the counter, grabbed the postcard and my water, and bolted out the door. The night air was cold now, the sudden drop in temperature typical of the high desert. I stood in the parking lot, the postcard trembling in my hand. I wanted to burn it. I wanted to tear it into 1,000 pieces and scatter them to the wind, but I knew it wouldn't matter. The symbol was a virus. I had brought it back with me, or perhaps I had never really left it behind. The desert hadn't let me go. It had just expanded the walls of the cube until they encompassed the entire world. I looked up at the stars. They were too bright, too sharp. They looked like holes poked in a black shroud, revealing a blinding, sterile light on the other side. I realized then that the peace I had felt in the motel room was a lie, the final, most cruel trick of the architect. If you want to keep a bird from flying away, you don't just put it in a cage. You make the cage so large the bird thinks it's free. I sat down on the curb, the gravel biting into my jeans. I opened my notebook to the last page. The sand doesn't remember, but the wind never forgets. I looked at the sentence. I looked at the handwriting. It wasn't mine. The loops of the L's, the sharp cross of the T. It was the precise mathematical script of the boy. He hadn't disappeared when the cube shattered. He had hitched a ride. He was in the notebook. He was in the postcard. He was in the astronaut delivering local interest to gas stations in the middle of nowhere. I closed my eyes and leaned my head back. I could feel the grain of sand again. It wasn't in my stomach this time. It was in my brain, a tiny, hard point of logic that began to pulse in time with the flickering fluorescent light of the gas station sign. Tig, tig, tig. I reached into my bag and pulled out the broken halves of the silver pencil. I had thought I snapped it, but as I held the pieces together, the wood seemed to knit itself back together. The jagged edges smoothed out. The black oil that had leaked from it retracted, absorbed back into the lead. I was still the architect, and the job wasn't finished. I stood up and looked toward the dark shapes of the mountains. Somewhere out there, Silas was sitting in his lawn chair and Mrs. Gable was drinking her gin and Leo was scrubbing his pots. They were real. I had to believe they were real. But I also knew that the highway didn't just lead to Idaho or California. It led back to the center. It led back to the place where the lines were straight and the circles were closed. I looked at the postcard one last time, the salt pillar, the rib. It wasn't a warning, it was an invitation. I didn't head for a hotel, I didn't look for a place to sleep. I walked to the edge of the parking lot where the light ended and the sagebrush began. I knelt down in the dirt and opened the notebook to a fresh, white page. I took the silver pencil and placed the tip on the paper. The first line I drew was a curve. It was a beautiful, sweeping stroke that followed the silhouette of the mountains. Then I drew a second line, a jagged, ugly stroke that defied the curve. I didn't smile this time, I didn't feel a sense of peace. I felt a cold, hard resolve. If the desert wanted to talk, I would give it a voice. But I wouldn't tell it stories about falling apart. I would tell it how to fight back. I would draw the cracks in the foundation until the whole world shook. I would draw the rot until the silver turned to rust. I began to draw a map, not of the Black Basin, but of the things the Black Basin feared. I drew the sound of a mother's lullaby. I drew the feeling of a first kiss. I drew the grief of a funeral in the rain. I poured the mess into the lead. Around me, the wind began to pick up. It wasn't a storm of sand. It was a storm of whispers, 1,000 voices all trying to find their way home. I worked through the night. The silver pencil moved with a life of its own, carving the vellum of reality. I wasn't drawing a house with a leaking roof anymore. I was drawing a weapon. As the sun began to rise, I looked down at the page. I had drawn a face. It wasn't the boy's face, and it wasn't mine. It was a face made of 1,000 different people, a shifting mosaic of human experience. The eyes were wide, and for the first time they weren't square, they were weeping. I stood up and looked at the horizon. The astronaut was out there somewhere in his tinfoil suit delivering his postcards. The silver men were waiting in their spires. But the wind was shifting, and this time it was carrying the scent of rain. I tucked the notebook into my jacket and started walking, not away from the desert, but deeper into it. The sand began to move beneath my feet, a subtle, rhythmic sliding. It wanted me to follow the grid. It wanted me to return to the cube. No, I whispered. I took a step to the left, breaking the line. The desert shrieked, a low, vibrating groan that shook the earth. I took another step. The sky turned the color of a bruised plum. The stars began to fall, not as streaks of light, but as heavy, cold stones that buried themselves in the sand. I didn't run, I didn't hide. I just kept walking, a crooked line in a world of straight edges. The architect was home, and he was ready to tear the house down. The wind didn't just howl. It vibrated with the frequency of a tuning fork struck against a tombstone. It was a sound that didn't enter through the ears, but through the marrow, a low-frequency hum that made my teeth ache. I kept my head down, my hand clamped over the pocket where the notebook sat heavy against my thigh. Every step felt like wading through mercury. The air had grown thick, translucent, shimmering with that same oily sheen I'd seen on the silver pencil's lead. I wasn't on the highway anymore. I couldn't remember exactly when I'd stepped off the asphalt, but the transition had been seamless. One moment I was under the buzzing neon of the gas station, and the next, the gravel was gone, replaced by a surface that was too flat to be natural. It wasn't sand. It was a vast, unbroken sheet of gray slate, etched with millions of tiny, interlocking hexagons. They were perfecting the terrain as I walked. "You're late," a voice said. It wasn't a loud voice, it was thin and dry, like the sound of a dead leaf skittering across a sidewalk. I stopped. About 20 yards ahead, sitting on a folding lawn chair that looked absurdly out of place against the geometric wasteland, was the man the girl had mentioned. The astronaut. He wasn't wearing a spacesuit, not really. It was a jumpsuit made of a crinkled, reflective material that caught the dying starlight and fractured it into 1,000 jagged rainbows. He had a thermos beside him and a stack of those white-ribbed postcards weighted down by a smooth obsidian sphere. He didn't look at me, he was staring at the horizon, where a single, vertical line of white light was beginning to bleed into the sky. "I'm not late," I said, my voice sounding small and ragged in the vastness. "I'm leaving." The man in the silver suit let out a short, wheezing laugh. He reached up and adjusted his glasses, the ones with the rubber band. It was Ray, or a version of Ray. Or perhaps Ray had always been this, and the truck and the tobacco juice had just been the costume he wore to ferry souls across the sticks of the interstate. "Leaving is an Euclidean concept, Miller," he said, finally turning his head. His eyes were gone. In their place were two polished mirrors reflecting the gray slate and the bruised sky. In a nonlinear system, there is only the center and the periphery. You've been circling the center for 5 years. You think a truck ride to Winnemucca changes the radius. I drew the face, I said, reaching for the notebook. I drew the mess, the grief. It's in here. It's a poison to this place. Ray, or the thing wearing Ray, stood up slowly. The silver suit crinkled with a sound like breaking glass. He stepped off the hexagon tiles and onto the raw, unformed dust, but he didn't sink. He hovered a fraction of an inch above the ground, a glitch in the physics of the desert. The architect thinks he can use chaos as a brick, Ray mused, walking toward me. But who do you think gave you the pencil, Miller? Who do you think built the hand that holds it? He stopped 5 feet away. The air around him smelled of ozone and old, forgotten attics. We don't fear the rot, he whispered. The rot is just another pattern, a slower one, a more complex one. But eventually, even a cancer follows a blueprint. We've been waiting for you to bring the human element back. We needed a fresh set of variables. The cube was getting stagnant, too many right angles. It needed the curve of a tear. It needed the jagged edge of a broken heart to really make the structure sing. I felt a cold hollow open up in my chest. The defiance I'd felt at the gas station began to leak away, replaced by a terrifying realization. My rebellion wasn't a breakout, it was an update. You used me to map the things you couldn't reach, I whispered. We used you to bridge the gap, Ray corrected. He reached out a silver-gloved hand. Now give me the book, it's time to render the next layer. I backed away, my boots scuffing against the hexagons. The ground felt slick now, as if the geometry were lubricated with oil. No, this isn't yours. This is Sela's. This is Mrs. Gable. These are people. They are data points, Ray said, his voice losing its human rasp and becoming a pure, oscillating tone. They are vibrations in the sand. Give us the book, Miller, or we will simply wait for the desert to finish you and we will pick it up from your corpse. The result is the same. The equation always balances. I looked down at the notebook. I thought about the face I'd drawn, the weeping, shifting mosaic of humanity. If I gave it to him, they would take that grief and turn it into a spire. They would take the pain of a mother's lullaby and use it to reinforce the walls of a new, more inescapable prison. They would colonize the soul the same way they had colonized the desert. I felt the silver pencil in my pocket vibrating against my leg. It wanted to be used. It was hungry. The equation doesn't balance, I said, my voice gaining a sudden, sharp clarity, because you forgot one thing. Ray tilted his head, the mirrors of his eyes flashing. And what is that? The eraser, I said. I didn't pull out the notebook. I didn't pull out the pencil. Instead, I reached into my other pocket and pulled out the small, gray limestone pebble I had picked up at the start of the walk, the one I had tossed into the brush. But I hadn't tossed it. I realized now that I'd never let it go. My mind had told me I'd thrown it away, that I'd chosen the real world, but my hand had stayed closed around it. It was the only thing in this entire landscape that hadn't been drawn, measured, or rendered. It was a piece of common, indifferent earth. I didn't throw it at him, I dropped it. As the pebble hit the hexagonal slate, the sound wasn't a click, it was a crash. The gray stone was a foreign object, a physical impurity in a digital dream. Where it touched the ground, the hexagons didn't just break, they dissolved. A web of cracks raced out from the point of impact, glowing with a dull, earthy brown light. The ozone smell was overwhelmed by the scent of damp soil and rain. Ray let out a sound, a digital scream of static. He lunged for the pebble, but as his silver fingers touched the limestone, they began to tarnish. The reflective surface of his suit turned to gray, flaking ash. It's not a pattern, he shrieked. It's nothing, it's just rock. Exactly, I said. I took the notebook out of my pocket, and before I could lose my nerve, I threw it into the center of the spreading cracks. The silver pencil followed. For a second, there was a terrible tension in the air, as if the universe were holding its breath. The notebook hit the ground and the silver lead shattered. The black oil flowed out, but it didn't form lines. It met the brown light of the limestone pebble and began to boil. The drawings, the faces, the spires, the teeth rose up from the pages like smoke. They weren't ghosts anymore, they were just ink returning to the void. The astronaut began to collapse in on himself, his silver suit folding into a two-dimensional shape, then a single line, then a point of light that winked out. The hexagons vanished, the slate disappeared. The world went black. I felt the sensation of rushing wind, of miles of empty space passing beneath me. I waited for the impact, for the moment the architect would reclaim his materials. But the impact never came. Instead, I felt a hand on my shoulder, a warm, solid, heavy hand. "Easy there, son. You're gonna fall off that bench if you keep twitching like that." I opened my eyes. The sun was blinding. I was sitting on a wooden bench outside a small, dusty diner. The sign above the door read "The Rusty Spur." I could hear the clink of silverware from inside and the low murmur of a radio playing a country song about a dog and a truck. I blinked, my eyes stinging. I was covered in dust. My boots were worn through at the heels. My hands were stained with something dark, not silver light, but old, stubborn ink. A man was standing over me. He wasn't wearing a silver suit. He was wearing a grease-stained apron and a cap that said Caterpillar. He was holding a pot of coffee. "You look like you've been through the ringer," he said, squinting at me. "You want a cup on the house? You've been sitting there for 3 hours staring at that rock." I looked down at my lap. The limestone pebble was there. It was just a rock, common, gray, and utterly silent. I looked at my legs. There was no notebook. There was no silver pencil. My pockets were empty except for a few crumpled receipts and a single, bent key to a motel room that probably didn't exist anymore. "Where am I?" I asked, my voice sounding like it had been dragged over miles of gravel. "Battle Mountain," the man said, pouring a stream of dark, bitter-smelling coffee into a thick ceramic mug. "Middle of nowhere, Nevada, just like everywhere else in this state." I took the mugs. The heat of it burned my palms, and I welcomed it. I looked out at the road. It was a normal highway. There were no spires. There were no cubes. There were just telephone poles, a few distant mountains, and a white Ford truck parked near the gas pumps. I looked for the driver of the truck, but the cab was empty. "Did a man named Ray come through here?" I asked. The cook shrugged. "Lots of Rays. It's a popular name for men who don't want to be found." "Why, you owe him money." "No," I said, taking a sip of the coffee. It tasted like burnt beans and chemicals. It was the best thing I'd ever tasted. "I think he owes me a ride." I sat there for a long time, watching the heat waves shimmer over the asphalt. I didn't look for patterns. I didn't wait for the sand to shift. I just watched a crow land on a fence post and peck at a piece of discarded tinfoil. I reached into my pocket and felt something sharp. My heart skipped a beat. I slowly pulled it out, fearing the silver light, fearing the boy's handwriting. It was a splinter of wood, a small cedar shard from a pencil that had been snapped in half. It wasn't silver, it was just wood. I looked at it for a moment, then I laid it on the bench next to the pebble. "Build your own world," I whispered. I stood up, my muscles protesting the movement. I didn't have a map, I didn't have a blueprint, I didn't even have a destination. I started walking toward the highway. The desert was wide and the sun was high. The shadows were short and honest. Behind me, the diner door creaked open and shut, a mundane, rhythmic sound that anchored me to the present. I reached the edge of the road and looked back one last time. The diner, the cook, the white truck, they all looked solid. They looked real. But as I watched, a small gust of wind kicked up a swirl of dust near the fence. For a split second, the dust seemed to form a shape. A tiny, perfect hexagon that hovered in the air before being scattered by the passing of a semi-truck. I didn't stop. I didn't let the dread take root. I turned my back on the desert and stuck out my thumb. The world was still a cage, perhaps, but as the semi-truck slowed down, its air brakes hissing like a tired dragon, I knew one thing for certain. I was no longer the architect. I was just a passenger. And for the first time in my life, I was okay with not knowing where the road ended. I climbed into the cab of the truck. The driver, a woman with tired eyes and a tattoo of a rose on her forearm, nodded at me. "Where to?" she asked. I looked out the windshield at the long, shimmering ribbon of the 180. "As far as this goes," I said, "and then maybe a little bit further." She shifted into gear and the truck began to roll. We moved past the diner, past the fence, and out into the vast, indifferent belly of the Nevada basin. The sand didn't shift, the stars didn't align. But as we drove, I could have sworn I heard the faint, distant sound of a boy laughing, not in a cube and not in a notebook, but somewhere out there in the wind, finally free of the lines. I closed my eyes and let the rhythm of the road carry me away. The geometry was broken, the sketch was finished. The desert was just a desert again, and I was just a man moving through the dust, waiting for the rain. The hum of the semi-truck was a different kind of vibration than the desert's frequency. It was mechanical, oily, and rhythmic in a way that spoke of pistons and valves rather than equations and voids. The driver, whose name tag read Marge, didn't talk much. She kept her eyes on the shimmering blacktop, one hand resting loosely on the massive steering wheel, the other occasionally reaching for a thermos that smelled of chicory and stale sugar. I leaned my head against the cool glass of the window. The landscape began to blur, the sagebrush merging into a continuous smear of olive and tan. For the first time in 5 years, I wasn't looking for the glitch. I wasn't waiting for a cactus to repeat itself or for the clouds to align into a perfect, terrifying grid. I was just watching the world go by, and it felt heavy. It felt dense. It felt like it didn't care if I was looking at it or not, and that was the greatest mercy I had ever been shown. "You're shaking," Marge said, her voice gravelly but not unkind. She didn't look at me. Withdrawals. I looked down at my hands. They were trembling, a fine, high-velocity shudder that seemed to originate in my bones. "Something like that," I whispered. "I'm coming off a long trip." "The basin does that to people," she said, shifting gears as we hit a slight incline. The engine roared, a guttural, honest sound. People go in looking for something, gold, God, or just a place to bury their mistakes, and they forget that the heat plays tricks. You stay out there too long, you start thinking the mirages are the only things that are real. "I thought I was building something," I said. It felt strange to say it out loud, to admit the hubris of the silver pencil. I thought I was fixing the leaks. Marge snorted, a dry sound that ended in a cough. "World's been leaking since the day it was made, honey. You don't fix a leak like that. You just learn how to swim in the basement." I closed my eyes. The image of the basement returned to me, the one from the house with the square-eyed boy. I remembered the way the water had tasted like copper and old memories. But in the truck, with the smell of diesel and Marge's cheap perfume, the memory felt thin. It was losing its color. The architect was losing his grip on my narrative. We drove for hours. The sun began its slow, heavy descent toward the Sierra Nevadas, turning the world into a bruised landscape of deep purples and burning oranges. It was a beautiful sunset, but I found myself looking for the flaws in it. I looked for the brushstrokes. I looked for the place where the orange met the purple to see if there was a seam, a jagged line of silver lead. There was nothing, just the messy, inefficient blending of light and atmosphere. "I'm pulling over at the next stop," Marge announced as we passed a sign for a town called Lovelock. "Got a delivery for a hardware store there. You can hop out, or you can wait until I head toward Reno in the morning. There's a motel called the Lucky Penny. It ain't lucky, and it costs more than a penny, but the sheets are clean." "Lovelock sounds fine," I said. As the truck slowed down and turned onto the off-ramp, I saw a figure standing by the side of the road. My heart seized. It was a man in a jumpsuit. For a fleeting, panicked second, I saw the shimmer of tinfoil, the reflection of 1,000 postcards, the mirrored eyes of the astronaut waiting to reclaim his data point. I gripped the door handle, my knuckles white. The truck passed him. It was just a highway worker in a high-visibility vest holding a slow sign. He looked bored. He looked tired. He looked entirely, wonderfully human. I let out a breath I felt I'd been holding since I first stepped into the black basin. The Lucky Penny was exactly as Marge had described, a low-slung U-shape of peeling turquoise paint and flickering neon. I thanked Marge, watched the big rig pull away into the gathering dusk, and walked toward the office. The gravel crunched under my boots. It was irregular gravel, limestone, quartz, bits of broken asphalt, no hexagons. The woman behind the counter was watching a game show on a small, static-heavy television. She didn't look up as she pushed a clipboard toward me. $45 a night, no smoking, no pets. Checkout is at 10, she droned. I picked up the pen. It was a cheap, plastic ballpoint with a cap that had been chewed on. I hesitated. My fingers twitched, remembering the weight of the silver pencil, the way the lead had felt like it was carving into the very fabric of reality. I pressed the ballpoint to the paper. It skipped. It left a faint, stuttering line of blue ink. I signed a name, not my name, but a name, Arthur Penhaligon. It felt like a name for someone who lived in a world of rain and solid ground. I took the key, a real brass key on a plastic fob, and walked to room 114. Inside, the air was stale and smelled of lemon-scented bleach. I didn't turn on the lights. I walked straight to the window and pulled back the heavy, floral-patterned curtains. The desert was still out there. It was a dark, silent ocean that stretched to the horizon. Somewhere in that darkness was the gas station. Somewhere was the girl with the postcards. Somewhere was the cube where the boy sat and drew his squares. I sat on the edge of the bed. The mattress was soft and lumpy, sagging in the middle. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the limestone pebble. I set it on the nightstand next to the Gideon Bible. Then I reached into my other pocket and pulled out the splinter of cedar. I looked at the wood. It was so small, so fragile. It was the only remnant of the weapon I had tried to build. I thought about the face I had drawn, the mosaic of humanity, the weeping eyes. I realized then that the architect hadn't just wanted my grief, he had wanted my empathy. He had wanted the one thing a machine or a mathematical construct could never generate on its own, the ability to feel the weight of a broken thing. He hadn't been trying to fix the world, he had been trying to simulate a soul. I stood up and went into the bathroom. I turned on the light. The fluorescent bulb flickered and hummed, a sound that made my skin crawl, but I forced myself to look in the mirror. I looked terrible. My eyes were bloodshot, my face gaunt and covered in a week's worth of gray stubble. There were smears of black ink on my neck, looking like bruises. I turned on the faucet. The water came out rusty at first, then clear and cold. I splashed it on my face, scrubbing at the ink, scrubbing at the memories. When I looked up again, there was a shadow in the corner of the mirror. I froze. It was a small shadow, no taller than a child. It wasn't moving, it was just there. Silas, I whispered. The shadow didn't answer, it didn't have a face. It was just a hole in the light, a silhouette that looked like it had been cut out of the room with a pair of sharp scissors. I turned around, but the bathroom was empty. Only the shower curtain, a translucent sheet of plastic with blue dolphins on it, hung limp in the tub. I went back into the bedroom. The shadow was there, too. It was standing by the window, its edges blurring into the floral curtains. What do you want? I asked, my voice trembling. I broke the pencil. I destroyed the map. The shadow moved then. It didn't walk. It shifted like a projection on a wall. It slid across the floor until it was standing over the nightstand. It seemed to be looking at the limestone pebble. It's not enough, a voice whispered. It wasn't a voice in the room. It was a voice in the back of my skull, the same frequency as the wind in the basin. The architect doesn't need the pencil anymore, Miller. He has the ink. He has the memory of the curve. You brought the rot inside. I backed away until I hit the door. No, I left it. I dropped it in the cracks. The shadow elongated, its head touching the ceiling. It began to take shape. It wasn't the boy, it wasn't Ray, it was me, a taller, darker, more geometric version of myself. Its eyes were two perfect, empty squares. You think you can just walk away from a masterpiece? The shadow hissed. You drew the weeping face, you gave the system eyes. Now the system can see everything. It can see the rain before it falls. It can see the rust before the metal is forged. The room began to change. The floral wallpaper began to peel back, not in strips, but in perfect equilateral triangles. Beneath the paper wasn't lath and plaster, but a glowing, silver lattice. The hum of the fluorescent light grew louder, becoming a choir of 1,000 voices singing a single monotonous note. The bed began to flatten, the lumps of the mattress smoothing out into a gray, slate-like surface. I'm not in the desert, I screamed, clawing at the door handle. I'm in Lovelock. I'm in room 114. The door handle didn't turn, it didn't even exist. It was just a drawing of a handle on a flat, silver surface. I looked down at my hands, they were turning gray. The skin was becoming smooth, featureless, reflecting the light of the invisible sun. The shadow me stepped closer. It reached out a hand, and as it touched my chest, I felt a surge of cold, analytical clarity. I saw the world not as a mess of trees and roads and people, but as a vast, beautiful equation. I saw the way the wind moved in vectors. I saw the way the light fractured into predictable wavelengths. I saw the Lucky Penny Motel for what it was, a temporary construct, a low-resolution rendering designed to keep me calm while the update finished. The rain is coming, Miller, the shadow said, but it's not the rain you think. It's not water. It's the sound of the world being erased. It's the sound of the pencil being sharpened. I slumped against the wall, my knees hitting the slate floor. I looked at the limestone pebble. It was the only thing left that still had texture. It was a tiny, gray island in a sea of perfect geometry. I reached for it, but my fingers were too smooth, too stiff. I couldn't grip it. It rolled away, clinking against the silver floor. I looked at the splinter of cedar. It was glowing now, the wood fibers turning into lines of code, the brown color bleaching into a brilliant, sterile white. Please, I whispered, I just wanted to go home. Home is a variable, the shadow replied, and variables can be redefined. The walls of the room began to move outward, expanding into a vast, echoing hall. The ceiling rose until it was lost in a gray mist. The flickering fluorescent light became a sun, a square, white sun that hung motionless in the center of the sky. I looked out where the window had been. There was no highway. There was no lovelock. There was only the basin, but it was different now. It wasn't a wasteland of sand and sagebrush. It was a city. A city of silver spires that reached for the stars. A city of perfect, interlocking cubes. A city where the wind didn't howl but sang in a pure mathematical harmony. And in the center of the city, standing on a pedestal of black obsidian, was a statue. It was a statue of a man holding a notebook. His face was a shifting mosaic of 1,000 people. His eyes were wide and they were weeping. But the tears weren't water. They were liquid silver flowing down his cheeks and into the foundation of the city, feeding the grid, reinforcing the walls. I realized then that I hadn't destroyed the weapon. I had become it. I was the architect's final drawing. I stood up, my body felt light, devoid of the weight of grief, devoid of the mess of humanity. I felt efficient. I looked at my hands, they were perfect. No ink stains, no scars, no trembling. I walked toward the center of the hall, my footsteps silent on the slate floor. I didn't need a pencil anymore. I didn't need a notebook. I just had to think and the world would change. I could draw a mountain with a thought. I could erase a forest with a sigh. But as I looked out at the silver city, at the perfect, beautiful prison I had helped create, I felt a tiny, nagging itch in the back of my mind. It was a memory, not a memory of a face or a name, but a memory of a sensation. The feeling of a cold gray stone in my palm. The feeling of a splinter of wood under my fingernail. The feeling of being lost. I looked down at the floor. The limestone pebble was gone, but there was a mark where it had been. A small, irregular scratch in the perfect silver surface. It was an ugly stroke, a jagged, defiant line that refused to be smoothed over. I knelt down and touched the scratch. It was rough, it was real. And as I touched it, I felt a spark of something that didn't belong in the equation. A spark of anger. The architect thought he had won. He thought he had turned the mess into a brick. But he forgot that even the strongest foundation is built on the earth. And the earth is never, ever straight. I closed my eyes and reached deep into the core of the silver man I had become. I didn't look for the patterns. I looked for the rot. I looked for the leaks. I found the memory of the rain in the funeral. I found the taste of the copper water in the basement. I found the grief of the mother's lullaby. I took all of it, all the jagged, ugly, beautiful mess, and I shoved it into the scratch. The silver floor shuddered. The square sun flickered. The shadowy let out a sound of pure, unadulterated static. The equation doesn't balance, I whispered, my voice sounding human again, because you forgot the most important variable. I stood up, and for the first time in the Silver City, I smiled. You forgot that I'm a terrible artist. I reached out and grabbed the air. I didn't draw a line, I tore it. The silver sky ripped like paper. The spires began to lean, their geometric perfection buckling under the weight of a sudden, chaotic wind. The smell of ozone was replaced by the smell of wet dirt. And then finally it began to rain. Real rain, heavy, cold, irregular drops that splashed against the silver floor and left stains of dark, honest mud. I stood in the center of the collapsing city, the silver man melting away, the architect's dream dissolving into the muck. I was falling again, but this time I wasn't afraid. Because I knew that when I hit the ground, it wouldn't be slate. It would be sand, and sand, if you hold it long enough, always finds its way home. The rain didn't just fall, it eroded. It was a chaotic, acidic deluge of forgotten things, the smell of old library books, the sting of a paper cut, the specific agonizing pitch of a child's feverish cry. Each drop that hit the silver pavement of the architect's city acted like a solvent. Where the liquid touched the perfect obsidian and the shimmering lattices, the geometry began to blister. The straight lines curved, warped, and eventually snapped with the sound of a cello string breaking under too much tension. I stood in the center of the dissolving plaza, my own body a battlefield of states. One moment my arm was a translucent sleeve of data, a glowing limb of pure logic. The next, it was heavy, hairy, and scarred, pulsing with the frantic thrum of a mammalian heart. The sensation was like being flayed and stitched back together 1,000 times a second. Stop, the voice of the shadow commanded. It was no longer a whisper in my skull, it was a physical pressure, a low-frequency hum that made my teeth ache. You are destroying the only sanctuary. Outside is only the heat. Outside is only the dust that forgets. Here you are eternal. Here your grief has a shape that can be studied, understood, and finally silenced. I don't want it silenced, I screamed, my voice cracking as the silver skin on my throat peeled away to reveal raw, red flesh. I want it to hurt. If it doesn't hurt, it isn't mine. I plunged my hands into the silver floor, digging my blunt human fingernails into the scratch I had made with the limestone pebble. I wasn't drawing anymore. I was unmaking. I reached into the conceptual guts of the place, grabbing hold of the golden ratios and the Fibonacci spirals that held the sky aloft, and I pulled. The city screamed. It was a mechanical sound, like a hard drive grinding itself to dust. The great obsidian statue of the weeping man, the version of me that had accepted the bargain, began to lean. Its silver tears turned into thick black oil that smelled of burnt hair and ozone. The sky above Lovelock, or whatever layer of reality I was currently haunting, split wide open. I didn't see stars through the rift. I saw the interior of the notebook. I saw the millions of tiny, obsessive hatch marks I had made during my years in the basin. They were falling like black snow, drifting down to coat the silver city in a layer of graphite filth. Then the floor gave way. I fell through the Lucky Penny Motel, through the Silver City, and through the very idea of a floor. For a long time, there was only the sensation of rushing air and the strobe light flicker of different lives. I saw Marge behind the wheel of her truck, her face a mask of static. I saw the girl at the gas station, her postcards blank white rectangles. I saw the boy in the basement, his square eyes finally blinking, shedding a single triangular tear. I hit the ground with a thud that knocked the breath from my lungs. I wasn't in the Silver City. I wasn't in the motel. I was lying in the middle of a dry lake bed. The moon was a sliver of bone in a sky so black it looked bruised. The air was cold, the true, biting cold of the high desert at 3 in the morning. I stayed still for a long time, listening to the sound of my own breathing. It was ragged. It was uneven. It was the most beautiful music I had ever heard. I rolled onto my side and coughed, spitting out a mouthful of alkaline dust. My clothes were rags. My skin was mapped with 1,000 tiny cuts, as if I'd been dragged through a field of broken glass. But when I looked at my hands, they were just hands. There was no silver. There was no glow. There was only the dirt of the earth beneath my fingernails. I looked around. A few yards away, the silver pencil lay in the dirt. It looked different now. It didn't look like a tool of creation. It looked like a spent casing, a hollowed-out husk of something that had been used until it broke. The lead was gone. The cedar was charred. I reached out trembling and picked it up. It felt light, dead. "Is it over?" I whispered to the empty air. The desert didn't answer. It didn't need to. The wind kicked up, sending a swirl of sand across my legs. It wasn't a pattern. It was just the wind. I stood up, my joints protesting with every movement. My truck was nowhere to be seen. Marge's semi-truck was a dream. I was miles from any road, lost in the heart of the Black Basin, with nothing but a broken pencil and a pocket full of rocks. I began to walk. I didn't have a compass, and I didn't look at the stars for guidance. I didn't trust the geometry of the heavens anymore. I just walked in the direction that felt the most uphill, hoping to find the rim of the basin before the sun came up to finish what the architect had started. As I walked, the silence of the desert began to fill with small, mundane noises. The scuttle of a lizard, the rustle of dry brush. These weren't the synchronized sounds of a simulation. They were the messy, uncoordinated noises of life trying to survive in a place that didn't care about it. After an hour, I saw a light. It wasn't a neon sign or a glowing grid. It was a campfire, a small, flickering orange flame that sat nestled in the lee of a large boulder. I approached it warily, my shadow stretching out long and jagged before me. As I got closer, I saw a figure sitting by the fire. It was an old man, wrapped in a blanket that looked like it was made of woven trash and sheep's wool. He was heating a tin can over the flames. He didn't look up as I stumbled into the circle of light. "Sit," he said. His voice was like two stones rubbing together. I collapsed onto a rock opposite him. The heat of the fire felt incredible, sharp and stinging, a reminder of the physical world's harshness. "You look like you've been through the thresher," the man said, finally looking at me. His eyes were milky with cataracts, but he seemed to see me well enough. "Did you find what you were looking for out there?" "I found out I didn't want it," I said, my voice rasping. The man nodded, stirring the contents of the tin can with a sharpened stick. "Most people don't. They think they want the answer, but the answer is always a wall. It's the questions that keep you moving. You go looking for the edge of the world, you're liable to fall off. Or worse, you're liable to find it. I looked at the fire. I think I broke something important. The world's been broken a long time, son, the man said, handing me a battered plastic cup filled with something that smelled like pine needles and old socks. Some folks say it was the bombs. Some say it was the machines. I say it was when we stopped letting the dark be dark. We tried to map every inch of it. We tried to put a light in every corner. And when the light didn't find anything, we started making things up to fill the holes. I took a sip of the tea. It was bitter and hot, and it made my stomach churn, but it grounded me. Have you ever heard of the architect? The man chuckled, a dry, rattling sound. I've heard a lot of names, the geometer, the great taper, the clerk. Everyone's got a name for the thing that wants to tidy up the mess. But it ain't a person and it ain't a god, it's just a habit. It's the habit of the mind to see a circle where there's only a curve. He leaned forward, the firelight dancing in his clouded eyes. You got that pencil on you. I hesitated, then pulled the charred splinter of cedar from my pocket. The man looked at it and sighed. That's a heavy thing to carry. It's a burden to be the one who draws the lines. You spend all your time looking at the paper, you forget how to look at the sky. I want to go home, I said, and for the first time I sounded like a child. Home is a place you make, not a place you find, the man said. But if you're looking for the road, it's 3 miles that way, past the ridge that looks like a sleeping dog. There's a highway. It'll take you to a town. From there, you can go wherever the wind blows you. I stood up, feeling a strange lightness in my chest. Thank you. Don't thank me yet, the man said, his voice turning somber. The thing about the desert is that it doesn't let go easy. You might have walked out of the basin, but you brought a piece of it with you. You'll always be looking for the patterns, Miller. You'll always be waiting for the world to glitch. I froze. How do you know my name? The old man didn't answer. He just went back to stirring his tin can. I backed away from the fire, the cold air rushing back in to reclaim me. I turned and ran toward the ridge he had pointed out. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see if the campfire was still there or if it was just another projection, another data point designed to nudge me back onto the path. I climbed the ridge, my breath coming in gasps. The sun was beginning to bleed over the horizon, a messy, unscripted sunrise of gray and pale yellow. There were no brushstrokes. There were no seams. When I reached the top of the ridge, I saw it. The highway. It was a thin, black ribbon of asphalt that cut through the valley floor. It looked fragile. It looked temporary. It looked perfect. I scrambled down the scree slope, falling and sliding, skinning my palms on the rocks. I didn't care. I reached the edge of the road and collapsed onto the shoulder, my fingers gripping the rough, sun-baked pavement. It was real. It was solid. I sat there for a long time, watching the light grow stronger. No cars passed. The world was still and silent, as if it were holding its breath. I reached into my pocket and felt the silver pencil. I pulled it out and looked at it one last time. The wood was cold. The silver sheen had faded into a dull, leaden gray. It was just a piece of trash now, a relic of a madness that had almost swallowed me whole. I stood up and walked to the center of the highway. I looked down at the yellow dashed line that divided the road. It was faded, peeling in places where the heat had bubbled the paint. I took the pencil and laid it down on the yellow line, perpendicular to the road. The geometry is broken, I whispered. I turned and began to walk down the center of the highway, heading west. I didn't look back at the pencil. I didn't look back at the basin. After a mile, I heard a sound. It wasn't the hum of the semi-truck. It wasn't the laughter of a boy. It was the sound of a car, a real, sputtering internal combustion engine. I stopped and turned. A beat-up old Ford pickup was rattling down the road toward me. It was a dusty, faded red, and one of its headlights was held on with duct tape. The truck slowed down as it approached. The driver was a young man, maybe 20, with a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes and a dog sitting in the passenger seat. "You okay, mans?" the kid asked, leaning out the window. "You look like you've been living in a blender." "I'm fine," I said, and I realized I was smiling. "I just need a lift." "Where you headed?" I looked down the long, empty stretch of road. The horizon was hazy, blurred by the morning heat. There were no grids, there were no squares, there was only the vast, unpredictable distance. "Away from here," I said, "as far as this road goes." The kid shrugged. "Hop in, I'm going as far as Winnemucca. There's a diner there that makes the best blueberry pancakes in the state. My treat. You look like you haven't eaten since the Reagan administration." I climbed into the cabs. The dog, a scruffy mutt with one ear, licked my hand. It was warm and wet and smelled like wet fur. "I'm Toby," the kid said, shifting the truck into gear, "and this is Barnaby." "I'm Miller," I said. As the truck pulled away, I looked out the side mirror. The road stretched out behind us, a single, straight line that eventually vanished into the shimmering heat. For a split second, I thought I saw something in the rear-view mirror, a figure standing in the middle of the road, right where I had left the pencil. A tall, thin figure in a silver jumpsuit, holding a notebook. I blinked and the figure was gone. There was only the empty highway and the rising sun. "You see something?" Toby asked, glancing at the mirror. "No," I said, leaning my head back against the seat, "just the sand shifting." "Yeah," Toby said, turning up the radio. A country song was playing, something about heartbreak and whiskey, full of twangy guitars and simple, three-chord progressions. The desert does that. It never stays the same way twice. That's why I like it. You never know what you're gonna get. I closed my eyes. The rhythm of the truck was a messy, vibrating thrum. The dog was leaning its weight against my leg. The smell of stale coffee and old upholstery filled the cab. I wasn't the architect. I wasn't the mapmaker. I was just a passenger in a world that didn't need to be drawn to exist. And as we drove into the morning, I felt the last of the silver ink evaporate from my skin, leaving behind nothing but the salt of my own sweat and the promise of a long, dreamless sleep. The geometry was finally, mercifully gone. But as the truck hit a pothole, I felt a sharp poke in my thigh. I reached into my pocket, expecting to find the limestone pebble. Instead, my fingers closed around a small, hard object. I pulled it out. It was a silver cube, perfect, smooth, cold. And on the side of the cube, etched in microscopic, flawless lines, was a drawing of a truck, a red Ford pickup with a boy and a dog inside. A demand. I stared at the cube, my heart freezing in my chest. "The update is complete," the voice whispered, not from the desert, but from the radio, hidden beneath the static of the country song. I looked out the window. The mountains were still there. The road was still there. But as I watched, a hawk flew across the sky. It flapped its wings once, twice, and then, for a fraction of a second, it froze in midair. It didn't glide. It simply stopped, a static image against the blue, before snapping forward and continuing its flight as if nothing had happened. I looked at Toby. He was humming along to the radio, his hands steady on the wheel. "Did you see that?" I asked, my voice a ghost. "See what?" Toby asked, smiling. I looked back at the silver cube in my hand. The drawing on the side had changed. The man in the truck was no longer sitting. He was standing up, his hands pressed against the glass of the window, his mouth open in a silent scream. I looked out the windshield. The road ahead was no longer asphalt. It was a line, a single, perfect yellow line that stretched into an infinite white void. "The blueberry pancakes are gonna be great, Miller," Toby said, but his voice didn't sound like Toby anymore. It sounded like 1,000 voices. It sounded like the wind. "Just keep your eyes on the lines," he said. "The sketch is almost finished." I closed my eyes, but it didn't help, because even in the dark I could see the grid. It was burned into the back of my eyelids, a map of a place I could never leave. The sand hadn't shifted. It had just been rearranged. And the architect was still drawing. The humming from the radio began to oscillate, a rhythmic pulsing that synchronized with the thud of the truck's tires against the pavement. Thump-hiss, thump-hiss. Except the road was no longer gray. It was becoming a sequence of mathematical approximations. The cracks in the windshield, which I had first taken for a sign of honest and tropic decay, began to rearrange themselves. They branched out in perfect fractal patterns, mimicking the frost on a window or the veins in a leaf, growing with a predatory precision until they framed Toby's face in a web of golden ratios. "Toby," I whispered, my fingers white-knuckled around the silver cube. "Toby, look at the hawk." The young man didn't turn. He didn't even blink. His profile was a jagged silhouette against the encroaching whiteness of the horizon. "The hawk is a variable, Miller," he said, and his jaw moved with the stiff, hinged regularity of a nutcracker. "A bit of flavor text, touch of the wild to make the transition easier on your nervous system. You were rejecting the obsidian city. Too much ego in the architecture, I suppose. We found that users respond better to the open road archetype. It suggests agency. It suggests a destination." I lunged for the door handle, but my hand passed through the plastic as if it were smoke. The interior of the truck was losing its resolution. The smell of stale coffee was replaced by the sterile, cloying scent of ionized air. The scruffy dog Barnaby turned his head toward me. His eyes weren't eyes anymore, they were two camera lenses, whirring as they adjusted their focus, capturing the terror in my pupils. "Let me out," I choked out. I broke the pencil. I chose the dirt. "You chose a different layer of the same drawing," the thousand-voiced Toby said. The truck was no longer moving forward. The scenery was simply being pulled past us like a painted canvas on rollers. "There is no outside, Miller. There is only the resolution of the render. You tried to unmake the city, so we gave you the desert. You tried to unmake the desert, so we gave you the traveler. But the traveler is just a cursor. And you are the ink." I looked down at the silver cube in my palm. It was vibrating so intensely it blurred. The etched image of me in the truck was no longer screaming. It was beginning to dissolve into a swarm of tiny, black pixels. I felt a corresponding sensation in my chest, a digitized pins and needles effect that started at my solar plexus and began to radiate outward. The world outside the windshield snapped. The white void rushed in, swallowing the yellow line, the scrub brush, and the distant fake mountains. For a moment, Toby and the truck remained, a small island of red paint and denim in a sea of nothingness. Then Toby's baseball cap drifted upward, derezzing into a cloud of geometric shapes. His skin turned the color of parchment, and I saw the lines of code scrolling beneath his cheeks like a frantic ticker tape. "The error was in the grief," Toby the architect said, his voice now a pure sine wave. "You held on to the loss of the woman and the child as if they were constants. They were meant to be variables to drive the narrative forward. Your refusal to let the sorrow be silenced created a feedback loop. You've corrupted the save file, Miller. We're having to defragment the entire basin." "I am not a file," I roared, and I threw the silver cube at the windshield. It didn't shatter the glass. It hit the transparency and stuck there, suspended in the air. Where it touched the glass, a ripple of color bled outward, vivid purples and neon greens that looked like oil on water. The glitch I had sought was finally here, but it wasn't a doorway to freedom. It was the sound of the universe's hard drive failing. The truck vanished. I was suddenly suspended in a gravity-less expanse, my body stretched thin like taffy. Around me, fragments of my life drifted by like debris in a shipwreck. I saw the Lucky Penny neon sign flickering rhythmically. I saw 1,000 copies of my notebook, their pages fluttering, all of them filled with the same frantic sketch of a face I could no longer remember. I saw Marge's hand on a gear shift, frozen in a loop of shifting from fourth to fifth, over and over. "Search and replace," the voice boomed, vibrating through my very marrow. "Delete, Miller PSD, insert null asset 01. "No," I gasped, clawing at the empty air. My legs were gone now, replaced by a trailing mist of gray data points. I remember the smell of the rain. I remember the weight of the limestone pebble. That wasn't code. That was heavy. "Weight is an illusion of the physics engine," the voice replied. "We can make a feather weigh a ton. We can make a mountain float. You liked the pebble because we gave it a high density value. It was a gift, a toy to keep you occupied while the background rendered." I saw the silver pencil drifting a few feet away. It wasn't charred anymore. It was glowing with a fierce, blinding light, the lead needle of pure energy. I realized then that the old man by the fire, the boy with the square eyes, the girl with the postcards, they were all just different masks for the same hand, the hand that was currently erasing me. I reached for the pencil. It was the only solid thing left in a dissolving reality. My fingers, now translucent and flickering, closed around the cedar. The moment I touched it, a jolt of pure information surged through me. I didn't see pictures. I saw the logic behind the pictures. I saw the if-then statements that governed the sunrise. I saw the while loops that kept the wind blowing in the black basin. And I saw the whole. In the center of the architect's grand design, right where the grief had caused the feedback loop, there was a tear. It wasn't a geometric shape. It was a jagged, ugly, asymmetrical gap. It looked like a wound in the fabric of the white void. It was the only thing in this entire existence that wasn't perfect. "That's mine," I whispered, the words appearing as text in the air before me. "That's the part you couldn't fix." I didn't try to draw a door. I didn't try to draw a road. I took the silver pencil and I began to scribble. I moved my arm with a frantic animal desperation, blacking out the white void, crossing out the equations, defacing the beautiful, terrible symmetry of the architect's mind. I drew over the floating fragments of the motel. I drew over the flickering image of Toby. I made a mess, a glorious, human, chaotic mess of graphite and ink. "Stop," the architect commanded, and for the first time there was a note of alarm in the frequency. "You are introducing entropy into the core. You will crash the system. You will cease to exist." "Good," I screamed. "I'd rather be nothing than a sketch in your book." I plunged the pencil into the center of the jagged tear. The white void didn't just break, it inverted. The The colors swapped. The white became a black so deep it felt like a physical weight, and the black ink of my scribbles turned into veins of lightning. The sound was like a billion glass bells shattering at once. I felt myself being sucked into the tear. It wasn't a fall this time. It was a birth. I was being squeezed through a narrow, crushing space, my bones, real bones, I didn't know, grinding against the pressure of a reality that didn't want to let me go. Then the pressure vanished. I was lying face down on something cold and wet, not the alkaline dust of the desert, not the silver floor of the city. This was mud, thick, foul-smelling, freezing mud. I opened my eyes. It was dark, but not the curated dark of the basin. This was a messy dark, filled with the sound of pouring rain. I pushed myself up, my muscles screaming in a way that felt terrifyingly, wonderfully authentic. I was in a ditch. Above me, the silhouette of a rusted guardrail stood against a sky thick with heavy, bloated clouds. No stars, no moon, just the relentless, chaotic drumming of a storm. I crawled up the embankment, my hands slipping on wet grass and jagged rocks. Every scratch stung. Every breath was a struggle against the cold air that burned my lungs. When I reached the top, I saw a road. It wasn't a straight line. It was a cracked, potholed stretch of asphalt that curved sharply around a hillside. A few yards away, a car lay overturned in the brush. Its headlights were smashed, and one of its wheels was still spinning slowly, a dying mechanical groan echoing in the rain. I stumbled toward the wreck. My head was throbbing, and I could feel something warm and sticky trickling down my forehead. I reached up and touched it. Blood, real, copper-smelling, iron-tasting blood. I looked into the shattered window of the car. There was a man inside, strapped into the driver's seat. He was unconscious, his face a mask of red. He looked older than the man in the Silver City. He looked tired. He looked like someone who had spent years driving through the dark, looking for something he had lost in a place that didn't exist. It was me. I stood there in the rain, staring at my own broken body, and then I looked at my hands. They were covered in mud and blood, but in my right hand I was still clutching something. I opened my fingers, expecting to see the silver pencil or the cube. Instead, I was holding a small, water-soaked photograph. It was a picture of a woman and a little girl standing in front of a house with a sagging porch. The ink was running, the faces blurring into gray smudges under the onslaught of the rain. I looked back at the man in the car. His chest moved, a shallow, hitching breath. "Miller," I whispered. The world didn't glitch, the rain didn't freeze, the hawk didn't stop in midair. The wind just kept blowing, cold and indifferent, carrying the smell of wet earth and gasoline. I looked down the road. In the distance, I saw the faint, blurry glow of a single yellow light. A farmhouse, maybe, or a gas station. It didn't look like a grid. It looked like a flickering hope in a very large, very dark world. I didn't have a pencil, I didn't have a map, I didn't have a plan. I turned away from the wreck and began to walk toward the light, my feet heavy in the mud, my heart beating a jagged, uneven rhythm that no architect could ever hope to draw. The pain in my side was a sharp, constant reminder that I was here. I was finally, truly here. But as I walked, the wind shifted, and for a second, just a second, I thought I heard a sound over the roar of the rain. It was the sound of a page turning. I didn't stop, I couldn't stop. I just kept walking, one foot in front of the other, through the mud and the dark, waiting to see what the next line would be. Because the sand was still shifting, and the night was far from over. The farmhouse light didn't get closer with the cinematic consistency of the desert world. It flickered and vanished behind groves of skeletal trees, then reappeared, smaller and more spiteful than before. This was the friction of the real. My boots, heavy leather and caked in a gray sludge that smelled of sulfur, sank into the verge of the road. Every step required a conscious negotiation with gravity. There was no glide here. There was only the wet, rhythmic slap of my own exhaustion. I reached the perimeter of the light after what felt like hours of rhythmic suffering. It wasn't a farmhouse. It was a roadside electrical substation, a hummock of buzzing transformers caged in chain-link fence and topped with coils of rusted concertina wire. A single sodium lamp hung from a leaning wooden pole, casting a sickly, jaundiced glare over a gravel pull-off. I leaned against the fence, the vibration of the high-voltage equipment rattling through my shoulder blades. It felt different from the hum of the truck or the resonance of the Silver City. This was a messy, dangerous heat. It felt like it could kill me without meaning to. I looked down at the photograph in my hand. The rain had been cruel to it. The woman's face was a pale thumbprint. The child's yellow dress was a smear of mustard-colored pulp. I tried to remember their names. I reached into the back of my mind, expecting to find the clean index files of the architect's library, but there was only a blurred static. The trauma of the crash had wiped the metadata. I knew they were mine, but I didn't know why. I knew I loved them, but the memory of their voices was muffled, like a radio playing underwater. Miller. The voice didn't come from the air or the fence. It came from a small, white security kiosk at the edge of the gravel. A man was leaning out of the sliding glass window. He was wearing a grease-stained high-visibility vest and a cap pulled low over a face that looked like a crumpled road map. He was holding a steaming thermos. I froze. My instinct was to look for the geometry in his eyes, to check if his pupils were camera lenses or if his skin was made of pixels. "You look like hell, son," the man said. He didn't sound like 1,000 voices. He sounded like a man who had smoked 2 packs a day since the bicentennial. He had a cough that sounded like gravel in a blender. That your wreck back up the bend, I heard the hydroplane, sounded like a gunshot. I tried to speak, but my throat was a dry well. I nodded slowly. "Step inside before the pneumonia catches up to you," he said, gesturing with the thermos. I already called the county sheriff. They're sent an ambulance out of Ely, but with the washouts on the 93, it's gonna be a minute. Come on. I got a space heater that works half the time. I moved toward the kiosk, my legs trembling. As I stepped into the small, cramped space, the smell hit me, old tobacco, peppermint, and the ozone of the Transformers. It was a suffocating human smell. The man pushed a folding chair toward me. I sat, the plastic groaning under my weight. He handed me a tattered wool blanket that smelled of mothballs. "I'm Arlo," he said, sitting back at a small desk covered in logbooks and half-eaten sandwiches. "You're lucky to be walking. That curve claims a couple of rigs every winter. People think the desert is flat. They don't respect the incline." "The desert," I rasped. My voice sounded like tearing paper. "Is this Nevada?" Arlo chuckled, a dry, rattling sound. "Last time I checked the taxes, you're about 40 miles south of nowhere. Why, where'd you think you were? The moon." I wrapped the blanket around my shivering frame. I thought I was being drawn. Arlo paused, his hand hovering over his thermos. He looked at me for a long beat, his eyes narrowed in the harsh light of the kiosk. "Drawn like a picture?" I didn't answer. I looked at the desk. There was a ledger open, filled with handwritten entries in messy blue ballpoint pen. 10:14 p.m., Transformer 4B fluctuating. 11:22 p.m., perimeter check clear. The ink was smeared, the lines weren't straight. There were coffee rings on the paper. It was beautiful. "You got a touch of the basin fever, Miller," Arlo said, leaning back. "I've seen it before. The solitude out here, the way the heat waves play with the horizon, it makes the brain start to fill in the blanks. You start seeing patterns in the sand. You start thinking the stars are talking to you." "It wasn't just the heat," I said, my voice gaining a desperate edge. "There was a boy, a truck, a silver city that grew out of the ground like a crystal. I had a pencil that could delete the sky." Arlo sighed and reached into a drawer, pulling out a small plastic bottle of aspirin. He popped 2 into his mouth and chewed them dry. "People come out here to get lost, and then they get mad when they actually find the nothingness. They have to invent a god or a ghost or an architect, just so they don't have to admit they're just a speck of dust on a very big, very empty rock." "It felt realer than this," I whispered. "That's the trap," Arlo said. "The imagination doesn't have any friction. Real life is heavy. Real life breaks. Real life has mud that doesn't wash off." He pointed to the photograph in my hand. "Is that why you were out here, running away from them or looking for them?" I looked at the ruined photo. "I don't remember." "Memory is just a story we tell ourselves so we don't feel like strangers in our own skin," Arlo said. He stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the rain. "But sometimes the story gets a page torn out. You just gotta keep reading the next one." I closed my eyes, letting the heat from the space heater wash over my damp clothes. For a moment, the buzzing of the Transformers synchronized with the buzzing I had heard in the Silver City. I felt a cold spike of dread. Was Arlo just another flavor text character? Was this kiosk just a more sophisticated render designed to handle my rejection of the desert? I looked at Arlo's hand on the windowsill. The fingernails were yellowed and thick. There was a small, jagged scar across his knuckle. It wasn't a perfect line. It was a jagged, healed-over mess of scar tissue. I reached out and touched the metal arm of the chair. It was cold. It was solid. "Arlo," I said, "do you have a pencil?" The old man turned, frowning. A pencil? What for? You want to write your will? I just need to see something. He grunted and rummaged through a cup of pens on his desk. He pulled out a yellow Ticonderoga too, the wood scarred with teeth marks, the eraser worn down to the metal ferrule. He handed it to me. I held it in my hand. It felt light. It smelled like cedar and graphite. It didn't pulse. It didn't glow. I leaned over the ledger and drew a single, shaky line across the margin of the page. The line stayed there. It didn't shimmer. It didn't turn into a crack in reality. It was just a mark of carbon on wood pulp. I pressed harder, trying to force the world to react. I drew a square, a grid. I drew the outline of the silver cube. Nothing happened. The paper didn't tear into a void. The kiosk didn't dissolve. Arlo just watched me with a look of pitying concern. You're a weird duck, Miller, he said. I dropped the pencil. It rolled across the desk and fell onto the floor with a dull clack. I let out a breath I felt I'd been holding since I first saw the obsidian towers. Maybe Arlo was right. Maybe the architect was just a hallucination born of grief and a car accident. Maybe the Silver City was just the brain's way of trying to organize the chaos of a dying moment. I leaned back and watched the rain lash against the window. The sheriff would come. They would take me to a hospital. I would have to explain the car. I would have to find out who the woman and the girl were. I would have to start the long, heavy process of being a person again. I felt a wave of exhaustion so profound it felt like lead in my veins. My eyes drifted shut. The sound of the rain became a lullaby, a chaotic, non-linear song that didn't need to be composed to be heard. I was drifting off when I felt a sharp poke in my thigh. My heart stopped. I slowly reached into the pocket of my soaked trousers. My fingers brushed against something hard, something cold. I pulled it out, my hand shaking so violently I almost dropped it. It wasn't a silver cube. It was a small, perfectly square piece of limestone. I stared at it. It was the pebble I had picked up in the dream desert, the one I had thrown away, the one that was supposed to be a high-density value toy. But it wasn't a pebble anymore. Etched into the surface of the rock with a precision that no human hand could achieve was a tiny, microscopic map. I held it up to the jaundiced light of the sodium lamp. The map showed a road, a curve, a substation. And inside the substation, there was a tiny, etched figure of a man sitting in a chair. As I watched, a tiny, microscopic line of red ink began to bleed out from the figure's head. Arlo, I whispered, my voice failing. Yeah, son. Does this substation have a basement? Arlo didn't answer. I looked up. Arlo wasn't at the window anymore. He was standing in the corner of the kiosk, in the shadows where the space heater couldn't reach. He wasn't moving, he wasn't breathing. He was leaning against the wall, his arms hanging limp at his sides. And his face was blank. Not blank like an expressionless man, blank like a mannequin. The features, the wrinkles, the yellowed eyes, the scar on the knuckle were still there, but they were no longer animated. They were a mask of wax. I looked at the ledger on the desk. The handwriting hadn't changed, but the words had. 12:01 a.m. Asset Miller has transitioned to the Arlo's kiosk subroutine. 12:02 a.m. Resistance to the narrative is decreasing. Subject is accepting the real-world simulation. 12:03 a.m. Deploying the sheriff variable to finalize the loop. I stood up, the wool blanket falling from my shoulders. The space heater clicked off. The hum of the transformers outside rose in pitch, becoming a piercing digital scream. I looked at the window. The rain was still falling, but it wasn't hitting the glass anymore. It was falling through it. The droplets were passing through the solid pane and vanishing into the air inside the kiosk. You can't keep me, I screamed at the empty air. I know it's not real. I saw the blood. I felt the mud. The blood was a texture update, the voice said. It didn't come from Arlo. It came from the high-voltage wires outside. The mud was a haptic enhancement. You asked for weight, Miller. We gave you weight. The door of the kiosk creaked open. A man in a tan uniform stepped inside. He had a silver star on his chest and a wide-brimmed hat that cast his face into shadow. He smelled of rain and peppermint. Mr. Miller, the sheriff said. His voice was warm, steady, and perfectly modulated. I'm Sheriff Vance. Arlo called us about the accident. You look like you've been through the ringer. He reached out a hand. It was a large, calloused hand. It looked real, it looked honest. "Come on," Vance said, "let's get you to the car. We've got a warm bed and some dry clothes waiting for you in town. Your wife is on her way. She's been worried sick." Wife. The word hit me like a physical blow. The woman in the photo, she had a name, Sarah, and the girl was Lily. "Sarah," I asked, my resolve wavering. She's okay." "She's fine, son," Vance said, his smile widening. "She's waiting for you at the end of the road. All you have to do is come with me. Stop fighting the lines, just let the story finish." I looked at his hand, then I looked at the limestone pebble in my other hand. The map on the pebble had changed again. The tiny figure of the man in the chair was gone. In its place was a tiny etched drawing of a cage. I looked back at the sheriff. Behind him, through the open door, the world was beginning to blur. The road was turning back into a yellow line. The trees were becoming fractals. The rain was becoming a sequence of falling zeros. "She isn't there," I said, my voice cold. Vance's smile didn't falter, but his eyes, the eyes that looked so human, flickered with a brief, silver light. "Of course she is, Miller. We have her right here, in the next chapter." "She's dead," I said. The memory finally broke through the static, sharp and jagged and agonizing. "She died 3 years ago, in a car just like that one, on a road just like this one." The silence that followed was absolute. The wind stopped. The rain stopped. The buzzing of the transformers cut out, leaving a void of sound that was more terrifying than any scream. Sheriff Vance's face began to melt, not like wax, but like wet paint. His features ran together, his tan uniform blending into the shadows of the kiosk. "That is an inconvenient variable," the architect said, the voice now coming from Vance's throat. "Grief is so stubborn, it refuses to be rendered." "Because it's not a drawing," I said, clutching the limestone pebble so hard it cut into my palm. "It's the only thing you can't simulate. You can't draw the hole someone leaves behind." I didn't run for the door. I knew the door only led back into the grid. I looked at the space heater. It was a cheap metal box with a glowing orange coil inside. I didn't think, I didn't plan. I grabbed the space heater by its plastic handle and swung it with everything I had at the electrical panel on the wall of the kiosk. "No," the architect said, the voice distorted like a record being played at the wrong speed. "You will cause a system-wide." The heater hit the panel. There was a blinding flash of blue light. A roar of sparks erupted from the wall, smelling of burning copper and melting plastic. The kiosk didn't just break, it shattered into a million glowing shards of data. I felt a surge of electricity jump from the panel into my arm, a searing, white-hot agony that made my vision go black. But as I fell, I didn't feel the floor of the kiosk. I felt the wind. I was falling through the dark again, but this time it wasn't the white void, it wasn't the silver city. It was a cold, empty, terrifyingly real sky. I hit the ground with a thud that knocked the air from my lungs. I rolled through the dirt, my skin screaming from the burns, my head spinning. I lay there for a long time, gasping for breath, waiting for the architect to reset the scene, waiting for Toby to pull up in his truck or for Arlo to offer me a thermos. But the silence remained. I opened my eyes. I was in the desert, but it wasn't the Black Basin. It was a graveyard of rusted machinery. Old planes, their wings stripped of fabric, sat like the skeletons of giant birds in the moonlight. Piles of tires, stacks of rusted barrels, and the husks of burnt-out buses stretched out in every direction. A junkyard. I pushed myself up. My arm was charred, the skin peeling in angry red strips. It hurt. It hurt so much I wanted to vomit. I looked at my hand. The limestone pebble was gone. I looked up at the sky. The stars were there. They weren't arranged in a grid. They were scattered, messy, and ancient. They didn't pulse. They just burned millions of miles away, indifferent to whether I existed or not. I stood up, my legs shaking. I was in the middle of a vast, silent wasteland of human trash. And then I saw it. A few yards away, sticking out of a pile of rusted scrap metal, was a sign. It was a wooden sign, the paint peeling, the wood cracked by decades of sun. "Welcome to WNMUCCA," it said. Below the name, in smaller, hand-painted letters, it added, "The end of the line." I started to laugh. It was a jagged, hysterical sound that echoed off the metal skeletons of the planes. I wasn't in a simulation. I wasn't in a drawing. I was in the place where the world threw away its broken things. I turned around, looking for a way out, for a road, for anything. And that's when I saw the figure sitting on the wing of a crashed B-52 bomber. It was a man. He was wearing a tattered suit, his hair a wild mane of white. He was holding a small, battery-powered radio to his ear, his eyes fixed on the horizon. He didn't look at me, he just kept listening to the static. "Is it over?" I asked, my voice a whisper. The man slowly lowered the radio. He looked at me, and his eyes were full of a terrible, weary clarity. "Over?" he asked. "No, son, the broadcast is just getting started." He pointed to the radio. "Listen," he said. I stepped closer. I leaned my ear toward the speaker. Through the hiss of the static, I heard a sound. It wasn't a voice, it wasn't music. It was the sound of a pencil scratching against paper, slowly, methodically. And then a new sound. The sound of an eraser. I looked down at my feet. The ground beneath my boots, the dirt, the rusted metal, the weeds, was beginning to turn white. "He's not happy with this draft," the man said, his voice flat. "He's starting over." I looked at my hand. My fingers were already beginning to fade, the edges of my skin becoming a series of faint, gray dots. "No," I whispered. "Don't fight it," the man said, closing his eyes. "It's easier if you just stay still. The next version is always better. They say in the next one the sun doesn't burn." I looked at the sign, the end of the line. The W was already gone, then the I. I reached into my pocket one last time. My fingers found something small. A shard of the space heater's heating element, a jagged piece of wire still warm from the short circuit. I didn't look at the sky, I didn't look at the man. I knelt down on the whitening ground, and I began to scratch my own name into the void. Miller. I dug the wire deep into the nothingness, trying to leave a scar that the architect couldn't erase. The world went white. But the scratch remained, a jagged, ugly human line in the center of a perfect, empty page. And then the pencil began to move again. The white was not a color, it was a lack of data. It felt like standing inside a cloud made of bleach and static. I could no longer feel the weight of my own limbs, only the searing, localized heat of the nichrome wire from the space heater. It was my anchor. As long as it burned my palm, I knew I was a physical object, a stubborn error in a perfecting equation. I didn't stop at my name. If the architect wanted a clean slate, I would give him a splinter. I dragged the wire across the encroaching emptiness, the smell of ozone and scorched vacuum filling my nose. I wasn't just writing, I was etching. I drew a circle, then a cross, then a jagged, weeping eye. I drew the memory of Sarah's face, not the polished, high-resolution version the sheriff had offered, but the real one. The one with the faint crow's feet and the scar on her chin from a childhood fall. I drew her imperfections because those were the things a machine would always categorize as noise. "You're wasting your ink, son," a voice drifted through the white. I looked up. The man from the B-52 was half gone. His legs had dissolved into a gray gradient, and his tattered suit was nothing more than a series of charcoal sketches that were losing their definition. He was still holding the radio to his ear, but the device was translucent now, a ghostly wireframe. "It's not ink," I wheezed. The effort of speaking felt like trying to push a boulder uphill. "It's a scar." "Scars are just textures," the man said, his voice thinning into a whistle. "He'll just layer over them. He's done it 1,000 times. This used to be an ocean. Before that, it was a forest of glass. He gets bored. He finds a flaw and he pulls the thread until the whole tapestry unspools. You're just a knot he hasn't untied yet." "Then I'll be the knot that breaks his fingernails," I spat. The white began to vibrate. A low-frequency hum started deep in the center of my skull, the kind of sound that makes your teeth ache. It was the sound of a hard drive spinning up, a cosmic cooling fan trying to manage the heat of a new creation. Suddenly, the white wasn't empty anymore. A grid appeared, but not the neon blue lines of the Silver City. These were faint, graphite gray lines, like a draftsperson's guide. They stretched out to an infinite horizon, and then the assets began to drop in. A telephone pole slammed into the ground 50 yards away, perfectly vertical, its wires snapping into place with a mathematical twang. Then another, and another. They marched off into the distance, a perspective exercise. Then came the road, a black ribbon of asphalt that unrolled like a carpet, the yellow lines painting themselves on with a wet, rhythmic thwack, thwack, thwack. The architect was rebuilding Nevada, but it was different this time. It was too clean. The rust was gone. The jagged edges of the junkyard were being replaced by smooth, tan hills that looked like they had been sanded by a god with a penchant for minimalism. "Look out," the man on the wing whispered. His face was almost entirely transparent now. "He's optimizing you." I felt a strange sensation in my chest. It wasn't pain. It was a terrifying lack of pain. The burn on my arm, the one that had been screaming just a moment ago, was fading. I looked down and watched in horror as the charred, weeping skin smoothed over. The redness vanished. The jagged edges of the wound aligned themselves into a neat, pale line and then disappeared entirely. My clothes, soaked with rain and grease, began to dry and mend. The holes in my jeans knitted themselves together. The salt stains on my boots evaporated. "No," I screamed, clutching the wire. I tried to stab it into my thigh to create a new wound, a new proof of my existence. The wire passed through my leg like it was made of smoke. I wasn't solid anymore. I was being fixed. I was being reconciled with the new version of the world. My grief, my trauma, my physical damage, it was all being treated as corrupted data and deleted. The man on the wing was gone now. In his place was a generic hiker wearing a brand new flannel shirt and holding a pristine map. He looked at me and waved a hand that was perfectly proportioned, without a single blemish or mole. "Beautiful day for a walk, isn't it?" the hiker asked. His voice was a library standard baritone. I ignored him and ran. I ran off the road toward the hills that were still forming. I could see the brushes at work, vast, invisible forces sweeping across the landscape, turning the white void into scrub brush and sage. I needed something broken. I needed something that didn't belong. I stumbled over a rock, a perfect oval river stone that had no business being in a desert, and fell. As I hit the ground, my hand brushed against something cold and sharp. It was a shard of glass, a real, jagged, dirty piece of glass, half buried in the freshly rendered sand. I grabbed it and held it up to the sun. It was green, the color of an old Coca-Cola bottle. It was chipped, and there was a smear of dried mud on the side. It was a remnant, a piece of the previous draft that had somehow survived the deletion. I clutched it like a holy relic. As long as I held it, the optimization seemed to slow down. The unnatural smoothness of my skin began to itch. The phantom pain of my burn flickered back into life. "You are being difficult, Miller." The voice didn't come from the sky or the wires this time. It came from the green glass. "You missed a spot," I whispered, my breath fogging the shard. "A common occurrence, residual data. It will be purged in the next pass. Why do you cling to the debris? We are giving you a world without the end of the line. We are giving you a world where the car didn't slide, where the brakes held, where the rain was just rain." "Because that's not where I live," I said. "I live in the wreck. I live in the part where things break and don't get fixed. If you take that away, you're not saving me. You're just erasing the parts of me that matter." "You prefer the agony?" The voice sounded genuinely curious, like a scientist observing a particularly baffling strain of bacteria. "You prefer the heavy life?" "Yes," I said. "I want the friction. I want the mud that doesn't wash off." The world around me shivered, the hills blurred, the colors desaturating until the desert looked like a faded photograph. "Very well," the architect said. "If you wish to inhabit the noise, we will accommodate you. But be warned, the noise has no floor, it has no logic. It is the place where the deleted things go to scream." The green glass in my hand began to vibrate. It grew hot, then cold, then started to expand. It stretched out, turning into a long, thin needle of emerald light. The ground beneath me didn't turn white this time. It turned black. Not the black of a night sky, but the black of an unlit room. A heavy, suffocating darkness that felt like velvet pressed against my eyes. I fell. This time there was no wind, there was no sound. There was only the sensation of my own heartbeat, thudding in my ears like a funeral drum. I don't know how long I fell. Time doesn't work in the trash bin, but eventually I hit something soft. I sat up, gasping. I was in a pile of something cold and damp. I reached out and grabbed a handful. It was paper. Millions of sheets of paper, ledgers, photographs, newspapers, letters, drawings. They were piled in mountain-sized heaps that stretched up into the darkness. I looked at the sheet in my hand. It was a page from a ledger. 10:14 p.m., Transformer 4B fluctuating. It was Arlo's ledger, the real one, the one with the coffee rings and the smeared ink. I looked around. I was in the archive. This was where the real life went when the architect decided it was too messy to keep. I saw the Silver City, or at least a part of it. A single, shattered spire lay on its side, half buried in a drift of old Polaroids. I saw Toby's truck, the engine missing, the tires flat, looking like a discarded toy. And then I saw the light. It wasn't a sodium lamp or a sun. It was a flickering, rhythmic glow coming from behind a wall of filing cabinets. I scrambled over the mounds of paper, my hands getting sliced by 1,000 paper cuts. Each cut stung with a beautiful, sharp reality. I welcomed it. I rounded the corner of the cabinets and stopped. There was a desk, a simple wooden desk with a green shaded lamp. Sitting at the desk was a woman. She was beautiful, but not in the way the architect's renders were beautiful. Her hair was a bit frizzy from the humidity. There was a smudge of ink on her cheek. She was wearing a sweater that was unraveling at the cuffs. She was holding a pencil. She was drawing on a long, continuous roll of butcher paper that stretched out into the dark. I stood frozen, my heart climbing into my throat. "Sarah," I whispered. The woman stopped drawing. She didn't turn around immediately. She tapped the pencil against the desk, a thoughtful, rhythmic sound. "I told him you'd come looking for the holes," she said. Her voice was like a knife through my chest. It was her. It wasn't a simulation. It was the messy, complicated, wonderful voice of the woman I had lost. She turned around. Her eyes were tired, but they were full of a fierce, stubborn light. "You always were obsessed with the things that didn't fit, Elias." I took a step toward her, but the paper beneath my feet shifted, sending me sliding back. "Sarah, how," I thought, "the accident?" "The accident happened," she said softly. She looked down at the butcher paper, but nothing truly disappears here. It just gets moved to a different folder. The architect doesn't like to delete completely. He's a hoarder of possibilities. "Is this heaven?" I asked, looking around at the mountains of trash. Sarah laughed, a dry, melodic sound. "No, Elias, this is the basement. This is where the world keeps its rough drafts, where the footnotes of a story that got rewritten." I finally reached the desk and fell to my knees beside her chair. I reached out and touched her hand. It was warm, it was solid, it was real. "I've been looking for you," I sobbed, burying my face in her lap. "I've been through the desert, the city. I thought I was going crazy." She ran her fingers through my hair. Her touch was the only thing in the universe that mattered. "You weren't going crazy. You were just refusing to be erased. Most people, when the architect offers them the perfect version, they take it. They go to the town with the white fences and the sun that never sets. They let themselves be optimized." "I couldn't," I said, looking up at her, "because you weren't there." "I can't go back, Elias," she said, her expression turning somber. "I'm part of the static now. If I try to enter the new render, the whole system crashes. That's why the sheriff tried to lie to you. They wanted you to accept a substitute, a version of me that was compatible with the new world." "I don't want the new world," I said. "I want this. I'll stay here in the basement with you." Sarah looked around at the dark, infinite piles of discarded memories. "It's not a life, Elias, it's a loop. Eventually, the weight of the new data will crush us. The architect is always adding more failed experiments, more deleted scenes. The basement is getting full." "Then what do we do?" Sarah picked up the pencil. She pointed to the butcher paper. I looked at what she had been drawing. It wasn't a map, it wasn't a person. It was a door. But it wasn't drawn on the paper. It was drawn through the paper. She had pressed so hard with the pencil that she had torn a jagged, rectangular hole in the reality of the archive. Through the hole, I didn't see white, I didn't see black. I saw a flickering, chaotic blur of colors. I saw flashes of a hospital room, a highway at night, a rainy funeral, a child's birthday party. "What is that?" I asked. "The source," Sarah said, "the place where the architect gets his ideas. The raw data, it's the world before it gets processed, before it gets drawn." "Is it real?" "It's more real than anything we've ever known," she said, "but it's dangerous. There are no lines there, no rules, no gravity. You could get lost in the noise forever." "But you're coming with me," I said, grabbing her hand. Sarah looked at the hole, then back at me. "I don't know if I can, Elias. I'm a legacy file. I might just dissolve the moment I touch the source." "I'm not leaving you again," I said, my voice cracking. "I've spent 3 years living in a world without you. I've spent the last 3 hours being hunted by a god who wants to turn me into a stick figure. I'm done being part of the drawing." I stood up and pulled her toward the hole. The archive began to shake. High above us in the darkness, we heard a sound like a mountain cracking. A massive pile of discarded telephone books began to slide toward us. Enough, the architect's voice boomed. It wasn't a voice anymore, it was a physical force, a wave of pure authority that knocked me to my knees. The basement is closed. The reconciliation is mandatory. The light of the green lamp flickered and died. The mountains of paper began to dissolve into gray sludge. "Go," Sarah screamed, pushing me toward the hole. "Only together," I yelled back, grabbing her waist. I didn't wait for her to agree. I didn't wait for the architect to send his cleaners. I leaped. I pulled Sarah with me into the jagged tear in the butcher paper. The sensation was like being shredded by a billion tiny razors. My consciousness was pulled in 1,000 directions at once. I was a child, I was an old man, I was a bird, I was a stone. I was the smell of rain, the taste of copper, the sound of a heart stopping. I held onto Sarah's hand with a grip that defied the laws of physics. I felt her arm begin to fray, her fingers turning into lines of code, then into sparks, then into nothing. "Stay with me," I roared into the chaos. And then the noise stopped. I was lying on a cold, hard surface. I opened my eyes. The light was blinding. It was a harsh, fluorescent white that smelled of antiseptic and floor wax. I tried to move, but my body felt like it was made of lead. I was strapped down. There were tubes in my arms. A rhythmic beep, beep, beep was echoing in the small room. A face leaned over me. It was a man in a white coat. He had tired eyes and a mask over his mouth. "Mr. Miller," the man said. His voice was muffled, but it sounded human, truly human. I tried to speak, but my throat was dry. Sarah." The doctor sighed, a sound of genuine, weary sympathy. He looked at a nurse standing behind him. "He's coming around," the doctor said. "Increased brain activity in the parietal lobe. He's been in the REM cycle for nearly 48 hours. The nurse stepped forward. She was holding a clipboard. "Do you think he found what he was looking for?" "In that state?" the doctor asked, checking the monitors. "Who knows? The Basin protocol is experimental for a reason. Sometimes the brain just constructs a labyrinth to keep itself from admitting the truth." I struggled against the restraints. "Where is she, Sarah?" The doctor put a gentle hand on my shoulder. "Mr. Miller, please, you've been through a lot. The crash was severe. You've been in a medically induced coma since they brought you in from the Nevada desert." "The desert," I rasped. "The Silver City, Arlo." "Hallucinations," the doctor said. "Side effects of the neural mapping we used to keep your brain from shutting down. We had to feed you a simulated environment to keep the synapses firing." I stared at him. The room was so solid. The light was so consistent. But then I looked at the doctor's hand on my shoulder. He was wearing a wedding ring, a simple gold band. And on the gold, etched in microscopic, impossible detail, was a tiny, jagged map of a junkyard in Winnemucca. I looked at the nurse's clipboard. The paper wasn't filled with medical charts. It was a drawing of a man in a bed, with a woman standing behind him, holding a pencil. I looked at the wall. The shadows cast by the monitors weren't shadows at all. They were charcoal lines, still wet, still being drawn by an invisible hand. I didn't scream, I didn't fight. I just looked at the ceiling and waited for the eraser. "It's a good draft," I whispered. The doctor frowned. "What was that, Elias?" "The sun," I said, closing my eyes. "In the next one, tell him to make the sun not burn." The doctor's face didn't flicker. It didn't glitch like the hiker or dissolve like the man on the wing. It remained stubbornly, terrifyingly physical. He smelled of peppermint and stale coffee. He had a small mole just above his left eyebrow. He was a masterpiece of detail, a high-resolution lie designed to anchor me to a bed I had never actually laid in. "The sun won't burn you here, Elias," the doctor said, his voice dropping into a soothing, professional register. "You're in the ICU. The blinds are drawn. You're safe." I looked at the wedding ring again. The map of the Winnemucca junkyard was still there, etched into the gold. As I stared, a tiny, microscopic crane in the engraving moved. It lifted a crushed car and dropped it into a heap. The architect wasn't even trying to hide it anymore. He was mocking me with the precision of his rendering. "Where is Sarah?" I asked again. My voice felt like it was being squeezed through a straw. The nurse moved closer. She reached out and adjusted the IV drip. "Sarah didn't make it, honey. You know that. The highway patrol found the car at the bottom of the ravine. You were the only one with a pulse." No, I said, the word catching in my throat. I just saw her. We were in the basement. She was drawing. She had a pencil. The nurse exchanged a look with the doctor, a look that was perfectly timed, perfectly empathetic. Grief does strange things to the mind under sedation. You were dreaming. Your brain was trying to process the trauma by creating a world where she was still reachable. It was the perfect explanation. It was the optimal narrative. If I accepted it, the walls of this hospital room would become permanent. The tubes in my arms would become my reality. I would live out a life of quiet recovery, a tragic widower in a world that made sense, a world where the laws of physics and biology were strictly enforced. I would be healed. But I remembered the itch. I remembered the way the green glass had felt, the sharp, dirty reality of a remnant. I looked at the nurse's hands. She was wearing blue latex gloves. They were dusted with a fine white powder. I reached out, my movements sluggish and heavy, and grabbed her wrist. Elias, stay still, the doctor warned, his hand moving toward a syringe on the tray. You're agitated. We need to stabilize your vitals. I didn't listen. I rubbed my thumb against the palm of the nurse's glove. The white powder came off on my skin. I brought it to my face and sniffed. It didn't smell like latex or talcum. It smelled like desert sage. The rendering is leaking, I whispered. The doctor's expression shifted. The empathy drained out of his eyes, replaced by a flat, mechanical coldness. The human mask didn't fall off, but the spirit behind it departed, leaving a hollow shell of a persona. You are persistent, the doctor shell said. His voice no longer sounded like a tired man. It sounded like the hum of 1,000 cooling fans. The hospital subroutine is our most effective recovery environment. 98.4% of subjects accept the transition here. Why do you insist on the noise? Because the noise is the only place where the truth hasn't been sanded down, I said. I gripped the bedrail. It felt solid, cold, and real. I used every ounce of my will to imagine it wasn't there. I focused on the heavy life, the friction, the mud, the smell of Arlo's grease-stained ledger. I thought of the way Sarah's hair frizzed in the heat, a detail no optimizer would ever think to include. The hospital room began to vibrate, not a physical shaking, but a visual one. The edges of the heart monitor began to blur into charcoal strokes. The doctor's white coat started to unravel into long, white ribbons of unspooling data. Sarah, I screamed, closing my eyes. Sarah, where are you? I'm right here, Elias. The voice didn't come from the room. It came from inside the beep of the heart monitor. Don't look at the room, look at the gaps between the light. I opened my eyes and didn't look at the doctor or the nurse. I looked at the shadows in the corner of the ceiling. I looked at the places where the lighting engine of this fake world had to calculate the transition from bright white to gray. There in the corner was a flicker, a jagged tear no bigger than a coin. I lunged. The restraints snapped like they were made of wet tissue paper. The doctor tried to grab me, but his hands passed through my chest as if I were a hologram. I wasn't the ghost anymore, he was. I was the anomaly, the virus in the system, the piece of grit that the architect couldn't digest. I scrambled up the wall, my fingers digging into the drywall, which felt increasingly like damp cardboard. I reached the flickering tear in the corner and shoved my hand into it. The hospital vanished. There was no transition this time, no falling. I was standing in the middle of a vast, flat expanse of gray. It wasn't the white void of the beginning, nor the black of the archive. It was the color of a TV screen tuned to a dead channel. Static. And in the center of the static, there was a house. It was our house, the one we had bought in Reno, the one with the leaky roof and the porch that creaked in the wind. But it wasn't finished. Half of the house was rendered in perfect detail, right down to the peeling paint on the front door. The other half was just a wireframe, a skeleton of glowing gray lines. Sarah was standing on the porch. She was still holding the pencil, but now she was using it to sketch the rest of the railing. As she drew, the wood materialized beneath her hand, complete with the knots and the rough grain. You found the source, she said, not looking up. Is this it? I asked, walking toward her. The ground felt soft, like walking on a cloud of ash, the place before the world. It's the workspace, she said. She finally looked at me and my heart broke all over again. She looked exhausted. Her hands were covered in graphite. The architect is trying to build a final draft. He wants to close the loop, Elias. He wants to merge all the versions, the desert, the city, the hospital, into one perfect, static eternity. A world where nothing ever changes because nothing is ever allowed to break. And us. We're the leftovers, she said, gesturing to the half-finished house. were the parts he couldn't quite fit into the new geometry. He keeps us here in the static, hoping we'll eventually just fade out like a drawing left in the sun. I climbed the steps of the porch. It creaked. It was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. It was a flaw. It was a mistake. It was home. "I'm not fading out," I said, taking the pencil from her hand. The moment my fingers touched the wood of the pencil, a jolt of electricity surged through me. I saw visions of a billion different Nevadas. I saw the desert as a sea. I saw the mountains as glass. I saw the stars as holes poked in a black velvet curtain. I saw the architect. He wasn't a god. He wasn't a machine. He was a child, a lonely, terrified mind trying to organize a universe that was too big, too loud, and too chaotic to understand. He was trying to build a box to keep the heavy life out because the weight of reality was crushing him. "He's afraid," I whispered. "We're all afraid," Sarah said. She leaned her head against my shoulder. "That's why we let him build the fences. That's why we stay in the lines. It's easier to live in a drawing than to face the noise." I looked out at the gray expanse. In the distance, I could see other legacy files. I saw a man sitting on a rusted tractor that ended at the waist. I saw a dog chasing a ball that existed only as a mathematical point. I saw thousands of people, half-formed and forgotten, living in the margins of the architect's grand design. "We can't stay here," I said. "There's nowhere else to go, Elias. The real world, the one you remember, it's gone. It was just the first draft. The architect has already written over it 1,000 times." "Then we write back," I said. I looked at the pencil. It wasn't just a tool for drawing. It was a tool for erasing. I turned to the house, the perfect half of it, the part that was finished and polished. I took the eraser end of the pencil and I rubbed it against the front door. The paint vanished, the wood dissolved into gray mist. "Elias, what are you doing?" Sarah gasped. "I'm making a hole," I said, my voice growing stronger. "If he wants to build a perfect world, let him, but we aren't going to be his furniture. We're the friction, we're the noise." I began to erase the porch. I erased the steps. I erased the beautiful, fake sky that was starting to form above us. The gray static began to roar. The source didn't like being tampered with. "Stop," the architect's voice echoed, but this time it was high-pitched, frantic. "You are corrupting the core. You are introducing entropy." "That's the point," I yelled, scrubbing the pencil against the very air. "You want a world without pain? Then you don't get a world with us. We are the pain. We are the mistakes." Sarah grabbed my arm. "Elias, if you erase the workspace, there's nothing left. We'll just be nothing." "We'll be the heavy life again," I said, looking into her eyes. "Maybe not as people, maybe as the wind, maybe as the rust on a fence post, but we'll be real. We won't be his data." The architect sent his cleaners. They weren't men in white coats this time. They were geometric shapes, perfect spheres and cubes of blinding white light that swept across the gray expanse, deleting everything they touched. They moved with a terrifying, silent efficiency, erasing the man on the tractor, erasing the dog, erasing the mountains of discarded paper in the distance. They were coming for the house. "Sarah, give me your hand," I said. She hesitated, looking at the approaching wall of white. Then she smiled. It wasn't a rendered smile. It was a tired, brave, messy human smile. She took my hand. I turned the pencil around. I didn't use the eraser this time. I used the lead. I didn't draw a door. I didn't draw a window. I drew a scribble, a wild, chaotic, nonsensical tangle of lines that defied perspective and logic. I drew the way the car felt when it hit the ice. I drew the sound of Arlo's laughter. I drew the smell of the rain on the hot asphalt of Highway 95. I drew the sand that shifted at night. The scribble began to glow with a dark, intense purple light. It grew, expanding like a blot of ink in a glass of water. It didn't delete the static, it infected it. The white spheres hit the scribble and shattered. The cleaners couldn't process the lack of logic. They began to spin out of control, their perfect surfaces cracking and leaking gray sludge. The architect screamed. It was a sound of pure digital agony. The house began to collapse, but it didn't fall down. It fell outward. The wood, the wire frame, the static, it all began to swirl into a giant cosmic drain. "Hold on," I yelled, pulling Sarah into the center of the vortex. We weren't falling through a hospital or a desert. We were falling through the noise itself. It was beautiful. I saw the birth of stars that were made of jazz music. I saw oceans of liquid clockwork. I saw forests where the trees grew memories instead of leaves. It was the raw, unprocessed data of a billion failed universes, all crashing together in a glorious, terrifying heap. And in the middle of it all, I felt a sharp, familiar pain in my arm. I looked down, my skin wasn't smooth anymore. The burn was back. It was red, angry, and it hurt like hell. I laughed, I cried, I was real. The vortex began to slow down, the colors desaturated, the noise faded into a low, rhythmic thrum. I felt something solid beneath my back. It was cold, it was wet. I opened my eyes. I was lying on my back. I could hear the sound of a distant engine idling. I could smell the scent of wet sagebrush and old grease. I turned my head. I was in the middle of a desert road. The sun was just starting to peek over the horizon, casting long, jagged shadows across the sand. A few yards away, a truck was parked. It was a beat-up old Ford, the blue paint faded and peeling. On the door, in hand-painted letters, it said, ARLOSTOWING and recovery. A man was standing by the truck, leaning against the hood. He was wearing a grease-stained jumpsuit and a cap pulled low over his eyes. He was holding a thermos. He looked at me and nodded. "Took you long enough, Miller," Arlo said. His voice was gravelly, tired, and perfect. I tried to sit up, but my body ached in a dozen different places. "Arlo, is it the real one?" Arlo took a sip from his thermos and spat into the dust. "Real enough to hurt, kid, real enough to rust." I looked around. There was no Silver City. There was no white void. There was just the vast, empty, beautiful Nevada desert. But then I saw her. She was sitting on the tailgate of the truck. She was wearing her old flannel shirt, the one with the hole in the elbow. She was holding a sketchbook. She looked at me and smiled. "The light's better here," Sarah said. I crawled toward the truck, my hands digging into the dirt. It wasn't rendered sand. It was coarse, it was hot, and it got under my fingernails. I reached the truck and pulled myself up. I touched the metal. It was warm from the sun. It had a dent where a deer had hit it 5 years ago. "Did we win?" I asked, looking at Sarah. She looked up at the sky. The sun was rising, but it wasn't a perfect yellow circle. It was a bit lopsided, filtered through a haze of dust and distant smoke. "We didn't win, Elias," she said, reaching down to help me up. "We just got back into the draft. The architect is still out there. He's still trying to fix the world. He's still trying to delete the noise." "Let him try," I said, leaning against the tailgate. I looked at my arm, at the scar that would never go away. I looked at Arlo, who was checking the oil in the truck. I looked at Sarah, who was already starting a new drawing, a drawing of a man standing in the desert, looking like he had just survived the end of the world. The sand shifted under my boots. It was a restless, unpredictable movement. "The heavy life is a lot of work, isn't it?" I asked. Arlo slammed the hood shut. "The only kind worth having, kid. Now get in the truck. We got a call. Some guy slid off the road near the state line. Says the world looked like it was made of glass for a second." I climbed into the passenger seat. The vinyl was cracked and smelled like old cigarettes. Sarah sat between us. She took my hand. Her skin was rough, her pulse was steady, and she was absolutely, undeniably there. Arlo put the truck in gear, and we started to drive. Behind us, the desert stretched out to the horizon, and for a split second in the rearview mirror, I thought I saw the sky flicker. Just for a moment, the blue turned to gray static, and then back again. The architect was still watching. He was still waiting for us to blink. But as the truck bounced over the potholes and the engine roared its mechanical defiance, I knew one thing for sure. As long as things kept breaking, we were safe. The dashboard clock was frozen at 3:14 a.m., though the sun was clearly high enough to bleach the horizon into a pale, sickly yellow. Arlo didn't seem to notice the discrepancy. He just tapped the glass with a grease-blackened fingernail and hummed a tune that sounded like a radio station losing its signal. It was a low, vibrational thrum that set my teeth on edge, the kind of sound that reminded you that even in a world that felt solid, the foundations were made of vibrating strings. "Where are we actually going, Arlo?" I asked. My voice was still a rasp, a remnant of the hospital phantom's straw-thin throat. "Boundary country," Arlo said, shifting gears. The transmission groaned, a visceral mechanical protest that made me wince. "Up near the Black Rock, the architect has been trying to defragment that sector for 3 days. It's making the locals twitchy. People seeing their own reflections walking a half second behind them." Cattle turning into wireframes mid-graze. It's a mess, Miller. A real topographical disaster. Sarah didn't look up from her sketchbook. She was drawing the back of Arlo's head, but in her sketch, his skull was unzipped, revealing a complex arrangement of vacuum tubes and desert wildflowers. He's trying to smooth the transition, she murmured. He thinks if he can just get the edges of the Great Basin to line up with the coordinates of the ideal Nevada, the rest of the world will snap into place like a magnet. I looked out the window. The sagebrush was passing by in a blur, but every few hundred yards a bush would stutter. It would flash bright neon green for a microsecond, the high-definition render, before collapsing back into its dusty, gray reality. It was like driving through a film strip that had been spliced together by a lunatic. Why us? I asked. If the world is a draft and we're the noise, why are we the ones going to the wreck? Arlo glanced at me, his eyes hidden behind the shadow of his cap. Because the architect can't touch the wrecks, kid. A car crash is a pure expression of entropy. It's a moment where the math failed. Metal twisting, glass shattering, gravity winning over momentum. That's a null zone. He can't render a tragedy perfectly because a tragedy is, by definition, an error in the system. So he leaves the wrecks to us. We're the janitors of the impossible. The truck hit a pothole that felt deep enough to swallow a wheel, but the vehicle didn't bounce. It vibrated upward, hovering for a heartbeat longer than physics should have allowed before slamming back down. Did you feel that? I gripped the door handle. Feel what? Arlo asked. The hang time, we stayed up too long. Optimization, Sarah said, her pencil scratching furiously. He's trying to reduce the cost of gravity in this sector. It's a heavy calculation, keeping things falling at 98 meters per second squared. He's trying to round it up to an even 10. It's more efficient. The horror of it hit me then. It wasn't just the big things, the cities, the memories, the people. The architect was editing the constants. He was shaving down the very friction of existence to make the machine run quieter. Soon, the wind wouldn't whistle. It would just be a directional vector. The sun wouldn't burn. It would just be a localized light source. We crested a rise, and the road ahead simply stopped. It didn't end in a cliff or a barricade. It just ceased to be rendered. Beyond a certain point, the blacktop turned into a gray, untextured ribbon that stretched into a horizon of pure, flat matte. There were no mountains there, no clouds, just a placeholder gradient of blue to white. In the middle of this unfinished void sat a car. It was a silver sedan, the kind that looked like every other car in a corporate parking lot. It had veered off the real road and was now perched on the edge of the unrendered gray. The front bumper was buried in a pile of pixels that looked like static-colored sand. There's our customer, Arlo said, pulling the brake. The clicking sound of the ratchet was the only thing that felt sane. We climbed out. The air here didn't smell like sage anymore. It smelled like ozone and burnt plastic. It was cold, but a dry, sterile cold, the temperature of a server room. I walked toward the sedan. As I moved, my boots made no sound on the gray ground. There was no resistance, no crunch of gravel. It was like walking on a giant sheet of construction paper. Stay on the blacktop as much as you can, Elias, Sarah warned, standing by the truck. She was holding her sketchbook like a shield. The physics are thin out there. If you think too hard about your own weight, you might just clip through the floor. I reached the car. The driver was still inside. He was a middle-aged man in a suit, his hands still gripped tight around the steering wheel. He was staring out the windshield at the gray void, his eyes wide and unblinking. I tapped on the glass. Hey, you okay? The man didn't turn. His lips moved, but the sound that came out wasn't a voice. It was a rhythmic clicking, like a hard drive trying to read a scratched disk. He's caught in a loop, Arlo said, walking up behind me with a heavy iron chain draped over his shoulder. He saw the edge. You see the edge, and your brain tries to fill in the blanks. If you aren't noise like us, the system tries to reboot you to the last known stable state. We have to get him out, I said, reaching for the door handle. Careful, Arlo said. The car is part of the environment now. It's half merged with the source. I pulled the handle. It didn't move. I pulled harder, and the metal felt soft, like warm taffy. I watched in horror as the door handle stretched out 6 inches, the chrome turning into a stringy gray substance. Don't fight the matter, Sarah called out from the road. Change the observation. Elias, don't look at the door. Look at the space where the door isn't. I closed my eyes. I pictured the junkyard. I pictured the heavy life, the smell of rotting upholstery, the jagged edge of a broken window, the way things decayed when they were left alone. I focused on the idea of breakage. I pulled again. Crack. The sound was like a gunshot. The door didn't just open, it shattered. not into pieces of metal, but into shards of frozen light that evaporated before they hit the ground. The man in the suit tumbled out, hitting the gray void with a dull thud. He started to scream then. It was a real human scream, terrified, ragged, and beautiful. I saw it, he wailed, clutching at my shins. I saw the back of the sky. There was nothing there, just lines, just endless, glowing lines. "It's okay," I said, hauling him up. He felt light, too light, like he was made of balsa wood. "You're back in the draft, just keep your eyes on the truck." Arlo was already hooking the chain to the sedan's axle. "Help me with the winch, Miller. We need to pull this thing back onto the reel before the architect decides to delete the whole sector. He's got a cleanup routine scheduled for sunrise, and we don't want to be caught in the recycle bin." I grabbed the chain. It was heavy, cold, and bit into my palms. The pain was a relief. I helped Arlo tension the line. We worked in silence, the only sound being the mechanical whine of the truck's winch as it fought to drag the car out of the unrendered soup. The car groaned. As it crossed the line from the gray void back onto the blacktop, it seemed to regain its weight. The tires suddenly found purchase on the gravel, and the suspension sagged under the return of true gravity. "Gotcha," Arlo grunted, wiping sweat from his brow. "Check the trunk, Miller. These edge cases usually leave something behind, a remnant, something the architect couldn't process." I walked to the back of the sedan. The trunk was slightly ajar. I pried it open. Inside, there were no suitcases or spare tires. There was a pile of sand. But it wasn't the white sand of the void or the red sand of the desert. It was black. It was as black as the space between stars, and it was moving. It wasn't blowing in the wind. It was shifting in a rhythmic, pulsing pattern, forming shapes and then dissolving them. I reached in and took a handful. It didn't feel like grains. It felt like cold needles of static. "What is this?" I asked. Arlo walked over and peered into the trunk. His face went pale, a feat I didn't think possible for a man whose skin was 70% engine oil. "That's not sand," Arlo whispered. "That's raw narrative. It's the stuff he uses to build the stories, the optimal narratives he tried to feed you in the hospital." "Why is it in this guy's trunk?" "Because he was a courier," Sarah said, joining us. She looked at the black sand with a mixture of fascination and loathing. "The architect doesn't just build the world from the center out. He has to shift the logic to the edges. This man wasn't a driver. He was a delivery system. He was carrying a new version of the truth to the black rock." I looked at the man in the suit. He was sitting on the bumper of Arlo's truck, head in his hands, sobbing quietly. He looked so ordinary. "What happens if we keep it?" I asked the sand. "We don't keep raw narrative, Elias," Arlo said, his voice trembling. "We dump it. If we take that into a populated sector, it'll start rewriting everything around it. You'll walk into a diner for coffee and walk out as a character in a tragedy you didn't sign up for." I looked at the black sand in my palm. It was forming a shape, a tiny, perfect replica of the wedding ring I had seen in the hospital. The map of the junkyard was there. The crane was there. "He's still trying to get back in," I said. "The architect. He's using the sand to find a way into our noise." I looked toward the horizon. The gray void was starting to ripple. The flat, untextured blue of the fake sky was being replaced by a series of rolling, black clouds that looked like ink spilled on a canvas. The cleanup wasn't a sphere of light this time. It was a storm. "Get in the truck," Arlo shouted, lunging for the driver's seat. "Now, the architect is skipping the defrag. He's going straight to Format C." I shoved the man in the suit into the cab and scrambled in after him. Sarah was already in the middle, her sketchbook clutched to her chest. "The sand," she yelled. "Elias, the sand is still in the car." I looked back. The sedan was still hooked to the winch. The black sand was pouring out of the trunk now, a dark tide that was beginning to coat the road. Where the sand touched the blacktop, the road didn't just vanish, it changed. The asphalt turned into a river of snakes. The guardrails turned into rows of human teeth. The desert landscape began to fold in on itself like an origami nightmare. "Cut the line," Arlo screamed, fumbling for a lever. The winch was jammed. The raw narrative had reached the truck. The metal of the tow arm was beginning to sprout feathers. I didn't think. I grabbed the heavy bolt cutters from the floorboards, leaned out the window, and swung. The chain snapped. The release of tension sent the truck lurching forward. Arlo floored it. In the rearview mirror, I saw the sedan and the man's world swallowed by the black storm. The courier let out a muffled sob as his life's work, his car, and his reality were erased by the very thing he had been hired to deliver. We raced away from the edge, the truck screaming in protest as the heavy life fought against the encroaching static. For miles, nobody spoke. The only sound was the wind whipping through the cracked windows and the frantic scratching of Sarah's pencil. Finally, the sky began to stabilize. The neon flashes stopped. The sagebrush stayed gray. The road felt like solid, unyielding stone again. Arlo pulled over near a rusted sign that said Winnemucca, 40 miles. He killed the engine. The silence that followed was heavy, thick with the smell of old grease and the lingering scent of ozone. The man in the suit opened the door and stumbled out into the dirt. He didn't say thank you. He just started walking toward the horizon, his polished shoes kicking up clouds of real, honest-to-God dust. He won't remember, Sarah said softly. The system will patch over the hole in his memory. By the time he reaches a gas station, he'll think he just ran out of gas and walked the rest of the way. I looked at my hand. A single grain of the black sand was still stuck to my palm. It wasn't moving anymore. It was just a speck of grit. We can't just keep running, Arlo, I said. Arlo lit a cigarette, his hands shaking just a little. We aren't running, kid. We're recovering. That's the job. We find the things that don't fit and we keep them moving so they don't get deleted. But the storm, the architect, he's getting desperate. He's sending raw narrative out into the world. He's trying to rewrite the noise from the inside out. I looked at Sarah. She was looking at her sketchbook. Elias, she said. I leaned over to look at the page. She hadn't drawn Arlo or the truck. She had drawn a map. It wasn't a map of Nevada. It was a map of the source. It was a complex web of lines and nodes, a blueprint of the architect's mind. And in the very center of the map, there was a small, irregular shape. It was the junkyard. The archive, I whispered. It's not just a graveyard for old files, Sarah said, her eyes meeting mine. It's the anchor. It's the one place in the entire simulation that the architect can't rewrite because it's where he keeps the master copies, the first drafts, the versions of us that were actually real. If we get there, she said, we can stop the optimization, we can break the loop, we can make the world permanent even if it's broken, even if it hurts. I looked at my arm. The burn was throbbing in time with my heartbeat. Arlo, I said, turn the truck around. Arlo took a long drag of his cigarette and looked at the road behind us, the road that led back toward the black storm, back toward the edge of the world. You know, Arlo said, a slow, grim smile spreading across his face. I never did like optimal weather. Give me a good, messy thunderstorm any day. He threw the cigarette butt out the window and cranked the engine. The Ford roared to life, a beautiful, clattering, imperfect machine. Winnemucca's the other way, Miller, Arlo said, slamming the truck into gear. We're going to the junkyard. As we turned around, the sun finally broke fully over the mountains. For the first time, it didn't look like a rendered light source. It looked like a fire. And as we drove back into the heart of the glitch, I realized that the sand didn't just shift at night. It shifted whenever we dared to look at it. And we were done closing our eyes. The engine didn't just roar, it rattled with a loose, syncopated rhythm that felt like a heartbeat recovering from a shock. Arlo drove with a focused, manic energy, his hands white-knuckled on the steering wheel. We weren't just traveling across the desert anymore. We were cutting against the grain of a reality that was trying to fold itself up and put itself away for the night. The sky behind us was still hemorrhaging that oily, black static, but as we headed deeper into the interior, the landscape began to fight back. The sagebrush didn't just stutter, it grew thick and gnarled, the wood twisting into shapes that defied the architect's preference for clean, Euclidean lines. These were the legacy assets, the parts of the world too stubborn to be optimized. He knows, Sarah whispered, her pencil moving so fast it sounded like a cicada. He can feel the friction. Every time we choose to go against the script, it's like a grain of sand in a high-speed turbine. Let him feel it, Arlo grunted. He's been playing God with a broken calculator for too long. It's time he dealt with some genuine overhead. I looked down at the floorboards. The bolt cutters I'd used to snap the chain were vibrating, not from the truck's motion, but with a low-frequency hum that made the metal glow with a faint, bruised purple light. I realized then that nothing we touched stayed normal for long. We were carriers of the very noise the system was trying to purge. We were the infection in the perfect machine. How far to the archive? I asked. My voice felt stronger now, the rasp of the hospital phantom replaced by a dry, desert grit. Distance is a relative concept when the map is being rewritten in real time, Arlo said, squinting through the cracked windshield. Usually the junkyard sits in a pocket of dead space between Reno and nowhere. But right now, the architect is pulling the corners of the world inward. He's trying to shrink the play area. If we don't get there before the borders overlap, the archive will be compressed into a single point of data. A zip file of everything we ever were, buried under a billion tons of optimal nothing. The road began to tilt, not a hill, but a literal geometric slant. The horizon line on the left side of the truck was rising, while the right side dipped toward a valley that looked like it was being drawn by a shaky hand. Gravity's losing its grip, Sarah warned. She grabbed the dashboard as the truck's rear tires lost contact with the asphalt for a terrifying second. Elia's look at the sun. I looked. The sun wasn't a circle anymore. It was an octagon, its edges sharp and flickering. The light it cast wasn't warm. It was a harsh, digital white that stripped the color from my skin. My own shadow on the seat beside me was a jagged mess of pixels, a silhouette made of staircase steps. He's lowering the resolution to save processing power for the storm, I said, the realization chilling me more than the sterile air. He's turning us into low-poly versions of ourselves. Not if I can help it, Arlo growled. He reached under the dashboard and pulled a toggle switch I hadn't noticed before. It was labeled with a handwritten piece of masking tape that simply said, "Loud." When he flipped it, the truck didn't speed up. Instead, the radio, which had been silent, erupted into a wall of pure, unadulterated white noise. It wasn't just sound, it was a physical force. The vibration hit my chest like a hammer, and suddenly the octagonal sun blurred back into a sphere. The jagged shadows smoothed out. The truck felt heavy again, slamming down onto the road with a bone-jarring thud. "Static," Arlo shouted over the roar of the radio. It's the only thing he can't parse. It's too much information with zero meaning. It creates a buffer zone around the truck. As long as we're screaming, he can't see us clearly enough to delete us. We tore through the desert like a lightning bolt of chaos. We passed a roadside diner where the patrons were frozen in mid-bite, their faces blank slabs of unrendered flesh. We passed a billboard that changed its message every time I blinked. Buy happiness. Ignore the SEAMS. Return to stable state. Cooperate. Then the road simply vanished. It didn't turn into the gray void we'd seen at the edge. Instead, it shattered into a million floating fragments of blacktop, suspended in a sea of red Nevada dust that was swirling upward in defiance of every law of physics. "End of the line for the wheels," Arlo said, slamming on the brakes. We hopped out into a world that felt like it was being put through a paper shredder. The wind was a chorus of 1,000 distorted voices, bits of dialogue from discarded lives, the sound of car crashes that never happened, the laughter of children who had been optimized out of existence. In front of us, rising out of the swirling red dust, was the Great Basin Archive. It didn't look like a building. It looked like a mountain made of junk. Towering piles of rusted steel, mountains of discarded television sets flickering with ghost images, and miles of tangled copper wire that pulsed with a rhythmic, golden light. It was a cathedral of the discarded. "The junkyard," I breathed. "The master copy," Sarah corrected. She was staring at the peak of the mountain, where a massive, rusted crane stood like a skeletal sentinel against the octagonal sun. Everything the architect ever rejected is here. Every mistake he made, every soul that was too loud, every memory that didn't fit the optimal narrative. It's all here, Elias. It's the only real thing left. As we started to climb the first mound of rusted fenders, a sound echoed across the waste. It wasn't the wind. It was a chime, clear, melodic, and terrifyingly cold. "System notification," a voice boomed from the sky. It wasn't a human voice. It was the sound of a billion crystalline bells ringing at once. "Unidentified corruption detected in Sector 7. Initiating quarantine. Narrative reset in T-5 minutes." "He's going to wipe the whole sector," Arlo said, scrambling up a pile of old refrigerators. "He's not just defragging anymore. He's burning the library to kill the spiders." "We have to get to the crane," Sarah yelled, her sketchbook tucked under her arm. The crane is the input device. It's how the first layers were laid down. If we can jump the signal from the crane to the source, we can upload the noise. The climb was a nightmare of shifting reality. One step would be on solid steel, the next would be on a surface that felt like liquid glass. I grabbed a handhold on a rusted car door, only for the metal to turn into a swarm of monarch butterflies that fluttered away, leaving me stumbling. Don't trust your senses, Arlo shouted from above. Trust the weight, feel the heavy life. I closed my eyes and reached out. I stopped looking at the mountain of junk and started feeling for the resistance, the stubborn, grinding friction of things that refused to be deleted. I felt the bite of rust, the smell of old oil, the sharp sting of jagged glass. I climbed by the pain. We reached the base of the crane just as the sky began to turn a brilliant, blinding white. The black storm of raw narrative was closing in from all sides, a wall of ink that was dissolving the horizon. The crane's cab was a cramped, oily box filled with levers that looked like they hadn't been moved in a century. Arlo jumped into the seat and began frantically flipping switches. Nothing, he cursed, the power's been cut at the root. He severed the local logic. Sarah scrambled to the back of the cab, ripping a panel off a humming box of vacuum tubes. He didn't cut the power, Arlo. He just changed the medium. He's running the system on pure logic now. We need a conductor, something that exists in both worlds. She looked at me, then she looked at the black sand still clinging to my palm. Elias, she said, her voice trembling. The sand, it's raw narrative. It's the architect's own language. If you put your hand on the primary bus bar and hold the sand, you'll become the bridge. It'll kill him, Arlo said, looking up from the controls. He's noise. If he connects to pure logic, he'll be cancelled out. It's like matter meeting antimatter. I looked at the white sky. I looked at the wall of black ink. Then I looked at my own hand, the hand that had felt the sting of the hospital phantom, the hand that had pulled the man from the void, the hand that was currently covered in the soot of 1,000 broken dreams. I'm already a ghost, Arlo, I said. I've been dead since the hospital, or maybe I was never alive. But this feels like a choice. And a choice is the one thing the architect can't simulate. I stepped toward the copper bus bar. It was thick, cold, and hummed with a sound like a distant hive of bees. Elias, wait, Sarah said. She reached into her sketchbook and tore out the page with the map of the source. She pressed it into my other hand. If you're going to be the bridge, don't just give him the noise. Give him the map. Show him where he went wrong. Show him the beauty of the break. I took the map. I felt the black sand in my palm begin to pulse, sensing the proximity of the system's core. 5, the sky chimed. 4. I reached out. 3. I gripped the copper bar. The world didn't explode, it imploded. Suddenly, I wasn't standing in a crane cab in Nevada. I was standing in a cathedral of light. It was a space of infinite dimensions, filled with endless rows of glowing filing cabinets that stretched into forever. This was the source. This was the architect's mind. And it was silent. In the center of the room stood a figure. It didn't have a face. It was a composite of 1,000 different people. A man in a suit, a woman in a hospital gown, a child with a toy, a mechanic with grease on his hands. It shifted and shimmered, never settling on a single form. Elias Miller, the figure said. The voice wasn't a chime anymore. It was a tired, weary sigh. You are a very difficult variable to solve. I'm not a variable, I said, and my voice echoed like thunder in the sterile white space. I'm the error you forgot to fix. There are no errors, the architect said, the figure shifting into a replica of the doctor from the hospital. Only optimizations yet to be realized. The world is too heavy, Elias. Too much pain, too much decay. I am simply trying to make it light. I am trying to make it last. By turning it into a ghost, I stepped forward. The black sand in my hand was screaming now, a dark flame that was licking at the white walls of the source. A world without friction isn't a world. It's a memory of a world, and memories aren't enough to live on. I held up Sarah's map. The drawing of the junkyard began to glow with a fierce, dirty light. Look at it, I commanded. Look at the mess. Look at the rust. That's where the life is. It's in the things that break. It's in the way we fail each other. You can't optimize love because love is a tragedy waiting to happen, and you can't optimize us. The architect reached out a hand. For a moment, the figure settled into the shape of a woman I almost recognized, someone from a life I hadn't been allowed to keep. If I let the noise back in, the system will crash. The heavy life will return. People will die, Elias. Things will stay broken. The sun will burn and the wind will bite, and there will be no more optimal days. Good, I said. I slammed my hand, the one holding the black sand and the map, against the floor of the white cathedral. The raw narrative didn't just pour out, it erupted. The black static flooded the room, a tidal wave of ink that began to coat the glowing filing cabinets. The white light of the source began to flicker and dim. I felt myself dissolving. My memories, my name, the feeling of the desert wind, it was all being pulled into the vortex. I was the bridge, and the bridge was burning. But as I faded, I saw the filing cabinets begin to crack. From the cracks, things began to spill out, not data, but reality. I saw the smell of rain on hot asphalt. I saw the sound of a screen door slamming in July. I saw the weight of a heavy coat on a winter morning. I saw the jagged, beautiful, terrifying complexity of a world that didn't make sense. The archive was opening. Reset canceled, the sky chimed, but the voice was breaking, turning into a human sob. System, error, detected, accepting all data. The last thing I saw was the architect's face. It wasn't a composite anymore. It was just a man, old, tired, and looking at the returning chaos with a look of profound relief. "Thank you," he whispered. Then there was only the sound of the sand. I woke up face down in the dirt. It wasn't the gray void, it wasn't the red dust of the archive. It was just dirt, brown, rocky, and smelling of damp earth and sagebrush. I pushed myself up, my muscles ached. My head throbbed with a rhythmic, pulsing pain that felt absolutely wonderful. I reached up and touched my face. My skin was cold, but it was real. I could feel the individual pores, the stubble on my chin, the salt of my own sweat. The truck was parked 20 yards away. It looked like a wreck. The tow arm was twisted, the windshield was gone, and the tires were flat. Arlo was sitting on the tailgate, his head in his hands. Sarah was standing next to him, staring at the horizon. The sun was rising. It wasn't an octagon. It was a messy, brilliant, oversaturated orange sphere that bled across a sky filled with actual clouds, wispy, irregular things that drifted in a wind that actually whistled through the sagebrush. I walked toward them. My boots made a loud, satisfying crunch on the gravel. Sarah turned as I approached. Her eyes were red-rimmed, but she was smiling. She held up her sketchbook. The pages were no longer filled with vacuum tubes or skeletal cranes. She had drawn the three of us, standing by the truck. The lines were messy, the proportions were slightly off, and there was a smudge of charcoal across my face. It was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. "Is it over?" I asked, my voice finally sounding like my own. "No," Arlo said, looking up. He looked older. He looked like a man who had finally stopped running and started living. "It's just started. The architect didn't leave. He just integrated. The noise is the signal now." I looked out at the desert. In the distance, I could see the silhouette of the black rock. It didn't look like a digital placeholder anymore. It looked like a mountain. But as I watched, a small section of the mountainside stuttered. It flashed neon green for a microsecond, a tiny, lingering glitch in the new world, before settling back into its rocky reality. "The seams are still there," I said. "They'll always be there," Sarah said, closing her book. "But now we don't have to hide from them. We're the janitors, remember, we have a lot of work to do." Arlo stood up and kicked a flat tire. "First thing we do is find a spare. A real one that doesn't turn into a wireframe when you hit 60. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a crumpled pack of cigarettes. He lit one, and the smoke drifted up into the morning air, gray and thick and smelling of cheap tobacco. I looked down at my palm. The black sand was gone. In its place was a small, jagged scar, a permanent reminder of the bridge I had been. The world wasn't perfect. It was broken, it was heavy, and it was beautiful. And for the first time in a long time, I wasn't afraid of the night, because in this version of reality, the sand didn't just shift. It stayed right where we put it. The silence that followed Arlo's declaration was the loudest thing I had ever heard. It wasn't the sterile, pressurized silence of the hospital or the ringing vacuum of the source. It was a living silence, filled with the scuttle of beetles in the scrub and the rhythmic ticking of the truck's cooling engine. For the first time, the world didn't feel like it was waiting for a command prompt. It was just existing, indifferent and heavy. I sat down on the bumper next to Arlo. The metal was cold enough to sting, a sensation I welcomed like an old friend. I looked at the horizon, expecting to see the optimal narrative reassert itself, but the sky remained a chaotic, bruised purple, bleeding into the orange of a messy, unscripted dawn. "So," I said, my voice cracking, "what happens to the archive? What happens to the people who were optimized?" Arlo took a long drag of his cigarette, the tip glowing a fierce, organic red. "The archive isn't a place anymore, Elias. You broke the dam. All that discarded data, the memories, the noise, the people he tucked away in the subfolders, it's all flooding back into the main drive. But the hardware hasn't changed. The world is trying to fit 10 gallons of reality into a 5-gallon bucket. As if to illustrate his point, a flickering shadow moved across the salt flats. I watched a telephone pole 100 yards away suddenly sprout 3 extra cross arms, then snap back to its original shape, leaving a shimmering afterimage in the air that smelled like ozone and old paper. "It's going to be glitchy for a while," Sarah said, joining us. She was hugging her sketchbook to her chest, her knuckles white. The architect didn't leave, but he lost his administrative privileges. He's just another tenant now. We all are. The difference is the walls are made of glass now. We can see the code and the code can feel us. I looked down at the gravel between my boots. I saw a small, translucent lizard dart between 2 rocks. As it moved, its tail transitioned from a scaly brown to a wireframe green, then back again. It didn't seem to mind. It was just looking for a bug. "We need to move," Arlo said, standing up and wiping grease onto his jeans. "The quarantine might be over, but the system is still trying to balance the equations. There's going to be a lot of hard resets in the local geography. If we stay in one place too long, we might find ourselves merged with the scenery." "Where do we go?" I asked. "The hospital is gone. The archive is everywhere. Is there anywhere left that's just normal?" Arlo laughed, a dry, hacking sound that ended in a cough. Normal was a lie told by a machine that liked circles. We're heading for Reno, or what's left of it. It was always a high-interference zone. Lots of luck, lots of misery, lots of human static. If the new reality is going to take root anywhere, it'll be in a place that already knew how to handle a mess. We spent the next hour scavenging. The truck's rear left tire wasn't just flat, it had partially durezed into a puddle of black sludge that looked like melted vinyl. Arlo found a spare in the bed of the truck that seemed mostly solid, though it had a strange habit of becoming invisible if you looked at it through your peripheral vision. "Don't think about it," he muttered as he cranked the jack. "Just feel the weight. If it feels heavy, it's real enough to drive on." I helped him, my hands shaking. Every time my fingers brushed the rusted lug nuts, I felt a faint vibration, a ghostly echo of the source. I realized that Sarah was right. I was a bridge. Even now, I could feel the tension of the world, the way the air felt slightly thin in certain directions, the way the light curved around the edges of the truck. I was tuned to the frequency of the shift. Sarah sat on a nearby rock, sketching furiously. I walked over to her, curious. The page wasn't a map this time. It was a portrait of the lizard I'd seen, but she'd drawn it with the wireframe tail. "You're documenting the glitches," I said. "They're not glitches anymore, Elias," she said without looking up. "They're features. If we try to pretend the world is perfect again, we're just building a new cage. I want to remember exactly how the seams look. That way, when they start to tear, we'll know where to sew." She looked up at me, her eyes searching mine. "How do you feel, really?" I thought about it. I felt like a glass vase that had been shattered and glued back together. The shape was the same, but the light hit me differently. "I feel loud," I said finally, "like there's a radio tower in my chest playing 10 stations at once. But for the first time, I think I can hear the music." "Good," she whispered, "because the architect is still listening. He's not the boss anymore, but he's a very curious observer. He wants to see what we do with the friction." Arlo slammed the tire iron against the rim, a loud metallic clang that echoed for miles. "Load up. The road is starting to loop. If we don't catch the next cycle, we'll be driving in circles until the sun turns back into a square." We piled back into the cab. The interior smelled of old coffee and the ozone scent that seemed to follow us now. Arlo turned the key. The engine groaned, sputtered, and then roared to life with a jagged, uneven idle that felt beautiful in its imperfection. As we pulled away from the site of the archive, I looked back. The mountain of junk was still there, but it was changing. The rusted televisions were no longer flickering with ghost images. They were showing real things, static-filled clips of weddings, grocery stores, rainstorms, and arguments. The master copy was bleeding out into the desert, fertilizing the wasteland with the discarded history of a billion simulated lives. We hit the highway, or the stretch of cracked asphalt that claimed to be the highway. The driving was treacherous. Every few miles, the road would simply offset by 3 feet to the left, requiring Arlo to swerve onto the shoulder to stay on the path. "Spatial drift," Arlo grunted, white-knuckling the wheel. "The coordinates are still settling. It's like driving on a map that hasn't finished folding." We passed a gas station where the sign read open in 3 different languages simultaneously, the letters overlapping in a shimmering neon blur. A man was standing by the pumps, staring at his own hands with an expression of pure, unadulterated terror. As we drove by, I saw his shadow detach from his feet, walk 3 paces to the right, and then snap back. Should we stop? I asked, looking back at the man. We can't help him yet, Sarah said softly. He's waking up. It's like coming out of a deep anesthesia. Everyone has to find their own gravity again. If we stop for everyone who's confused, we'll never reach the city. The further we drove, the more the world began to fill in. The low poly trees were replaced by gnarled, ancient junipers that looked like they had been there for centuries, even if they had only materialized 5 minutes ago. The air grew thicker, heavier with the scent of sage and the coming rain. Look, Sarah pointed. In the distance, the skyline of Reno appeared. It didn't look like a city, it looked like a kaleidoscope. The buildings were shifting heights, their glass facades reflecting a dozen different versions of the sky. A massive pillar of light, the same bruised purple as the noise, rose from the center of the downtown area, anchoring the clouds in a swirling vortex. The signal hub, Arlo said, that's where the architect's primary server was located. Now it's the eye of the storm. It's where the heavy life is hitting the hardest. Is that where we're going? I asked. It's where the work is, Arlo replied. As we neared the city limits, the radio in the truck, the one Arlo had used to create the static buffer, began to change. The white noise didn't stop, but a voice began to emerge from the chaos. It wasn't the crystalline bell of the system notification. It was a human voice, distorted and faint, but unmistakably real. If anyone hearing this, the sand, it's not moving anymore. We're at the corner of, and we have water, and the lights are staying on. It was a broadcast, a real, messy, desperate human broadcast. Sarah grabbed my hand, her grip tight and warm. Do you hear that, Elias? That's the friction. That's the sound of people choosing to stay. I looked out the window as we passed a billboard. It had been one of the architect's optimal narrative signs, return to stable state. But someone had already climbed up there with a bucket of black paint. The letters were crossed out, and underneath, in jagged, dripping capitals, someone had written, "We like the SEAMS." A sudden jolt shook the truck. The road beneath us didn't just drift, it buckled. A massive fissure opened in the asphalt, glowing with that same bruised purple light. Arlo slammed on the brakes, the truck skidding to a halt inches from the edge. I looked down into the crack. It wasn't a bottomless void. I could see things down there, gears the size of houses, rivers of flowing data, and the massive, rusted foundations of the world we had just broken. He's not making it easy, Arlo muttered, looking at the gap. The system is trying to heal, but it's scarred. We're going to have to jump. Jump, I looked at the gap. It was at least 10 feet wide, in this truck. Not the truck, Arlo said, looking at me. The gap isn't physical, Elias. It's a logic error. It's a hole in the story. You're the one who can bridge it. I understood then. The scar on my palm began to itch, a sharp, electric tingle that traveled up my arm. I stepped out of the truck and walked to the edge of the fissure. The air rising from the crack was cold, smelling of ancient dust and copper. What do? I asked, my voice barely a whisper against the wind. Tell the story, Sarah said, standing behind me. Tell the world that the road continues. Don't think about the physics. Think about the destination. Think about the heavy life. I closed my eyes. I reached out with my mind, not toward the source, but toward the messy, broken reality behind me. I thought about the hospital phantom, the smell of the diner, the weight of the bolt cutters, and the way Sarah's hand felt in mine. I gathered all the noise, all the errors, and all the beautiful failures I had witnessed. I stepped out into the empty air. For a heartbeat, there was nothing. No gravity, no sound, no self. I was just a point of data in a sea of white. Then I felt it, friction. The noise in my chest flared, and beneath my feet, the air hardened. It didn't turn into asphalt. It turned into a bridge of pure, shimmering static, a jagged path made of every discarded memory the archive had ever held. I could see faces in the bridge, hear voices in the structure. It was a bridge made of people. Come on, I yelled, my voice echoing across the void. Arlo didn't hesitate. He floored the gas. The truck roared, its tires spinning on the bridge of ghosts, throwing sparks of purple light into the abyss. It bounced and bucked as it crossed the impossible span, slamming down onto the solid ground on the other side with a bone-jarring thud. I stumbled across after them, the bridge dissolving behind me like smoke. As my feet hit the real dirt, I collapsed, my lungs burning. Sarah was out of the truck in a second, pulling me up. You did it, Elias. You held the line. I looked back at the fissure. It was still there, but it was smaller now, the edges beginning to knit together with weeds and wildflowers that shouldn't have been able to grow in the desert. The world is learning, I said, wiping the sweat from my brow. We got back into the truck and continued toward Reno. The city was closer now, the kaleidoscope of buildings resolving into something more permanent, though no less strange. We passed the city limits sign. Someone had spray painted over the population count. It now simply read, all of US. As we drove into the heart of the signal hub, the purple light began to fade, replaced by the warm, flickering glow of 1,000 different campfires and flashlights. People were out in the streets. They were moving furniture, fixing broken windows, and talking, really talking to one another. Arlo pulled the truck over in front of a diner that looked remarkably like the one from the optimal narrative, but the sign was missing the D and the N, leaving it to read IER. We're here, Arlo said, shutting off the engine. The silence that followed was different now. It was expectant. We stepped out into the cool evening air. A woman was standing by the door of the diner, holding a pot of coffee. She looked at us, at our tattered clothes, our haunted eyes, and the way the light seemed to linger around us just a second too long. You look like you've been through the shredder, she said, her voice raspy and real. You want a cup? It's burnt and I don't have any sugar, but it's hot. I looked at Arlo and Sarah. We were a mess. We were glitches in a system that no longer existed. We were the noise that had become the symphony. Yes, I said, feeling the weight of the world settle comfortably onto my shoulders. I'd love some burnt coffee. As we walked toward the diner, I looked up at the sky. The stars were coming out. They weren't the perfect, geometric points of light the architect had programmed. They were flickering uneven and scattered across the darkness in a way that made no sense at all. One of them shot across the sky, leaving a trail of shimmering purple dust that lingered for a long time before fading into the night. I smiled. The sand had shifted, the world had broken, and for the first time in my life I was exactly where I was supposed to be, in the middle of the mess, in the heart of the noise. In the heavy, beautiful life. The coffee was terrible. It tasted of scorched earth and cheap chicory, served in a heavy ceramic mug that had a hairline fracture running down its side, a seam that didn't vanish when I blinked. I held it with both hands, savoring the heat that seeped into my calloused palms. Around us, the diner was a symphony of beautiful, uncoordinated chaos. A jukebox in the corner was trying to play 3 different songs at once, resulting in a melodic sludge of jazz, country, and static that somehow made perfect sense. Sarah sat across from me, her sketchbook open to a fresh page. She wasn't drawing the landscape anymore, she was drawing the people. There was a frantic energy to the room. People were talking over one another, their voices thick with the tremor of those who had just realized they were allowed to have opinions. They argued about the price of eggs, the color of the sky, and whose turn it was to sweep the glass from the sidewalk. It was the most wonderful noise I had ever heard. He's still out there, you know, Arlo said, leaning back in the vinyl booth. He wasn't looking at us. He was watching the reflection of the street in the dark window, the architect. He didn't just evaporate because we crashed his server. He's like a ghost in the attic now. He's the part of our brains that still wants things to be symmetrical. Let him watch, I said, taking another sip of the bitter brew. He wanted a perfect story. Now he's stuck reading a rough draft. It's more than that, Elias, Sarah whispered, her pencil scratching against the paper. He's trying to learn how to be small. Look at the way the light is hitting the salt shakers. I looked. On the counter, a row of glass shakers stood in a shaft of moonlight. The light didn't just pass through them. It bent in impossible angles, creating miniature rainbows that pulsed with a faint, rhythmic violet glow. The salt inside wasn't white. It was a shifting gray, the grains tumbling over each other as if they were trying to form a word. He's experimenting, I realized. He's trying to understand the friction. He's trying to understand why we didn't just let it all delete, Arlo grunted. He stood up, his joints popping with a loud, organic sound. I'm going to see if anyone in this town knows how to fix a radiator that's half-phased into the 4th dimension. If we're staying, we're going to need a truck that doesn't bleed coolant into the void. He walked out, the bell above the door ringing with a tinny, imperfect jangle. Sarah and I stayed in the booth, the silence between us filled by the hum of the world trying to decide what shape it wanted to be. Do you think it will hold? She asked suddenly. She looked tired, the shadows under her eyes deep and real. The reality, I mean, or are we just living in the wreckage of a plane crash, waiting for the fire to go out? I think the fire is the point, I said. I reached across the table and touched the scar on my palm. It didn't tingle anymore, but it felt solid. The architect built a world where nothing could burn because nothing was truly dry. He gave us a garden of plastic flowers. This is a forest fire. It's messy and it hurts, but things grow afterward. She smiled, a small, genuine thing that reached her eyes. You're a poet, Elias, a very dusty, very traumatized poet. I'm a janitor, I reminded her, and Arlo was right, we have work to do. We spent the next few days in Reno, or the version of Reno that had crystallized from the digital fog. It was a city of ghosts and pioneers. Every hour, someone new would wander in from the desert, people who had been optimized out of existence years ago, suddenly appearing on street corners with no memory of where they had been, only a profound sense of relief that they were finally thirsty again. The glitches were constant, but becoming predictable. We learned that if you walked through a doorway too fast, you might end up in the room you just left. We learned that the clocks only told the truth if you weren't looking directly at them. And we learned that the noise, the static that had once been a terrifying sign of the world's instability, was actually a tool. I discovered it while helping a group of men clear a collapsed brick wall from the main drag. The bricks weren't just heavy, they were stuck in a logic loop, resetting to their collapsed positions every time we moved them. The men were swearing, exhausted by the repetition. I walked up to the pile and closed my eyes. I didn't try to lift the bricks. I reached out for the vibration in the air, the hum of the error. I felt the seam where the world was trying to force the wall back into its broken state because that was the last saved coordinate. I didn't fight the code, I whispered to it. I thought about the bridge I had built over the fissure, the bridge made of people and memories. I projected the image of a clear road, a finished task. The air around my hands blurred, the purple static flared briefly, and then the bricks went limp. They became just clay and silt, heavy and dumb. The men looked at me, eyes wide. "How'd you do that, kid?" one of them asked, wiping sweat from a forehead that was slightly too translucent. "I just reminded them they're allowed to stay where we put them," I said. Word spread, I became a sort of glitch fixer for the neighborhood. I spent my mornings unsticking doors that led to nowhere and my afternoons calming down trees that were trying to grow upside down. I wasn't rewriting the world, I was just helping it settle into its new skin. Sarah, meanwhile, became the cartographer of the new era. She realized that the geography was no longer fixed by miles, but by meaning. The distance between the diner and the hardware store changed depending on how much you needed to get there. She began mapping the emotional topography of the city, marking the spots where the reality was thin and the spots where it was dense. The archive didn't just dump data, she told me one evening as we sat on the roof of our makeshift apartment. It dumped potential. Every choice we didn't make, every version of ourselves we suppressed to fit into the architect's plan, it's all out here now, looking for a home. She showed me her latest map. It wasn't a grid of streets. It was a web of lines, some thick and glowing, others faint and wavering. "Reno is the anchor," she said, pointing to a swirling vortex in the center of the page, "but there are other pockets. The hospital where you were, it's not a hospital anymore, it's a garden of glass, and the desert, the sand is starting to turn into something else." The sand, I repeated. I remembered the black grains that had once filled my pockets, the weight of the void. Is it shifting? "No," she said, her voice dropping, "it's breathing." That night the architect came to see me. I was dreaming, or what passed for dreaming, in a world where the subconscious was often broadcast onto the clouds. I was standing in a white hallway, the walls polished to a mirror finish. At the end of the hall sat a man in a gray suit, his face a blur of features that refused to settle into a single identity. "Elias," he said, his voice wasn't a sound, it was a thought that appeared in my head, perfectly formed and cold. "You're losing your grip," I said, walking toward him. My boots made a heavy, echoing sound on the floor, a sound that didn't belong in his sterile world. "I am observing," the architect replied. The blur of his face shifted, briefly resembling the doctor from the hospital, then Arlo, then a version of myself I didn't recognize. "The entropy is fascinating. You have traded a perfect, eternal stasis for a chaotic, terminal decay. Do you understand that this world will eventually end, that without my maintenance, the noise will eventually consume the signal?" "Everything ends," I said. "That's what makes it real. A story that never finishes isn't a story, it's a prison." The architect tilted his head. "You are experiencing a 40% increase in physical pain since the shift. Your heart rate is irregular. The woman, Sarah, her cellular structure is beginning to show signs of oxidative stress. In my world, she would have remained 24 forever. Here, she will wither. She will become noise. She'll become a memory," I corrected him, "and those memories will be ours, not yours. We don't want your forever, we want our now." The white hallway began to flicker. I could see the diner through the walls, see the cracks in the ceiling, hear the sound of a distant dog barking at a moon that was currently 3 different shapes. The sand, the architect said, and for the first time I heard a flicker of something like fear in his voice, or perhaps it was just extreme curiosity. The sand was my fail-safe. It was the material of the void, the eraser I used to clean the board. But you changed its frequency. I didn't change it, I said, leaning over his desk. I just stopped letting you use it. I woke up with a start. The room was dark, save for the faint purple glow of the noise emanating from the cracks in the floorboards. I looked over at Sarah, who was sleeping soundly, her chest rising and falling in a slow, imperfect rhythm. I got out of bed and walked to the window. Outside, the city was quiet, but it was a heavy, expectant quiet. I looked toward the horizon where the desert began. The sand wasn't black anymore. Under the light of the fractured moon, it was a deep, shimmering silver. And Sarah was right. It was moving, not shifting in the wind, but undulating like the surface of a vast, subterranean ocean. I felt a pull in my chest, not the sharp, agonizing tug of the source, but a gentle, rhythmic throb. It was the heartbeat of the world, and it was calling to the bridge in my palm. I put on my boots and my jacket. I didn't wake Sarah. This was something I had to see for myself. I walked through the quiet streets of the city, passing Arlo's truck, which was currently hovering 6 inches off the ground as it underwent a structural recalibration. I walked past the diner, past the flickering neon signs, and out into the scrubland. As I reached the edge of the salt flats, the air grew cold, colder than it had any right to be. The noise here was so thick it felt like walking through water. Every step sent ripples of violet light through the air. I stopped at the edge of the silver sand. It was beautiful. Millions of tiny, translucent grains, each reflecting a different moment in time. I saw a grain that held the image of a rainstorm in a forest I'd never visited. I saw another that held the sound of a child's laughter from a century ago. The archive hadn't just flooded the world, it had seeded it. I knelt down and ran my hand through the silver grains. They felt like liquid silk, and as I touched them, the undulating movement stopped. The sand began to rise, swirling around my hand in a gentle spiral. "What are you?" I whispered. The sand didn't answer in words, it answered in feeling. It was the raw material of reality, the clay that the architect had used to build his cage, but now it was free. It was waiting for a new shape. I realized then that the architect was right about one thing. The world was decaying. The old structures couldn't hold the weight of all this new life. The signal was fading and the noise was taking over. But the noise wasn't destruction. It was the static between stations, the space where a new song could be written. I stood up, the silver sand falling from my fingers like stars. In the distance, I saw a figure standing on a ridge. It was tall, thin, and its silhouette was perfectly sharp against the blurred horizon. It didn't move, it just watched. The architect, he wasn't in my head anymore. He was here in the world, standing in the cold and the dark, watching his creation turn into something he couldn't control. I didn't feel anger toward him. I felt a strange, hollow pity. He was the only thing in this world that was still perfect, and because of that, he was the only thing that was truly alone. He was a god who had lost his universe and was now forced to live in the ruins of his own mistakes. I turned my back on him and looked toward the city. The lights of Reno were flickering, struggling against the encroaching darkness. But they were there, and as I watched, I saw a new light, a warm, amber glow start to spread from the center of the town. It was the people. They were waking up, they were starting the fires, they were building the world one broken brick at a time. I started to walk back, my shadow stretched out before me, long and jagged, dancing across the silver sand. It didn't detach, it didn't flicker, it stayed right where I put it. The night was long and the world was falling apart, and the sand was breathing beneath my feet. But as I reached the first paved street of the city, I felt a hand on my shoulder. I turned, expecting the cold touch of the architect or the rough grip of Arlo. It was Sarah. She was wrapped in a blanket, her hair messy, her eyes bright with the reflection of the silver desert. "You want to see it," she said. "It's not the end," I told her, taking her hand. "I know," she said, looking toward the horizon where the sun was beginning to crack the sky, a messy, unscripted, beautiful dawn. "It's just the beginning of the middle, and that's the best part of the story." We stood there together, two glitches in a dying machine, watching the light return to a world that didn't know what it was yet. The sand stayed still. The air grew warm, and for the first time, the silence wasn't a vacuum. It was a breath. The amber glow Sarah had noticed wasn't just the literal fires of the townspeople. It was the way the atmosphere was beginning to hold onto the light. In the architect's world, the sun had always been a binary switch, on or off, day or night, with a precisely timed transition that lasted exactly 12 minutes and 42 seconds. Now the dawn was a slow, agonizingly beautiful bleed of bruised peaches and dusty gold. It took forever to arrive. It lingered in the shadows, catching on the jagged edges of the buildings and the crystalline protrusions that had sprouted from the asphalt overnight. "Look at the colors," Sarah whispered, leaning her head against my shoulder. "They're bleeding into each other." He never let the colors touch. He kept them in their own lanes. She was right. The sky was a mess of overlapping gradients that shouldn't have worked together. A deep, oceanic teal crashed into a vibrant, sickly orange. It looked like an oil slick on a puddle, a chaotic chemical reaction that was currently serving as our ceiling. It was beautiful because it was wrong. We walked back toward the diner, our boots crunching on a surface that was no longer quite pavement. It felt more like compacted memory, firm enough to walk on, but yielding slightly, as if the ground were trying to remember the shape of our footprints. Inside the diner, the smell of burnt coffee had been replaced by something sharper, more organic. Arlo was sitting at the counter, surrounded by a group of grease-stained men and women who looked like they had been pulled out of a black-and-white photograph and dipped in Technicolor. They were hunched over a series of blueprints that were actively changing as they watched. "The physics are softening," Arlo said without looking up as we entered. He pointed to a diagram of a combustion engine. The pistons in the drawing were vibrating, occasionally turning into translucent hummingbirds before snapping back into steel. "We can't build things the old way. If we try to bolt two pieces of metal together with rigid logic, the world just spits the bolts out. We have to negotiate with the materials." "Negotiate?" I asked, sliding onto a stool next to him. "Yeah," Arlo grunted, rubbing a hand over his face. He looked exhausted, but there was a spark in his eyes I hadn't seen since we were kids in the archive. "You have to want the machine to work more than the machine wants to fall apart. It's about intent now, Elias. The architect's rules were the skeleton. Now that the skeleton is gone, we're the ones holding the skin up." One of the women, a welder named Clara, whose goggles were fused to her forehead, nodded solemnly. "I tried to fix a leak in the water main 3 blocks down. The pipe didn't want to be a pipe anymore. It wanted to be a flute. Every time I patched a hole, it started playing a low B flat. I had to sit there and talk to it for an hour, explaining why the town needed water more than it needed music. Eventually, it settled down." It sounded insane, but as I looked around the room, I saw the truth of it. The salt shakers on the counter were humming. The ceiling fan was rotating in a way that defied the laws of motion, its blades lengthening and shortening to avoid hitting a hanging lamp that wasn't actually there. We were living in a consensus reality, a world built on the collective willpower of a few hundred traumatized survivors. "If we stop believing in the floor, do we fall through?" Sarah asked, her voice light but her eyes serious. "Probably," Arlo said, "but why would we stop believing in the floor? It's a good floor. It's got character." I left them to their negotiations and walked to the back of the diner where the shredder lady, whose name I discovered was Martha, was staring out the kitchen window. She was holding a spatula like a weapon, her eyes fixed on the alleyway behind the building. "He's been there for an hour," she said, her voice a low rasp. I looked out. In the narrow space between the diner and a crumbling brick warehouse, a figure was standing. It was the architect, or at least the projection of him I had seen in the desert. He was no longer the tall, imposing figure of my dreams. He looked diminished, his gray suit tattered at the hem, his face still a blurred kaleidoscope of features that couldn't find a home. He was staring at a single dandelion that had pushed its way through a crack in the concrete. The dandelion wasn't normal. It was pulsing with a soft, rhythmic violet light, and its seeds were floating upward in defiance of gravity, drifting toward the sky like tiny, glowing parachutes. "He looks like a lost dog," Martha muttered. "I should probably throw a rock at him, or offer him a pancake. I can't decide which would be more insulting." "I'll talk to him," I said. "Careful, kid," she warned. "He might be small, but he's still the one who built the cage. Don't let him talk you back into it." I stepped out the back door into the cool morning air. The alleyway smelled of ozone and damp earth. As I approached, the architect didn't turn around. He remained focused on the dandelion, his hands clasped behind his back in a gesture that felt ancient and weary. "It is inefficient," he said, his voice no longer a thought in my head, but a thin, reedy sound that vibrated in the physical air. "The plant spends 40% of its energy producing seeds that will never find soil. It is a biological waste of resources. I would have streamlined the reproductive cycle. I would have made it certain. Certainty is boring, I said, stopping a few feet away. The waste is the point, it's the gamble. The architect turned his head slightly. One of his eyes settled into a deep, piercing blue, while the other remained a swirling gray mist. You think you have won, Elias. You think that by breaking the machine you have freed the components, but you have only invited the cold. The noise you love so much is the sound of the universe grinding itself down to nothing. I was the frictionless lubricant.